acquittal, and now they have convicted him and his wife in this case. Therefore, this sentence has also been given now. But what we can understand is that this Section 8(1) of the Representation of People's Act 1951 very clearly states that any legislator who have been convicted in any case will be immediately disqualified, even if the sentence is for 1 day, or even if the sentence there is no imprisonment, just fine, but still they will be immediately disqualified, is what we are given to understand. Therefore, what we are going to see now in the upcoming days is that an appeal can happen in the Supreme Court, and that could be a bail plea or an appeal in the case itself, and therefore we can go, and if at all this case gets upheld in the Supreme Court as well, if the Madras High Court verdict is upheld by the Supreme Court, then it's very clearly end game for Minister Ponmudi. He is going to be, according to the section that he is being convicted under, there is going to be suspension from his legislative post, the MLA post, the minister post is going to go away, and he will also be imprisoned for 3 years, and he will have to pay the fine. And according to this, after the imprisonment, another additional 6 years of disqualification to be a legislator would also be levied upon him. So we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen in the upcoming days as well.
Right. No, in fact, last month the Supreme Court had refused to entertain the pleas that were filed for the resolution of this case, to take up revision in this case. That is, of course, the Supreme Court angle I was talking about there. But thank you so much for the moment, Varshini, for joining us with those details on the broadcast. That is the latest. We have a setback coming in for DMK right now. Ponmudi has been sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, along with his wife also. We'll keep a track of all those updates also. But right now, moving on to some other big story that we are tracking right now, viewers. The floor leaders of the India Alliance have announced a march from the main gate of the old Parliament building to the Vijay Chowk in protest against the suspension of 143 members of Parliament for the remainder of the winter session. And the demonstration is a response to what they perceive as the murder, quote-unquote murder, of parliamentary democracy in the country. And the suspension of a significant number of MPs has sparked concerns and opposition within the India Alliance, leading them to symbolically challenge this action by organizing a march to highlight their discontent and advocate for the restoration of democratic principles in the parliamentary process. Those are visuals coming in right now of that march. You can see the parliamentarians, the suspended MPs holding placards there. This is a march by the suspended MPs from the old Parliament building. You can see that old Parliament building in the background to Vijay Chowk. Senior editor Shravan Sen joins us live from Vijay Chowk, getting us all the latest and the latest from Ground Zero. Shravan, of course, right now we are seeing that it's a symbolic protest. They are suspended for the remaining of the winter session, and we are seeing the criticism that they have in fact attracted after what happened in the Parliament, outside the Parliament complex, the mimicking and all the demonstration that took place, the ruckus inside the Parliament, including that too. But this is a march that is perceived as a symbolic protest by the suspended MPs.
Well, in fact, as the fag end of the winter session, one aspect that the opposition parties have basically clung on to is essentially the fact that you have over 100, roughly about 143 opposition MPs, be it from the lower house as well as the upper house, being suspended. And that exactly is what they are saying is a reflection of how this government essentially operates. Let me just quickly give you a glimpse of what's really happening here. As you see the symbolic protest that is being carried out by the opposition parliamentarians, you would have representatives from almost all political parties, starting from the DMK, the Congress Party, as well as the NCP, Samajwadi Party, all of their parliamentarians who are presently here at Vijay Chowk and carrying out this symbolic protest. They largely say that the government has been fearful of the fact that they haven't been able to really come up with a proper report as far as the Parliament security breach is concerned. Just to put this into perspective, how it all started. Remember, the opposition has been demanding that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah should be actually addressing the Parliament, that too in the presence of the Prime Minister. And that is the reason why, remember, there were protests that were taking place inside the Parliament, perhaps also inside the well of the upper house as well as lower house. That is exactly why the decision was largely taken that the MPs would be. Let's also listen to what Mallikarjun Kharge has to say.
Of this government BJP is saying that opposition is not in the house, at least the business is happening in the house, bills are getting passed.
अगर यही है तो सबको बाहर डाल के तुम अकेले ही करो. हाँ?
They have thrown out everybody.
टीवी इंटरव्यू में उसमें बात कर सकते
के बाद Well, you've already had Mallikarjun Kharge just responding to the questions posed by the media here at the Vijay Chowk. Remember, the opposition MP is essentially indicating two aspects. One, the very fact that this government has been fearful of the opposition, and the bills that have been now passed in the parliament or about to be passed, for instance, the criminal code bills which was passed yesterday in the Lok Sabha and is going to be placed here in the Rajya Sabha. Opposition says that let the government now pass all these bills without the presence of the opposition. You would essentially have perhaps a parliament virtually free of the opposition parties. That is the reason why, if you take a closer look at the placards that have been that they've been holding right now, they've all been essentially indicating two things. And one, the very fact that they say that Parliament has been completely caged, democracy has been expelled. These are some of the responses, these are some of the placards that have been taken up by the opposition parliamentarians. We'll try and also hear in from some of the opposition parliamentarians with regards to what do they have to say, because you would have every political party who has been representing here. Just take a look at the representation that has been made here, starting from the Samajwadi Party, the DMK. You have almost every political party who's present. You will try and also get you a quick response from some of them. Let's while we do that, while they are also speaking to the other media, you would largely see all of them raising these very concerns that it does not really matter whether the opposition parties remain inside the parliament or not, and that is exactly why
the high-level inquiry is going on. We are willing to talk about it, but the opposition is not. Prahlad Joshi said that the high-level inquiry is going on. They are willing to talk about it, but the
Where did he say that? Where did he say that?
He said it at the parliament.
No. We asked the Home Minister, who is in charge of the security of the nation, what is wrong in that? The parliament is supreme. The executive is accountable to the parliament. They should respect if the parliament is not sessions, okay, they make a statement anywhere. But here, we are all here. The parliament, the very big forum is there. It's an entity. They are not prepared to respect that. So people should understand. What prevents them from coming to the parliament and making a statement and giving explanations? Even that sort of simple courtesy, they don't have.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you do have, you already have the opposition MPs' responses now coming in, starting from the DMK. You have the Samajwadi Party also now responding to the very fact what they say is that perhaps the government today is largely running minus the opposition without the parliament. They also say that what is it that the government is exactly so fearful of, and why exactly are they essentially hoping that they would be able to run the parliamentary business without the presence of... I'll just quickly also... Joining us here, Mr. Wilson. Let me first begin by asking you this question, that the government on the one hand says that this was unruly behavior on the part of the parliamentarians, and that is why the decision was largely taken. And the very fact, as far as the parliamentary security breach is concerned, it is not the domain of the Union Home Minister, but rather the domain of the Speaker itself. It comes under him, and that is the reason why there was no need for a response really coming in from the Union Home Minister. Mr. Wilson, as a senior parliamentarian of the DMK, how do you really respond to what the government has been saying?
Sir, I would say that you can't say that the Speaker alone is responsible, because the conspiracy has taken place outside the House. Outside the House, 5 to 6 persons have involved in this complete incidents. They have planned for about more than a year. That is what the prosecution has submitted before the Delhi High Court. So for over a year, in 3 or 4 states, all ruled by the BJP government. And these persons' background also shows that they are from the BJP party. And the person who has given the pass also is a BJP MP. So therefore, this doesn't start and end inside the parliament. So you can't tell that speaker alone is the responsible person. It is outside the house. So therefore, when the conspiracy has taken place outside the house and then executed inside the house, therefore the Home Minister, he is squarely responsible to answer for this. See, one part is the execution. That is a breach. There is a breach. So anyone who jumps inside the house, that too in Lok Sabha, when the Lok Sabha session is going on, certainly the MP will ask, what is the problem? What is the problem with the security? And what has really happened in this issue? And time and again, the minister used to come and make the statement. Take, for example, the Sri Lankan issues or the aggression issues. That particular minister used to come inside the house and he used to make a statement. But here, it has happened inside the house and the conspiracy has started outside the house. What prevents Mr. Home Minister to come inside the house and make a statement? Why don't you take the MPs into confidence and tell them, like, this has happened, I will take action and I will find out who's the real person behind. Why are you fearing away? So, last time when the Manipur issue took place, the Prime Minister did not come. Now, right under everyone's nose, this has happened and the Home Minister is shying himself in answering the questions. So, therefore, you can't find fault with the Speaker alone.
Mr. Wilson, we're talking at a time when very crucial criminal reforms are being brought in. As a senior lawyer too, I want to ask you this question. Minus with the opposition not being present today, these bills are going to be placed before the Rajya Sabha. Don't you think it is going to be detrimental for the country if the opposition is not present inside the parliament, especially at a time when the country is going to witness a criminal reform, which is going to be extremely crucial, which has been being demanded by several stakeholders, by several experts?
That is why I said you should not have suspended the Member of Parliament. So your entire intention is to suspend the Member of Parliament, move the bill and see to that the bill gets passed. The bill actually is against the judgment of Supreme Court. It is against the constitutional rights guaranteed under the Constitution. And if you see the powers of the police, it is like more or like a draconian law. And whatever that is said in the UPA, which is applicable to a terrorist, now it has been imported. And every citizen is going to suffer because of this law. So that is why they don't want the MPs inside. And that is why they have suspended all of us. And that is the reason they have moved this bill when the MPs are not there. So therefore, you are right. The Treasury bench should have thought that our presence is important. They should have asked the Speaker to revoke the suspension and make the MPs to participate. Instead of that, they have seen to that we are kept outside the House and the bill is hastily passed. See, what is the purpose in having a bill sent to the Parliamentary Committee? Please tell me, who are all in the Parliamentary Standing Committee? The Standing Committee consists of no doubt certain lawyers and some Member of Parliament. Is that the whole system, criminal justice delivery system? You should go nook and corner of India, seek the comments of the stakeholders, the experts, the lawyers, association, judges, police officers, bank officials, because you are going to change a decade-old law. Of course, it is more than 30 or 40 years. So you should have taken to confidence of all the stakeholders. So the way they are rushing it shows that they have planned and seen that the members of parliament are kept away from the House and the bill is passed.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, for joining us on Republic TV. That was senior DMK leader also really coming in and talking about the fact that, the government perhaps did not really want the opposition to be present. We'll try and get in some more word from the other opposition leaders who've been speaking to the media. Remember, largely what the opposition members have been targeting at the fact that why is it that the government hasn't really come out in the open and really spoken about this entire matter? What stops from the unit Home Minister to really respond to this? We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll continue with our live coverage from here in the national capital as the opposition parliamentarians are now protesting about their suspension.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
6 sportspersons, including star cricketer Mohammad Shami, who enjoyed a stellar ODI World Cup this year. Now, the awards will be conferred on the athletes by President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan on the 9th of January. Here's a short report.
परफॉर्मेंस क्या है और हर किसी को यही उम्मीद थी कि शामी भाई को अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए नॉमिनेट किया जाए। पहले बीसीसीआई ने उनका नाम अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए खेल मंत्रालय को सिफारिश की थी और आज हमें बहुत खुशी की खबर मिली। शाम लगभग 3:30 या 4 बजे के शामी भाई का अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए सिलेक्ट हुए हैं और 9 तारीख को उन्हें खेल मंत्रालय से और क्या कहते हैं राष्ट्रपति जी से अर्जुन अवार्ड मिलेगा।
जब वो अवार्ड लेकर आएंगे गांव में वापस तो क्या कुछ जश्न मनाएंगे?
जी, जैसे कि ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है ये भी कि हमारी भारत सरकार से शामी भाई को कि क्रिकेट में इकलौते प्लेयर को मोहम्मद शामी को इस साल अर्जुन अवार्ड मिल रहा है। वैसे 26 लोग इसमें नॉमिनेट हुए हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि शामी भाई आगे भी टीम इंडिया के लिए ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस करते रहें और देश का नाम इसी तरीके रोशन करते रहें और आगे भी एक से एक अच्छे पुरस्कार उनको मिलें और हम यही उम्मीद करते हैं।
Nawaz Sharif, who is eyeing a record fourth term as Prime Minister, said that Pakistan's miseries were not caused by India, US or Afghanistan, but by its own actions, while accusing the Pakistani military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy. Nawaz Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development. Chinese President Xi Jinping, in his recent interaction with President Biden, said that Beijing will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. Xi had told Biden in a meeting attended by a dozen officials from both sides that China's preference is to take Taiwan peacefully and not by force. Speaking on the India-US ties, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that US has deepened its partnership with India and has elevated cooperation through the Quad. United Nations Security Council postponed a vote on Wednesday in a bid to get US support on a resolution that seeks to facilitate scaled-up aid deliveries to the Gaza Strip. The UAE, as the Arab representative in the 15-nation council, drafted the resolution and is leading the negotiations. Fighter jets of the Air Force recently attacked the operational headquarters of the terrorist organization Hezbollah in Lebanon, following the alerts that were activated in the Golan Heights area. 4 launches from Syrian territory were detected that crossed into Israeli territory. Now, IDF forces attacked the sources of the shooting as well as a military position of the Syrian army. Baloch women launched a march toward Pakistan's capital to protest rights abuses and enforce disappearances in Balochistan. Thousands of protesters joined the march, demanding an end to forced disappearances in Balochistan. Time for a short break. On the other side, we get you the latest from the Delhi liquor scam investigation. Kejriwal is on a Vipassana mode. He has skipped the second ED summon in Delhi liquor scam case.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का
Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case today. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI summits report in Varanasi court on Gyan Vapi survey. Verdict awaited today. And Baloch activists march to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. The floor leaders of the India Alliance have announced a march from the main gate of the old Parliament building to Vijay Chowk in protest against the suspension of 143 members of the Parliament for the remainder of the winter session. And the demonstration is in response to what they perceive as quote-unquote murder of parliamentary democracy in the country. Suspension of a significant number of MPs has sparked concerns and opposition within the India Alliance, also leading them to symbolically challenge this action by organizing a march to highlight the discontent. And my colleague, senior editor Shavan Sen, is joining us live from Vijay Chowk, who is actually getting us a sense of ground zero. Shavan, going across to you right now, tell us what's really happening and how is this march actually going on? Because this is, of course, a symbolic protest. The opposition continues to up the ante against the government as far as the suspension is concerned.
Well, in fact, you've had a symbolic protest being conducted by the opposition members, starting from the Congress, the DMK, Samajwadi Party, almost everyone present here at Vijay Chowk. They've been speaking to the media a short while back. Remember, all of them carrying with them placard, largely hitting out at the government, saying that today the parliament has become caged. Democracy has been completely suspended. Now, those are the allegations that have been leveled by the opposition members. Now, this essentially on the grounds that you have over 143 of them being suspended. Remember, it all started with the opposition parties largely demanding that post the parliamentary security breach, which they say is of grave concern for the entire nation. What's important to point out here is the very fact that they've been demanding that you have the Union Home Minister addressing the parliament, that to the presence of the Prime Minister. They say that there is no reason why the government should not be taking that step forward. And secondly, they also demand that BJP parliamentarian Pratap Singh, whose name has basically surfaced during the investigation, and the very fact that it is his office who had issued the visitor's pass to one of the accused in this particular case. Why is it that the party has not really taken any action against him? Why is it that no FIR has been registered against Pratap Singh? That's the demand that has largely been made by the opposition members. Reason why you see most of them coming here and saying that perhaps the government is fearful of the opposition, and that is the reason why several of the bills which are now being passed, for instance, what happened yesterday on the floor of the Lok Sabha, where the criminal code bills were basically introduced by the government, passed by the Lok Sabha. Today it's going to be placed before the Rajya Sabha, and the fact that this is going to happen minus the opposition in the parliament. Remember, they are saying that for the first time in the history, you have large number of bills that are being passed in the parliament, that too without the opposition members being there. What is it that the government has been saying on this entire matter? The government essentially maintains that as far as the Union Home Minister is concerned, why exactly he wouldn't be addressing the parliament with regards to the parliament security breach, because remember, it does not come in his domain. In fact, the government has been saying that they have responded with alacrity. The very fact that you have an inquiry that has already been adopted, the inquiry would be looking into the reasons behind the security breach to begin with, and they say that the report is going to be tabled within a fortnight. This has already been entrusted to the officiating DG of the CRPF, who would be looking into this entire matter, the parliamentary security breach to begin with. And they said that there is no reason why the Union Home Minister should be really brought into the picture, primarily because it comes under the Lok Sabha Speaker. We've been getting in some more reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
It really is a disgrace. In fact, just last year, one of the Supreme Court justices observed that in the absence of legislative debate, of opposition criticisms and ministerial answers, it was difficult for judges to interpret laws by understanding their legislative intent. So when
आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते, और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूं कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है। हम चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और लोगों के भावना को पार्लियामेंट में बताना पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स का कर्तव्य होता है, वो हम कर रहे थे। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो घटना घटी लोकसभा में, वही मुद्दे पर लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में हम ये उठाना चाहते थे कि क्या सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच कैसा हुआ, कौन उसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और क्यों ऐसा हुआ, इसके बारे में आप सदन को बताइए। और सदन तो ये देश का बहुत बड़ा पंचायत है।
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
To be with us on the broadcast. Shravan, of course, as Harsha was getting us, report from the Parliament, we're seeing that the march is now reaching its destination, and it's what we understand is that this face-off is only intensifying. But what does really happen after this? What does it really mean for the opposition and for the centre? Because centre is talking about order in the House and having a constructive debate in the House. But on the other hand, we have the opposition saying that there is a murder of democracy that is taking place, and there is no participation of the opposition that is actually valued when it comes to big laws, some major laws being passed in the Parliament is concerned. How does, the citizens of the country, how should they read this, and where does this really go?
Well, while at the one hand you have the opposition parties essentially saying that this is a murder of democracy, the reason being largely that you have about 143 of them being suspended, which perhaps is largest if you really look at the numbers. Back it was in Rajiv Gandhi's government when this essentially took place, and thereafter you have the number of parliamentarians who have been suspended. This was on the ground of what the government has been saying, unruly behavior. You have the chair essentially saying that this was completely uncalled for. The very fact that you have some of the parliamentarians who were essentially demanding that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah should be addressing the parliament to begin with, and second, that should be in the presence of the Prime Minister. Now that's been the demand that has been made by the opposition members, and that is the reason why the protest actually began. And thereafter you had scores of parliamentarians from the opposition parties who have been suspended. Remember, while to begin with the opposition did take high moral ground on this entire fact that the government has simply muzzled the voice of the opposition, but what became the turning point, one would say, is also the very fact that you had Trinamool Congress parliamentarian Kalyan Banerjee who mimicked the Rajya Sabha chair, but that too in the premises of the parliament, which remember the TMC has neither taken any, has not really apologized for it. They say that this is an art, number one. Secondly, they also blame the Prime Minister, who they say that the Prime Minister himself was mimicking a fellow parliamentarians to inside the parliament. So where is the question of making any response? Let me also quickly get in a JDU leader also right now, sir. Let me begin by asking you this question that the government says there is no need for the Union Home Minister to really make a statement on this entire matter because it does not really come in the domain of the Union Home Minister. What is it that the opposition parties are essentially demanding, given the fact that the opposition MPs are now out of the parliament, that too on a day when India is going to witness a major criminal reform system?
Parliament security has been breached. There's been an intelligence failure. My party, the Janata Dal United, along with all opposition parties of the India Alliance, all we are demanding is the Home Minister should come and make a statement inside the House. Disruption has always been part of dissent. व्यवधान असहमति का एक हिस्सा है. ये लोग, when these parties, the ruling party, when they were in the opposition, they also used to disrupt, and today they are running away from making a statement, and they are wanting to pass bills without the entire opposition.
But when the government essentially says that it does not even come under the domain of the Union Home Minister, how exactly is he responsible? Because this is, after all, the chair who would be responsible for the security of it. However, what the opposition members could have also argued on the fact that you do not have, there are vacancies as far as the joint security is concerned, that hasn't been filled. Rather than picking that up, you're cornering the government perhaps on the wrong foot?
When the parliament is in session, on the same issue, government spokesperson, Home Minister has been making a statement outside in all over the country. And what is the problem in coming to the House and making a statement?
And, one would argue that, of course, the opposition had a high moral ground. The very fact that you have 143 parliamentarians who have been suspended, we haven't seen this happening in the past. Of course, it happened during Rajiv Gandhi's government. But having said, not so many of them, but do you believe that somewhere down the line you lost the momentum with the mimicking of the Rajya Sabha chairman?
No, the government stands exposed now, having suspended so many MPs, 145 MPs, and the entire opposition unitedly of the India Alliance, we will be going to the people and will expose the government.
Thank you very much. That was senior JDU leader speaking to Republic TV, once again saying that if the Union Home Minister can make these statements outside the Parliament, what really stops the Home Minister making the statement inside the Parliament? That's the argument that has been put forth. But having said that, remember, the government has been maintaining the fact that there is a proper inquiry that is already underway. As far as the BJP parliamentarian is concerned, Pratap Siva, remember, he's also under the scanner. And the very fact that his preliminary statements was already recorded by the Delhi police police when they had taken over this entire case. And now the inquiry that is being conducted will actually have to look into the lapses, and which the government also admits that this was undoubtedly a major security lapse. Let's listen into some of the reactions that are coming in.
फिल्म बनाना क्या शोभा देता है?
जारी है, आज भी विजय चौक तक प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, क्या कहेंगे? इतने जो एमपी सस्पेंडेड हो गए हैं इस विषय को लेकर?
इस सस्पेंशन तो दूसरी बात है। प्राइमरी बात यह है कि होम मिनिस्टर, प्राइम मिनिस्टर दोनों ही सदन में है, लेकिन इतने ही डरपोक है, इतने, मैं डरपोक शब्द से और कुछ इस्तेमाल ही नहीं कर पाता हूँ, इतने डरपोक है कि हाउस में आने नहीं चाहते। वो कहते स्पीकर बता दिया, स्पीकर को बोल दिया, स्पीकर जो बताया वही फाइनल। हम मानते हैं कि स्पीकर हाउस में फाइनल है, हम भी मानते हैं, लेकिन ये जो मिसक्रेंट्स आए थे, ये जो लड़के जो टीम घुसे थे, ये टीम तो पार्लियामेंट के ज़मीन के अंदर से निकला ना, वो तो बाहर से आए थे। और बाहर में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर तो होम मिनिस्टर का है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का है। अगर वो लोग यहीं के स्टाफ होते तो हम मान लेते कि स्पीकर ही फाइनल। तो स्पीकर की भी एक भूमिका है, एक रोल है, होम मिनिस्टर की और ज़्यादा जिम्मेदारी है। तो ये लोग जिम्मेदारी तो नहीं मनाते, पर उल्टे सस्पेंड कर देते, बात उठाने से ही सस्पेंड करते हैं।
ये तो एक अलग विषय है, लेकिन एक विषय ये भी है, जिस तरीके से उपराष्ट्रपति आहत हुए हैं कल्याण बनर्जी जी के, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने, मैंने
जहाँ तक सुना ऐसी घटना तो पहले भी हो चुका। मैंने जहाँ तक सुना, मैंने देखा एक लैम्पून जहाँ प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी जो अंगी भंगी दिखा रहे हैं, वो भी शोभनीय नहीं, वो भी प्रॉपर नहीं, वो भी प्रॉपर नहीं है। उसके बारे कल्याण बनर्जी खुद कुछ स्टेटमेंट किया कल, और आज भी करेंगे शायद। तो वो कल्याण बनर्जी की बात है, और हाउस के बाहर हुई ना, बाहर हुई। हमारे स्पीकर, हमारे चेयरमैन को दुख मिली इससे, एंड वी ऑल्सो फील बैड, बट पॉइंट इज इट इज कल्याण बनर्जी हु हैज डन इट आउटसाइड द हाउस, एंड इट इज फॉर हिम टू ओन अप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी and for the ruling party to take a view. But along with that, remember, there have been severe lampoons. In fact, the reason why Modi ji lost Bengal in 2021, after 42 campaign meetings between him and Home Minister, the main reason, one of the main reasons was his city.
Well, these are some of the reactions that are coming in from the opposition parliamentarians who've cornered the government by saying that the parliament has been suspended, democracy has been murdered. Now, these were some of the words that were uttered by the parliamentarians here. Once again, raising questions about what was the need to begin with, as far as suspending the opposition MPs. Just simply protesting inside the parliament, would that have been good enough for them to have been suspended? The very fact, if you really look at the numbers, that has been the highest ever that opposition MPs have been suspended in the past, and that is the reason why once again the opposition MPs is essentially harping on the fact that this does not really augur well for a democracy. Slipping into a short break, on the other side, news and updates continue.
अक्सर मन में डर सा आता है।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा।
The upcoming vote on Gaza ceasefire resolution, United States Secretary of State highlighted that Hamas must stop hiding behind the civilians, lay down its arms and surrender.
What is striking to me is that even as, again, we hear many countries urging the end to this conflict, which we would all like to see, I hear virtually no one saying, demanding of Hamas that it stop hiding behind civilians, that it lay down its arms, that it surrender. This is over tomorrow if Hamas does that. This would have been over a month ago, 6 weeks ago, if Hamas had done that. And how can it be that there are no demands made of the aggressor and only demands made of the victim? So it would be good if there was a strong international voice pressing Hamas to do what's necessary to end this. And again, that could be tomorrow.
Time for a short break. On the other side, DMK Minister K Ponmudy gets 3 years in prison in a disproportionate assets case.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
Here's a look at the top stories. DMK Minister K Ponmudy gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link now under the scandal. Republic accesses exclusive details of NI's Islamic State Bellary module bust in the state of Karnataka. ASI submits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey, verdict awaited today. Baloch activists march to Pakistan capital to demand end to extrajudicial killings and park atrocities. Very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. We continue to be live and breaking. The top story we are tracking this hour is the protest being staged by the opposition leaders at Jantar Mantar. In fact, the floor leaders of the India Alliance have announced a march from the main gate of the old Parliament building to Vijay Chowk in order to protest the suspension of 143 members of Parliament for the remainder of the winter session. Now, this demonstration note is a response to what the opposition MPs perceive as murder of parliamentary democracy in the country. The suspension of a significant number of MPs has even sparked concern in opposition within the India Alliance, leading them to symbolically challenge this action by organizing a march to highlight their discontent and advocate for the restoration of what they call democratic principles in the parliamentary process. Now note, while there is a protest being staged by the opposition leaders at the Vijay Chowk, there is a parallel protest that is also being held by the BJP at the Jantar Mantar after the mockery video of the Vice President surfaced, in which TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee was seen mimicking the Vice President of the country, and all of this was filmed by the Congress MP. Before we go across to our reporters on the ground and Shavan Sen also, who's there at the protest site, listen in to that reaction that's coming from Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge on this massive showdown by the opposition MPs.
इंडिया पार्टी के सारे नेतागण और यहाँ पर पधारे हुए सारे मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है।
All right, let's cut across to the live visuals that are coming in from Ayodhya. You see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is in Hanumangarhi, taking stock of the preparations that have been happening in full swing for the Ram Mandir inauguration that is slated for 22nd of January next year. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath offering prayers at Hanumangarhi temple. So these are the live visuals that are coming in. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is at Hanumangarhi temple in Ayodhya, taking stock of the preparations that have been happening in full swing for the Ram Mandir inauguration that would take place on 22nd of January. Note that invites have also been sent across to all dignitaries to be present at the inauguration, the consecration of the Ram Mandir, which is slated for 22nd of January. And as we speak, you see the priests who are present, while Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is offering prayers at the Hanumangarhi temple. Let's go across to Ajay Dubey, who's joining us on the phone line. Ajay, once again, take us to the detailed itinerary of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath through the day, while we understand the Chief Minister is taking stock of the preparations for the Ram Mandir.
जी बिल्कुल, मुख्यमंत्री लगातार हर हफ्ते में ज्यादातर दिनों में कोशिश में है कि अयोध्या जाएं और इन तमाम तैयारियों का जायजा लेते रहें। इसी कड़ी में आज फिर पहुंचे हैं और हमेशा की तरह पहले वो सबसे हनुमानगढ़ी जा रहे हैं, दर्शन करेंगे और उसके बाद तमाम वो प्रोजेक्ट जो अब फाइनल स्टेजेस में है, चाहे वो जो सड़क से जुड़ा हुआ काम है जो कि राम मंदिर से लेकर जो मुख्य मार्ग है अयोध्या का उसके चौड़ीकरण को लेकर है, इसके अलावा एयरपोर्ट जिसका उद्घाटन शीघ्र ही होने वाला है, इसके अलावा मंदिर प्रांगण के आसपास जो बन रहे दूसरे स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं उनके फाइनल स्टेज के काम को देखने के लिए पहुंचे हैं। फाइनल स्टेज पे ज्यादातर काम है क्योंकि अगले कुछ दिनों में जो भव्य कार्यक्रम है उसकी शुरुआत होने वाली है। पूरे देश से तमाम श्रद्धालु लगातार अयोध्या में दर्शन करने के लिए अभी से ही पहुंचने लगे हैं और इन सब तैयारियों के बीच में महत्वपूर्ण मुख्यमंत्री का जानना है कि जो काम फाइनल स्टेज में है उन्हें वो देखना समझना चाह रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही जो तमाम अधिकारी हैं, जो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, सीनियर ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, वो भी पहुंचे हुए हैं जो लगातार ट्रैक कर रहे हैं तमाम जो ये डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट है उनको।
Right. Ajay, requesting you to stay with us. Keep talking to us more, about the preparations that have been underway for the Ram Mandir, about the invites also that we understand have already been sent to the dignitaries to be present on 22nd of January.
जी बिल्कुल, जो आमंत्रण है उनको दो स्तरों पर विजिट किया गया है। विश्व हिंदू परिषद जो कि इस पूरे जो सृजन का काम है राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट से जुड़ा हुआ जो है अपने स्तर पर साधु संतों को देश भर के आमंत्रित कर रहा है। इसके अलावा जो उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार है वो भी अपने स्तर पर आमंत्रण लोगों को दे रही है। तमाम वो लोग जो कार सेवा से जुड़े हुए थे, तमाम वो लोग जो साधु सन्यासी हैं, सनातन परंपरा के बड़े चेहरे हैं, सनातन मठों के, सनातन जो तमाम पूजा स्थली हैं उनसे जुड़े हुए बड़े चेहरे हैं, उनको आमंत्रित किया जा रहा है। इसके अलावा सरकार की तरफ से भी लोगों को आमंत्रित किया जा रहा है जो देश के जाने माने लोग हैं, जिनके जो मत हैं लोगों को प्रभावित करते हैं, तमाम उन लोगों को आमंत्रित करने का जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो चल रहा है। खुद जो चंपत राय है, जो विश्व हिंदू परिषद के पुराने बड़े चेहरे हैं, जो राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट का मुख्य चेहरा है, उन्होंने भी ये जानकारी दी कि किनको किनको बुलाया। लगातार जो आमंत्रण का सिलसिला है राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट की तरफ से वो तो पूरा हो चुका है, सरकार भी अपनी तरफ से लोगों को आमंत्रित लगातार कर रही है।
Right, Ajay, requesting you to stay with us and just to tell our viewers about these live visuals that are coming in. These are the live visuals from Ayodhya where Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is seen offering prayers at the Hanumangarhi temple. And as Ajay was telling us, invites have already been sent across from the Prime Minister to dignitaries from across the country, which also includes chief ministers, which also includes Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, among those who are asked to be present at the consecration ceremony of the Ram Mandir, which is slated for 22nd of January. Note that these invites have been sent across by the Janmbhoomi Tirth Trust for the Pran Pratishtha that would happen on 22nd of January. Ajay, if you are still with us, if you can once again take us to the kind of preparations which have been happening for the inauguration of the Ram Mandir in the month of January.
कार्यक्रम की तैयारी है, मैं आपको बताऊं जो तैयारियां चल रही हैं, लंबे समय का ये पूरा आंदोलन था, सैकड़ों सालों का पूरा ये तब था जिसे अब पूरा होने के बाद इस भव्य कार्यक्रम की तैयारियां चल रही हैं। खुद में राम मंदिर जिसका सृजन हो रहा है, जिसका निर्माण चल रहा है, शानदार इमारत अलग अलग तरीके से देश भर के जो अपनी अपनी विधाओं के महारथी हैं उनको बुलाकर नक्काशी से लेकर तमाम काम किए जा रहे हैं। और इन सब जो मंदिर बनने की प्रक्रिया है उसके अलावा जो शहर का डेवलपमेंट है वो बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर किया जा रहा है। सरकार ने जमीनों का अधिग्रहण किया है, सड़कों को चौड़ा किया है, अलग अलग और भी मंदिर बनाए जा रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही जो पुराने मंदिर थे, चाहे वो हनुमानगढ़ी हो, पुराने मंदिर हो, उनको भी बड़ा किया जा रहा है।
Ajay, thank you for the moment. So we will keep getting the latest from Ayodhya. For now, shifting to more news break coming in. This one from the national capital. And as we speak, parallel protest that is being held by the BJP workers at the Jantar Mantar over the mockery video of the vice president that has surfaced. In fact, note that while the BJP is staging a protest at Jantar Mantar, there's another protest that the opposition MPs are staging over what they call unparliamentary suspension of over 140 MPs for their unruly behavior. But let's cut across to Akhil, who is joining us live from the protest site. Akhil, of course, a parallel protest being staged by the BJP at the Jantar Mantar. Once again, talk us through the demands being made by the BJP with regard to that mimicry of the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar that was done by TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee and Rahul Gandhi as well, the Congress MP.
Well, absolutely. Right now we are standing at Jantar Mantar, and here the protest has been organized by the Delhi BJP team. I would like to request my Vijay to show you the visuals of this site. And here you see the BJP leaders and the BJP workers are over here, and they have organized this protest and demanding Rahul Gandhi's resignation. And they are saying that the act done by the TMC member, TMC leader, Mr. Kalyan Banerjee is derogatory, and Rahul Gandhi making video is equally responsible for them. For that kind of act. Right now I'm joined by some of the BJP leaders and workers over here. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए क्या इस प्रोटेस्ट जो कर रहे हैं आप, इसकी क्या डिमांड है आप?
ये जो राहुल गांधी है इसको शर्म आनी चाहिए। किस प्रकार देश के मंदिर कहते हैं लोकतंत्र को, मंदिर के चेयर को होस्ट करने वाले देश के उपराष्ट्रपति धनखड़ जी का किस प्रकार वो किसानों के बीच में से आते हैं, किसानों के बेटे को आप इस तरह के अपमानित करते हैं। एक लोकतंत्र, एक देश के मंदिर के संवैधानिक आदमी की इस तरह से तौहीन करना, पप्पू गांधी तो शर्म आनी चाहिए। इस तरह मिलिट्री को आप दिखाते हैं, क्या करते हैं वहाँ पे रिकॉर्डिंग। आप पप्पू हैं, पप्पू रहेंगे।
पप्पू गांधी उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए। मतलब देश के लोकतंत्र मंदिर में इस तरह की हरकत करना कितने शर्म की बात है। और राहुल गांधी को शर्म आनी चाहिए। इस तरह की हरकत करके वो क्या करना चाहते हैं। मतलब
जिस प्रकार संसद के अंदर कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी जी ने एक टीएम के सांसद की जो टिप्पणी देश के उपराष्ट्रपति के सामने की गई, उनके द्वारा की गई, ऐसे सांसद और हमारे राहुल गांधी जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं, उन्होंने वीडियो लेकर के जो अपमान किया है, ये अपने आप में एक लोकतंत्र की हत्या है, उसका अपमान है.
So there you see the protesters over here are demanding both the things. They are saying Rahul Gandhi is also equally responsible as much as Kalyan Banerjee, because Kalyan Banerjee was not only mimicking, apart from him, Rahul Gandhi was also recording all those, recording that video at that point of time. So there you see the visuals of the protest side where Delhi BJP leaders have arrived over here. Virendra Sachdeva, Delhi BJP state president, is also here, and apart from that, other senior BJP leaders are also here, and they have been demanding the resignation of Rahul Gandhi in this case, because as we all know that yesterday, after that when that incident happened, Prime Minister yesterday also made a telephonic call to Vice President Dhankar after the unfortunate incident. PM has condemned that incident. PM also expressed his concern in this matter. PM called that incident very unfortunate, and he further added that he was also at the receiving end for the last 20 years. So apart from that, Mr. Vice President also responded to the Prime Minister saying that these kind of theatrics by the Member of Parliament won't affect him, and it won't also prevent him from performing his duties and upholding the principles enshrined in the Constitution. So that's the latest update we have from the Jantar Mantar, where the protest has been going on, and the BJP leaders and workers are here protesting at the protest site and demanding the suspension of Kalyan Banerjee and Rahul Gandhi as well. Yes, back to you.
Right, Akhil, stay with us. While we understand, we can see the anger by the BJP workers is quite palpable. But if you can take us through the version that's coming from the opposition MPs when we talk about this mimicry row, has there been any sort of a remorse on part of opposition MPs, or do they still feel that there's nothing that the TMC MP or the Rahul or the Gandhi sign for that matter has to apologize for?
अनुसूचित मोर्चा के युवा मोर्चा के अध्यक्ष, हमारे कई निगम पार्षद जिला अध्यक्ष यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं.
All right, I'm not sure if Akhil can hear us. Akhil, if you can hear us, take us through the kind of reactions that have come in from the opposition MPs. All right, we seem to have lost that connection. We will try and connect with Akhil again. But there you see massive anger that is quite palpable, with BJP workers demanding an apology from the TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee as well as Rahul Gandhi, who was filming the entire act while Kalyan Banerjee, the TMC MP, was seen mocking, ridiculing and mimicking the vice president of the country. So note that these are parallel protests being staged by the BJP, while on one hand the opposition MPs are staging a protest over their suspension. You see that protests are also being staged by the BJP workers. Let's go across to Akhil once again. Akhil, we were talking here about the kind of reactions that have come in from the opposition MPs when we talk about that video that surfaced where TMC MP was seen mimicking Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Any sort of a remorse that's come in or it's been expressed from the TMC or the Congress over such an act?
बार-बार सामना करना पड़ेगा. तो एक बार जोरदार नारे के साथ शर्म करो, शर्म करो. हमारे बीच में आदरणीय विजेंद्र गुप्ता जी भी उपस्थित हैं. जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत. बहुत-बहुत आपका जय श्री राम.
Right, not sure if Akhil can hear us, but
if you see, I mean, right now the protest is going on, and the leaders from different corners of Delhi have gathered over here to raise their voice, to raise the protest against the unfortunate incident that has happened inside the Parliament premises over there, inside Parliament complex. So apart from that, if you see, the political reactions have been coming up from across the party lines because of the constitutional post that Vice President carries, and it's very unfortunate that such incident has happened inside the Parliament complex. Prime Minister itself, apart from that, Rashtrapati Bhavan also tweeted, and at that tweet I read that I was dismayed to see the manner in which our respected Vice President was humiliated in the Parliament complex. Elected representatives must be free to express themselves, but their expression should be within the norms of dignity and courtesy. That has been the parliamentary tradition we are proud of, and the people of India expect them to uphold it. So that was the tune basically sent by the President of India. So apart from that, if you see the leaders at the Delhi BJP level, and apart from that, across the party lines, people have leaders and the workers of BJP and other parties have been protesting about the act of Kalyan Banerjee, the way they protested and the way he mimicked the vice president of this country. So that's a major concern through which they have been trying to raise, the protesters over here have been trying to raise the voice against it. Yes.
Right, Akhil, stay with us, requesting you to show us around and also talk to more of the BJP workers on the ground. What exactly do they have to say, and what are their demands when we talk about what really happened 2 days ago with regard to the disrespect that was shown by the TMC MP and Rahul Gandhi?
Yes, their demand is absolutely same. Earlier they were also demanding that the incident which took place is very shameful, and Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee both should resign. And right now that's why they have raised this protest. And there you see, I would like to request my VJ to show you the pamphlets over here. Over here it's written over the pamphlet that Congress के नेता श्रम करो, and they have been protesting for a long time. अच्छा, मुझे बताइए आज का जो protest है वो उसमें क्या डिमांड्स हैं आपकी?
मेरी डिमांड्स ये है कि जो राहुल गांधी जो है, जिन्होंने इतना शर्मनाक वीडियो बना रहे हैं, अगर कोई हमारी पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता से गलती करे तो उसको मजाक बनाएंगे या उसको समझाएंगे? कितनी गलत शर्मनाक है कि हमारा ये लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है, जिस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में वो पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहते हैं और उसका प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहते हैं, उसकी भी अगर आप मान सम्मान नहीं कर रहे हो तो क्या बात है?
Right now, I'm joined by another BJP worker. सर, ये बताइए कि जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग यहाँ पे जंतर मंतर पे, क्या मांगे हैं आपकी, क्या डिमांड्स?
हमारी डिमांड ये है कि जो लोकतंत्र का अपमान राहुल गांधी और उनकी टीम ने किया है, ही शुड फील इट। उनको महसूस होना चाहिए कि हमने गलती किया है। भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति का इस तरह से अपमान, ये कहाँ तक जायज़ है, ये उनको सोचना चाहिए, क्योंकि आगे आने वाले साल में 8 राज्यों के चुनाव हैं, जिसमें लोकसभा का चुनाव भी है। उसमें क्या मुँह लेकर ये लोग जाएंगे? विपक्ष की एक बहुत अच्छी एक मर्यादा होती है, जो हम भी पिछले 60 साल से विपक्ष में रहे हैं। हमने एक आदर्श विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाई है, तो इनको भी ऐसी भूमिका निभानी चाहिए। भविष्य में जो क्या होगा ये तो समय ही बताएगा, लेकिन इनकी मर्यादा अमर्यादित थी और इस तरह से जो नेतृत्व विहीन ये पार्टी हो गई है, उसके नेतृत्व में या तो नेतृत्व परिवर्तन करें या अपना बिहेवियर सही करें। ये हमारा मैसेज देने की अनुकंपा है।
ओबीसी मोर्चा के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यादव जी, हमारे निगम पार्षद और पूर्व उपाध्यक्ष
क्या मांगे आप?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की
जो देश के सर्वोच्च नेता है, आदरणीय महामना राष्ट्रपति जी हुए, उपराष्ट्रपति जी हुए, प्रधानमंत्री हुए, एक जो अपने आप को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, ऐसे नेता उन्हीं नेताओं का जब अपमान करते हैं तो ये देश बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। यही हमारी मांग है।
The demands are pretty simple, that they want the apology from Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee as well, because one was mimicking the act and another one was recording that video. So right now the protest will continue. We have been speaking to some of the BJP workers over here. They have been saying this protest will continue for a long time. सर, ये बताइए मुझे कि जो प्रोटेस्ट है आपका, ये कब तक चलेगा?
Your question again. ये चलेगा जब तक वो नहीं मानते। जब तक
क्या मांगे हैं सर आप?
जब तक राहुल गांधी एंड पार्टी माफिया नहीं मांगेगी, तब तक हम लोग इसी तरह के धरने करते रहेंगे।
क्या डिमांड्स है सर आपकी? सर
भाई, ये लोकतंत्र के मंदिर की उन्होंने बड़ी ही भर्सना पूर्वक जो है उन्होंने वो किया हुआ है। ऐसे लोगों को इस पार्टी में, लोकतंत्र में घुसने का अधिकार नहीं मिलना चाहिए। उनको लोकतंत्र से वहाँ से संसद से निकाल के बाहर कर देना चाहिए। हम लोग सब लोग इकट्ठे इसीलिए हुए हैं कि उनको संसद से बर्खास्त कर दिया जाए।
So there you see, they are demanding the suspension of Rahul Gandhi as well as collaboration from the parliament. Yes.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India. The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
Here's a look at news in brief from across the country ahead of the ASI survey report release. The Muslim side has appealed to the court to not make the report public. Note that the court has fixed a date for today to open the sealed report and submit its copies to the advocate of either side. The Muslim side has pleaded before the court not to make the survey report public.
चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए।
In the latest on Parliament security breach probe, a confrontation of all 6 accused was done yesterday to corroborate whether the sequence of events shared by each of them matches. Note that all 6 were kept at 5 different units of Delhi Police Special Cell where they underwent sustained interrogation. They were even handed over to Counter Intel Unit Office of Special Cell where they faced a joint interrogation. As crackdown on Rohingyas illegally taking shelter in India continues, the police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas married locals in JNK to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Kerala reported 300 new active cases of COVID-19 and 3 deaths in the last 24 hours. With this, the total number of active cases of COVID-19 in the country is above 2,600 mark. In wake of rise in COVID cases in neighbouring state Kerala, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah would hold COVID control meet today. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold a meeting with Health Department in Bengaluru where strict action to control COVID is expected to be taken. Meanwhile, the Indian Navy Ground and Aerial Rescue Team as well as the NDRF teams have been carrying out relief work in Tamil Nadu as several people still remain stranded in Tamil Nadu's southern districts. The Office of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Wednesday assured that the centre will be providing all possible assistance to Tamil Nadu in wake of incessant rains. We head into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, the latest on Liquorgate probe. Kejriwal heads for Vipassana tour to skip ED summons in the national capital in Liquorgate case.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs. A testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs. A testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
Very good afternoon. It's 12:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We continue to be live and breaking. A lot of action happening in the national capital, where on one hand, the opposition MPs are staging a protest over the suspension. The BJP has also taken to streets over Vice President's mimicry and the insult by the TMC MP as well as Rahul Gandhi. We'll get you the latest. First up, the top headlines at 12:30. DMK Minister K Ponmudy gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode to skip ED summons in Liquorgate case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link now under the scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NI's Islamic State Bellary module bust in the state of Karnataka. ASI submits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey, verdict awaited today. Massive anger in Balochistan. Baloch activists marched to Pak capital to demand end to extrajudicial killings and Pak atrocities. All right, let's cut across to the news break that's coming in. This one in relation to DMK Minister Ponmudi, who's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment and 50 lakhs fine that's been imposed on him as well as his wife. Now note that this is in relation to the disproportionate assets case, and the action that's been initiated is that he's been sentenced, beg your pardon, to 3 years imprisonment. Also, more details coming in, a source-based information that DMK Minister Ponmudi's portfolio will now be handed over to Minister Raja Kannappan. We have Varshini getting us that news break. Varshini, that of course is a massive setback for the DMK Minister Ponmudi, who's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. But details also coming in that his portfolio is all set to be given to Minister Raja Kannappan.
Well, Samiksha, if you see, this is definitely a very important turn of events that has taken place in the state of Tamil Nadu, particularly Chief Minister MK Stalin's cabinet, the second minister to be suspended from the cabinet. I mean, not exactly suspended, but he's still, the portfolios are being changed. The government has not acknowledged to the fact about how whether he will be disqualified immediately or not. But according to the case we are looking at is that it falls under the Section 8(1) of the Representation of People's Act 1951, which clearly states that once conviction happens to a legislator, they will be immediately disqualified from their position in the Legislative Assembly. Therefore, that is what is expected to happen. But at the same time, we understand that there is a 30 days suspension of the order, the sentence that the High Court of Madras has given out. Therefore, in this 30 days, we can expect for a appeal in the Supreme Court or a bail plea that will also be taken forward by the legal team of Minister Ponmudi. But at the same time, since all these legal procedures are yet to be done, the minister's portfolio is now being handed over to another minister, is what we are hearing from our sources in the Chief Minister's office. So we are able to understand that Minister Raja Kannappan, who is currently handling the backward class welfare portfolio, is the one who will be having additional responsibility of taking over the higher education ministry that was earlier held by Minister Ponmudi. Therefore, since the Justice Jayachandran, who pronounced the sentence today, also stated about how this 30 days time period is being given to the minister because he is holding a ministry. If the immediate transfer of the ministry is also being done, now we understand that the Chief Minister has written a letter to Governor R.N. Ravi to immediately give assent to the change of portfolios from one minister to the other. Therefore, once Governor gives his approval, this will be officially informed to the people, is what we are able to understand from now. But as of now, what we are given to understand is that this is a very important case, and 3 years imprisonment has been given to Minister Ponmudi, who is A1 in this disproportionate assets case, and A2, who is his wife Visalakhi. Each of them have to pay rupees 50 lakhs as fine to the court. Therefore, we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen in the upcoming days, what kind of legal action that the minister and his team of legal advisories are going to take up. But for now, this is the scenario right now in Tamil Nadu, Samiksha.
Right. Yes, Varshini, requesting you to stay with us. As we understand, he's the second minister who's been sent to jail. First, of course, was Senthil Balaji, and the second, Ponmudi. If you can once again take us through the details of this disproportionate case for which he's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. But before we go across to Varshini again, let's go across to Kovai Satyan of the AIADMK joining us. Mr. Satyan, good afternoon. Your first response to another minister in DMK regime who's been sentenced to imprisonment. He's none other than Ponmudi, who's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment in disproportionate assets case.
This is not only the D-Day of Ponmudi, this signals the D-Day of DMK. The downfall of DMK has started in Tamil Nadu. And all credit goes to our leader, Porchi Televi Amma, who framed and pressed charges against this corrupt minister. Not only Ponmudi, 12 more ministers are there. If justice were to be served, all the other 12 ministers will also be shown the prison. And it indicates that DMK, his cabinet and ministers and MLA are tainted with corruption, and they swindle crores and crores of public money for their benefit.
All right, we leave it at that. So Kovai Satyan of the AIADMK saying that the whole party is smeared in corruption. This, of course, after second minister in DMK regime has been convicted. He's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Let's go across to Varshini once again. Varshini, for our viewers who are just tuning in, if you can give us the details of this disproportionate assets case for which Ponmudi has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment.
Well, definitely, yes, Samiksha. This is a disproportionate assets case that was filed in 2016 when he was a minister from 2006 to 11. The assets that was produced as did not corroborate with the income and the expenses, the details that were submitted by Minister Ponmudi. Therefore, in 2010 until 2010, there was a disproportionate assets of 2.75 crores.
Right. Varshini, I'll just come back to you. Let's take a word from Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP also joining us. Mr. Poonawalla, your first reaction, second minister in DMK regime to have been sentenced to imprisonment. What do you make of this corruption scandal in which the DMK minister is embroiled in?
Today, DMK means dirty money kiska. There is so much dirty money of Bhashtachar in DMK. Senthil Balaji not getting bail from Supreme Court. High Court has convicted Ponmudi. By the way, Ponmudi is the same person who said Sanatan Samapti is a Indi alliance issue. Now look, the entire Indi alliance, the common glue, the Fevicol is corruption. Lalu Prasad convicted. Congress party, Dheeraj Sahu, National Health scam, we have seen all of that. Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh scams, we've seen. Kejriwal, Sharab Ghotala and corruption, he's running away from ED. And now DMK is in corruption. By the way, Arvind Kejriwal had come to power saying that he will not stand against corruption. So where is he now? He himself is running away from the corruption issues that he is facing. So this is the charitra of Indi Alliance. They are all corrupt people. They have all come for corruption and commission. No mission, no vision, only corruption.
All right, we leave it at that. So BJP Shehzad Poonawalla saying that the DMK is smeared in corruption, something which has been stated by AIA DMK as well. Let's go across to Varshini again. Varshini, sorry to have interrupted you earlier. Once again, if you can take us through the details of the disproportionate assets case for which Ponmudi has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment.
Well, like I was mentioning, Samiksha, this is a disproportionate assets case from the past. It was initially, if you see, the case was, he was given an acquittal in the year 2016 and he was relieved from this case, both him and his wife. But later on, the DVAC, that is the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption, who are investigating this matter, had gone for a reappeal into the year 2017. And right from 2017, the hearings have been happening in the Madras High Court constantly. And the final hearings were heard last month. On November 27th was the last day of hearings and the orders were reserved, and on 19th, 2 days ago, Justice Jayachandran gave his order. He reversed the acquittal. He stated that there were enough evidences to prove that 1.67 crores of assets was accumulated by both the minister and his wife, who are the A1 and A2 in this case, which is disproportionate to the evidences of income and expenses that they have submitted. Therefore, that is why this is a valid case and he cannot be acquitted, is what the justice essentially stated on 19th of December. And 21st was the day that the sentence was said to be pronounced. He in fact said before pronouncing the sentence, he would like to hear the statements from Minister Ponmudi and his wife themselves. Therefore, they appeared in the court today morning.
Varshini,
and after listening...
Right, I'll just come back to you again. Let's take a word from Narayan Tirupati, Tamil Nadu BJP leader, also joining us. Mr. Tirupati, good afternoon. Your first thoughts to the fact that DMK minister has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, second minister, of course, in DMK regime to have been sent to prison on corruption charges.
Yes, this is a lesson for the corrupt politicians, particularly the DMK ones who is ruling the Tamil Nadu state. And we have been saying that the DMK is indulged in a lot of malpractices, a lot of corruption activities. And now we welcome this judgment. And it is sad that Ponmudi's wife also has has received this punishment. Now the politicians should understand that whatever they do, their deeds will definitely be on their family too. It is really sad also, but unfortunately we need to understand this. But at least by this, people in Tamil Nadu, they should understand that looting the public's money will definitely lead them to the jail.
All right, we leave it at that. So Narayan Tirupati of the BJP in Tamil Nadu saying that DMK is smeared in corruption from top to bottom. So, tracking the latest as far as this case is concerned, for which Ponmudi, the DMK minister, has been imprisoned to 3 years jail term.
अलायंस को जोड़ने वाला फेविकॉल शराब है। शराब का पैसा अलमारी दर अलमारी 3 दिसंबर को मतगणना चल रही थी और नोट की गिनती भी चल रही थी। 350 करोड़ से अधिक की नोट की गिनती हुई थी और वो शराब का पैसा था। कांग्रेस के एक सांसद धीरज साहू जी के घर से निकला था। वहां तो गिनती सीमित हुई कि 350 से अधिक करोड़ रुपए उसके अंदर हैं। और जहां तक केजरीवाल जी के शराब का हिसाब किताब है, अभी तक गिनती चल रही है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने मनीष सिसोदिया के बेल के समय, रिजेक्ट करने के समय बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा था कि देयर इज एन एस्टैब्लिश्ड मनी ट्रेल। मनी ट्रेल है और एस्टैब्लिश्ड है, ये देश के सर्वोत्तम न्यायालय ने कहा। फिर भी आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की बेशर्मी को देखिए, आज भी भाग गए। 2 नवंबर को भागे थे, आज भी भाग गए। 2 नवंबर को जब उन्हें बुलाया गया था तो एक चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने लिखा था। वो चिट्ठी आप सबने देखा भी। ये चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने लिखा था। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने उस चिट्ठी में बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा था, 5वें नंबर पॉइंट पे मैं वो पढ़ना चाहूंगा। As the Chief Minister of the State of NCT of Delhi, I have governance and official commitments for which my presence is required, particularly in view of the Diwali festivities coming up in the second week of November 2023. उनका कहना था, उनका मानना था कि चूंकि मैं एक पद पर हूं, मैं एक मुख्यमंत्री हूं, मेरी कुछ जिम्मेदारी है, मुझे वो जिम्मेदारी निभानी है और इस कारण से दिल्ली में रहना मेरे लिए अनिवार्य है। साथ में एक और पॉइंट भी लिखा था और मैं वो पॉइंट पढ़ूंगा नहीं, लंबा पॉइंट है, मगर उन्होंने कहा था कि मिजोरम, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान और तेलंगाना में चुनाव चल रहे हैं और मैं स्टार प्रचारक हूं, तो मुझे तुरंत जाके वहां पर आम आदमी पार्टी को जिताना है। 205 सीटें शायद लड़ी थी और जमानत जब्त सब सीटों में हुई ना। हाँ, कुछ 0.5% वोट ऐसा मिला है, 1% वोट भी नहीं मिला है। इन 5 राज्यों में आम आदमी पार्टी के स्टार प्रचारक, शराब घोटाले के किंगपिन, सरगना अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के प्रचार के बावजूद 0.5% या 0.7% वोट मिला है और उस कारण से वो ईडी के सामने 2 नवंबर को प्रस्तुत नहीं हुए। और उनका कहना है कि मैं सीएम हूं तो मेरी कुछ जिम्मेदारी है दिल्ली के प्रति, इसलिए मैं अपना रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी निभा रहा था। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने आज भी एक चिट्ठी लिखी, ये आज की चिट्ठी है, जब उन्हें ईडी ने फिर से पूछताछ के लिए शराब घोटाले, जिसके किंग पिन है अरविंद केजरीवाल, जिसके मास्टरमाइंड है अरविंद केजरीवाल, करोड़ों करोड़ रुपए का गबन किया है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, मोटा माल कमाया है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, जब इस विषय में पूछताछ करने के लिए बुलाया गया तो एक चिट्ठी लिखी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने। पहला पॉइंट है, ऑन द ईव ऑफ माई डिपार्चर फॉर विपासना मेडिटेशन सेंटर, which has been widely publicized and largely circulated all over the media in the country, as well as officially announced. To my utter dismay and concern, I have received the subject summons dated 18/12/2023 for my purported appearance in the person on 21/12/2023. मतलब वो विपासना के लिए जा रहे हैं, इसलिए ईडी की इतनी हिम्मत कि आप मुझे पूछताछ के लिए बुला ले। वाह अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप कभी चुनाव के लिए जाएंगे, आप कभी दिवाली मनाएंगे, आज आप विपासना के लिए जाएंगे और इस कारण से आप गवर्नेंस में भाग नहीं लेंगे और आप अपनी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से भाग नहीं लेंगे, रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से भागेंगे। अरविंद एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी विल नेवर ट्रैवल टुगेदर। ए फॉर अरविंद, ए फॉर अकाउंटेबिलिटी। और अरविंद और अकाउंटेबिलिटी कभी भी एक साथ नहीं चल सकते। केजरीवाल एंड कर्तव्य विल नेवर ट्रैवल टुगेदर। कभी भी अपने कर्तव्य का वहन करना, एक जनप्रतिनिधि का कर्तव्य है कि यदि उसने घोटाला किया है और देश की सेंट्रल एजेंसी उसे बुलाती है तो उसे वहां जाना पड़ेगा, प्रश्नों का उत्तर देना पड़ेगा। मैं एक बात स्पष्ट कर दूं, यहां विपासना के पीछे छुपने की कोशिश अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। कुशासना और विपासना साथ साथ कभी नहीं चल सकता है। यदि आपने कुशासना किया है तो बाद में जेलासना होगा ही होगा। ये जेल आसन के बारे में हम नहीं बता रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप ही के 2 मंत्री सौरभ भारद्वाज और अतिशी मरलीना जी ने बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा कि हमें पता है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की गिरफ्तारी हो, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट गिरफ्तारी होगी, जरूर होगी। और एक रेफरेंडम भी कराया कि अगर गिरफ्तारी हो जाएगी तो क्या तिहाड़ से सत्ता चलाया जाएगा या नहीं। ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नहीं कहा, ये तो ईडी ने नहीं कहा, ये तो जिसने एफआईआर किया, एफआईआर तो सीबीआई ने किया था, सीबीआई ने भी नहीं कहा कि आपकी गिरफ्तारी कंपल्सरीली होगी। आप लोगों ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा, कॉन्फिडेंटली कहा अवश्य गिरफ्तारी होगी। तो आज हम कहना चाहते हैं आप अगर इतने कॉन्फिडेंट है कि गिरफ्तारी होगी, कुशासन करके विपासना करने जा रहे हैं, कुशासना एंड विपासना। चिंता मत करिए केजरीवाल जी, जेल में इन सारे आसनों की व्यवस्था है, विपासना जेल में भी कराया जाता है। भ्रष्ट मानसिकता दूर हो, क्रिमिनल माइंडसेट समाप्त हो, इसके लिए जेल में भारत के प्रबंधन है विपासना करने का। क्योंकि आप कॉन्फिडेंट है कि आप जेल जाएंगे तो वहां भी विपासना कर सकते हैं, इसमें कोई कोताही नहीं बरती जाएगी। मैं बताता हूं क्यों वो ईडी के सामने नहीं जा रहे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी का तो आपने देखा ही है, क्योंकि अभी केजरीवाल जी को लग रहा है कि गियो तो गियो, मनीष तो गियो, सत्येंद्र जैन भी गियो, और तो और संजय जी भी गियो। सबसे इसलिए उपाय यही है कि भागियो भागियो भागियो, क्योंकि अगर वो भी जाएंगे तो गियो, कोई बच नहीं रहा है। आप सोच के देखिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सामने मनीष सिसोदिया जी का क्या हश्र हुआ है। सूली पे लटकाया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी के हस्ताक्षर करवा करके। वो जानते थे गड़बड़ घोटाला हो रहा है, उनको लग रहा था वो सीएम विदाउट अकाउंटेबिलिटी रहेंगे, उनके हस्ताक्षर कहीं करेंगे नहीं, तो मनीष सिसोदिया अकेले ही सूली पे लटकेंगे। सत्येंद्र जैन भी गियो, मनीष सिसोदिया भी गियो, संजय जी भी गियो। इसलिए ये भागियो, किसी भी कीमत पे मुझे भाग जाना है, मगर कब तक भागियो, कित्थे कित्थे भागियो, कहां कहां भागोगे, कितना होशियार बन के होशियारपुर भागोगे, कहीं भी भागोगे। याद रखिए केजरीवाल जी, कानून के हाथ लंबे होते हैं, बहुत लंबे होते हैं। आपने घोटाले किए हैं, आपको पकड़ा जाएगा। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है, ये केजरीवाल जी की जो चिट्ठी थी पिछली बारी वाली, उस समय तो हमारे पत्रकार बंधुओं ने भी बहुत ही शिद्दत से हमसे पूछा था कि नहीं वो आज मध्य प्रदेश में जा रहे हैं, उनकी वहां रोड शो है तो अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करेंगे। नोटा से भी खोटा निकला है उनका परफॉर्मेंस, नोटा से भी खोटा वो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है 5 राज्यों में आम आदमी पार्टी का। इसलिए ये बहाने देके भागने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ दे। सत्ता शराब इंडी अलायंस का मौसम खराब, सत्ता शराब इंडी अलायंस का मौसम खराब, तभी इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं आली जनाब। वो सब जानते हैं कि जो सत्ता की चाहत में शराब की घोटाला किया था उन्होंने, और जो इंडी अलायंस के सहारे सत्ता में प्रधानमंत्री बनने के सपने केजरीवाल जी देख रहे थे, अब वो सारा मौसम बिगड़ गया है। इस कारण से इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं। सत्ता शराब इंडी अलायंस का मौसम खराब, तभी इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं आली जनाब। ये तो था एक फेविकॉल का जोड़ शराब का, और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की भागने की कहानी। मगर बड़े दुख के साथ मुझे कहना पड़ रहा है कि जो अभी मार्च चल रहा है तथाकथित इंडी अलायंस के सदस्यों का, घमंडिया अलायंस के सदस्यों का, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया जगदीप धनखड़ जी के साथ जिस प्रकार का व्यवहार किया गया है, जिस प्रकार से सार्वजनिक रूप से एक संवैधानिक उच्च पद पर प्रतिष्ठित व्यक्ति का अभद्रामी पूर्वक अपमान किया गया है, दिस इज नॉट जस्ट अ पॉलिटिकल इश्यू। यह केवल एक राजनीतिक विषय नहीं है। भारत जैसे देश में यह एक संवेदनशील इशू है, इमोशनल इशू भी है। मेरे पिताजी भी उम्रदराज है। आज मैं अपने पिताजी को देखता हूं तो कभी कभी मुझे भी लगता है कि थोड़े से वो भी झुक गए, कंधा उनका झुक गया है। क्या कोई बेटा अपने पिताजी के झुके कंधों का मजाक उड़ा सकता है? क्या भारत ने कभी यह सिखाया है? आप सब अपने गिरेबान में झांक के अपने माता पिता को देखिए। किसी के पिता 60 साल के हैं, किसी के पिता 70 साल के हैं। हो सकता है रीढ़ की हड्डी थोड़ी झुक गई हो सकता है कंधे थोड़े झुक गए हो सकता है वो थोड़े बीमार हो, मगर क्या हम अपने माता पिता का मजाक बना सकते हैं? संसद की उन सीढ़ियों पर, वो मंदिर की सीढ़ियां हैं, वो हिंदुस्तान की सभ्यता की सीढ़ियां हैं, उन सीढ़ियों में उकेरा गया है हिंदुस्तान की कहानी। उन सीढ़ियों पर कोई आम व्यक्ति नहीं, उन सीढ़ियों पर जनता द्वारा चुने गए संवैधानिक पदों पर बैठे हुए सांसदों द्वारा जब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ, भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के साथ बॉडी शेमिंग किया जाता है, तो याद रखिए ये केवल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया, उपराष्ट्रपति भारत की बॉडी शेमिंग नहीं हो रही है, उन तमाम बुजुर्गों की बॉडी शेमिंग हो रही है जो हम अपने घरों में देखते हैं। और एक बात मैं स्पष्ट रूप से बता दूं और कान खोल के सुन ले, जाटों के कंधों का मखौल उड़ाना मना है। हिम्मत किसकी है जो जाटों के कंधों का मखौल उड़ाए? ये फौलाद के कंधे हैं जाटों के। जब जब मां भारती की आवश्यकता रही है, जब जब मां भारती की सुरक्षा की आवश्यकता रही है, हमारे जाट भाइयों ने फौलाद के कंधों के साथ सीना तान करके हिंदुस्तान के लिए वो खड़े रहे हैं। इसलिए आगाह करते हैं, जाटों के कंधों का मजाक कोई ना उड़ाए। ये कंधे मां भारती के कंधे हैं और जाटों की रीढ़ की हड्डी कभी झुक नहीं सकती। ये वो रीढ़ की हड्डी है जो हम सबको एक करके खड़ा करती है। इसलिए जाटों की रीढ़ की हड्डी झुक गई है, इसकी मिमिक्री करने की कोशिश करना यह अपमानजनक है, आपत्तिजनक है, दुखद है। यह राष्ट्रीय शौर्य के साथ खिलवाड़ है। किसको छोड़ा है इस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने? किसको छोड़ा है इन इंडी अलायंस वालों ने? कितनी उच्च विचार की साधारण परिवार से, आदिवासी परिवार से हमें प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिली है, भारत की राष्ट्रपति। भारत के राष्ट्रपति के रंग को लेकर मखौल उड़ाना, भारत की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहना, क्या चल रहा है? आपको जनता वोट नहीं देगी, आपको जनता हराएगी, आप अपना फ्रस्ट्रेशन राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति पर निकालेंगे, इस प्रकार की भाषा का प्रयोग करेंगे। मैं आज पूछना चाहता हूं भूपेंद्र हुड्डा जी से हरियाणा में, मैं आज पूछना चाहता हूं रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला जी से, खड़े होकर कहिए, खड़े होकर कहिए आप, क्या जाटों के कंधे झुक सकते हैं? जो लोग जाटों के कंधों का मजाक बनाएंगे, क्या उन्हें बख्शना चाहिए? डेमोक्रेटिक रूप से क्या उन्हें बख्शना चाहिए, या हमें लोकतांत्रिक रूप से इन लोगों को जवाब देना चाहिए जिन लोगों ने एक समुदाय विशेष के साथ मजाक बनाया है? यह प्रश्न बहुत गंभीर है। ममता बनर्जी जी ने भी, कल मैं उनकी बाइट को देख रहा था, उन्होंने भी कहा राहुल गांधी इज द वन हु इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं की है, वो केवल एक म्यूट स्पेक्टेटर और केवल फोन पे रिकॉर्ड कर रहे थे, ऐसा नहीं है। उन्होंने इंटरैक्ट भी किया है और कहा भी है उंगली उठाकर कि आई एम अ लोकसभा मेंबर।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ।
Strong ties with India. Blinken said that US has elevated cooperation with India, Japan and Australia through Quad.
We've deepened our partnership with India. We've elevated cooperation through the Quad with India, Japan, Australia. The United States is more closely aligned than ever with the G7, with the EU, with other allies and partners on the challenges presented by Beijing. And we're working together to address them. We're deepening cooperation and coordination between NATO and our Indo-Pacific allies.
In a detailed statement, Blinken highlighted that the US partnerships in the Indo-Pacific have never been stronger. From trade and investment to defense, security, education and science, India-US bilateral cooperation is broad-based and multi-sectoral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
गोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
वर्तमान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा? चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से।
Congress holds protests against suspension. BJP holds parallel protests against insult to Vice President. DMK Minister K Ponmudy gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI summit report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey. Verdict awaited today. Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. Good afternoon. We are live on Big Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the top story we are tracking now. It's protest versus protest in the national capital. BJP is currently staging a protest at the Jantar Mantar in response to the condemnation of a mocking video that featured a TMC MP mocking the Vice President. Demonstration follows widespread criticism of that video. This even as we see that the opposition is leading a protest to the Vijay Chowk against the suspensions. So we are getting more protest shots right now. You can see the MPs holding placards there. So those are, you can see Mallikarjun Kharge there. You can see many of the opposition leaders there holding the banners, Loktantra Bachao, Save Democracy, and holding placards as well. I remember these are all the suspended MPs from the opposition who are right now sloganeering against the centre. These are the visuals from the opposition's protest. This started from the old building of the Parliament, old Parliament building, leading up to Vijay Chowk, and you can see those visuals right there. This protest kick-started right in the morning, and my colleague Akhil is joining us live from New Delhi. Akhil, of course, it's protest versus protest. A parallel protest, remember, is also being held at Vijay Chowk by the suspended MPs over the suspension meanwhile, we also have the BJP protesting against the mockery of Jagdeep Dhankar. The protest versus protest is what is being witnessed right now in the national capital. Tell us, give us a sense of ground zero.
Yes, absolutely. The protest has been going on since morning, and right now I'm joined by some of the BJP leaders over here. Sir, मुझे ये बताइए, ये जो protest है, वो कब तक चलेगा?
ये जो राहुल गांधी और तृणमूल कांग्रेस वालों ने ना जिस तरह से घिनौने तरीके से, घटिया तरीके से जो संसद का और हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति का जो अपमान किया है ना, ये इनकी आदत बन चुकी है। ये कंटिन्यू हमेशा किसी न किसी रूप में, किसी न किसी समय पर ये अपमान संसद का करते आए हैं, राष्ट्र का अपमान करते आए हैं। इस वजह से ये धरना प्रदर्शन लगा।
सर, आपकी क्या डिमांड्स है?
राहुल गांधी को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। उसने जो व्यवहार किया है किसानों का, एक जाति के विषय और वीडियो बनाना, इस तरह का सुलझा हुआ आदमी और मजाक उड़ाए, ये हिंदुस्तान के संविधान को अपमान किया, उसे माफ़ी देनी चाहिए।
राहुल गांधी जी को कांग्रेस के लीडर बने फिरते हैं और उसका मजाक उड़ाया, और एक जाट नेता
जो एक किसान नेता है उसका मजाक उड़ाया, उनको इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, जरूर देना चाहिए। क्योंकि इसलिए इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, कन्हैया ने कहा था पार्लियामेंट के बाहर कि जितने भी कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता हैं जो ऐसा काम करे उसको इस्तीफा तुरंत देना।
सर ये जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो कब तक चलता रहेगा?
हाँ जी,
ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो कब तक चलेगा?
ये जब तक चलेगा जब तक राहुल गांधी जी इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे।
सर ये जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग, क्या क्या मांगे हैं?
हमारी मांगे हैं कि राहुल गांधी इस्तीफा दे, उसके अध्यक्ष पद के जो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे हैं वे इस्तीफा दें, क्योंकि वे पूरी तरह से जिम्मेवार हैं लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने के लिए। और जो संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए हैं जाट समुदाय से आते हैं, ऐसे जाट का, किसान का जो अपमान किया है, हिंदुस्तान उसे नहीं सहेगा।
So there you see the placards in the hands of BJP workers where it's written राहुल गांधी माफी मांगे, कांग्रेस के नेता श्रम करो श्रम करो। सर क्या मांगे हैं आपकी जो आप प्लाकार्ड लेकर चल रहे हैं?
मांगे जी बेस्ट सरकार, जो किसान जो इतने बड़े देश के उपराष्ट्रपति नेता का अपमान किया है, वो देश के नेता शर्म करने चाहिए, उनको माफी मांगना है। जब तक माफी नहीं मांगे धरना करने।
सर ये जो है आपने एक ब्लैक स्ट्रैप लगा रखा है अपने सर पे, है ना, ये प्रोटेस्ट का प्रतीक है। क्या क्या मांगे हैं सर आप?
जिस प्रकार से संवैधानिक पद पे बैठे उपराष्ट्रपति का मजाक उड़ाया गया है और कहीं ना कहीं जगदीप धनखड़ जी नहीं, उपराष्ट्रपति पद का मजाक उड़ाया गया है, उसी के विरोध में हम लोग बैठे हैं।
ये प्रोटेस्ट ये है कि ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटीज का जो कांग्रेस और विपक्ष मजाक बना रहे हैं। विपक्ष के पास मुद्दे नहीं है और वो उन्होंने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल जो पोस्ट पर लोग बैठे हैं, जो उपराष्ट्रपति तो किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का हिस्सा नहीं है। आखिर क्या कारण है राहुल गांधी को बताना होगा कि वो उनके मजाक में शामिल हुए? सिर्फ यही कारण है ना कि वो एक सज्जन व्यक्ति हैं, वो एक किसान परिवार से आते हैं, वो एक जाट परिवार से आते हैं, तो उनका मजाक बनाया जाए? मुझे लगता है कि ये मामूली घटना नहीं है और इसको 140 करोड़ लोगों ने देखा है देश के, और देश की जनता कांग्रेस को इसका जवाब देगी।
जब ये घटना घटी उसके बाद प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी धनखड़ जी से बात की। उन्होंने कहा कि ही वॉज ऑल्सो एट द रिसीविंग एंड फॉर द लास्ट 20 ईयर्स, पिछले 20 सालों से वो भी इस तरह की घटना का शिकार रहे हैं, इस तरह के क्रिटिसिज्म का शिकार रहे हैं।
निश्चित रूप से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी जो पीड़ा व्यक्त की है, उपराष्ट्रपति जी को फोन करके जो बयान किए है, और लगता है कि देश के सर्वोच्च पदों पर बैठे हुए तमाम लोगों का, चाहे राष्ट्रपति हो, उपराष्ट्रपति हो, प्रधानमंत्री हो, क्योंकि ये सब लोग सामान्य परिवार से आते हैं, ज़मीनी हकीकत को जानते हैं, गरीब परिवार से आते हैं। इसलिए कांग्रेस के लोग जो सुपीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स से ग्रस्त हैं, सुपरमेसी से ग्रस्त हैं, जो चांदी की चम्मच लेकर मुंह में पैदा होते हैं, ये ऐसे लोग जो सामंतवादी लोग हैं, ये लोग देश के आम जनता का इन सर्वोच्च पदों पर बैठने पर शायद उसको सहन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी अपनी पीड़ा व्यक्त की। और अगर प्रधानमंत्री राष्ट्रपति
मनोज वाजपेयी दिल्ली
दे दिया है, दे दिया रिपब्लिक।
एथिक्स होने चाहिए यार।
जिस हिसाब से हमारे देश का अपमान हुआ है, हमारे देश के उपराष्ट्रपति धनखड़ जी का जिस हिसाब से कांग्रेस ने अपमान किया, ये अपमान जनता नहीं सहेगी, देश नहीं सहेगा इस अपमान को। इसका उनको जवाब देना होगा कि ये अपमान हमारा देश बिल्कुल नहीं सहेगा।
The protesters over here have been clearly demanding apology from Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee as well, and they have been saying that Mamata Banerjee, the Trinamool Congress chief, must suspend Kalyan Banerjee from the party. Yes.
Right, thank you so much, Akhil, for joining us there. That was my colleague Akhil Jamil joining us from the BJP protest site at Jantar Mantar, where they're holding a protest against various leaders of the India Alliance who, in fact, were complicit in mimicking and insulting the Rajya Sabha chairperson and the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar. Now, As I was telling you, it's a parallel protest being held at Vijay Chowk by the suspended MPs. To the left of your screens is that those demonstrations, the suspension against the suspension of the MPs during the winter session. And also you have on the right-hand side of the screen, it's the BJP protest at Jantar Mantar. Let's take a listen into the reaction that have come in.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now, more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong, and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out, and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
इंडिया पार्टी के सारे नेतागण और यहाँ पर पधारे हुए सारे मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते, और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है। हम चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और लोगों के भावना को पार्लियामेंट में बताना पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स का कर्तव्य होता है, वो हम कर रहे थे। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो घटना घटी लोकसभा में, वही मुद्दे पर लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में हम ये उठाना चाहते थे कि क्या सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच कैसा हुआ, कौन उसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और क्यों ऐसा हुआ, इसके बारे में आप सदन को बताइए और सदन तो ये देश का बहुत बड़ा पंचायत है।
सदस्यों का निलंबन 143 भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ, और अगर ये हुआ है तो शर्म आनी चाहिए भाजपा को, जिसने इतिहास को कलंकित कर दिया। हम महंगाई के बारे में न बोल सकें, बेरोजगारी के बारे में न बोल सकें, भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में न बोल सकें, किसानों की आवाज़ न उठा सकें। इसलिए अगर वहाँ से हमको निष्कासित कर दिया जाए तो हमारे सामने विकल्प क्या है? हम क्या मांग रहे थे वहाँ? कि इतिहास की एक ऐसी घटना हुई है जो कभी नहीं हुई थी। 4 लोग आते हैं, 2 बाहर प्रदर्शन करते हैं, 2 अंदर जाते हैं। सदन की गैलरी से, दर्शक दीर्घा से वो पहुंच जाते हैं हाउस के अंदर, वहाँ स्मोक बम चलाते हैं। तो मान लो वो कोई जहरीली धुआं छोड़ते तो क्या होता? तो सदन की सुरक्षा की अभूतपूर्व शर्मनाक घटना हुई तो क्या गृह मंत्री जवाब भी नहीं देंगे?
ये एक एमपी को बचाने के लिए 143 एमपी को बाहर ये लोग किए हैं। इससे इनकी मंशा समझ में आती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लीडर्स, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट कुछ भी कर लें वो माफ है, उनके लिए 100 खून भी माफ है। लेकिन अपोजिशन पार्टीज के एमपीज एक स्टेटमेंट भी की मांग करें, एक अपना विरोध दर्ज करने की कोशिश करें तो उनको बाहर किया जाता है।
नहीं, ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है, संविधान का अपमान है। ये देश संविधान से चलता है और जिस तरह से 140 एमपीओ को निकाला है ये गलत है। मैं इसका निषेध करती हूँ और ये लग रहा है कि इस देश में इमरजेंसी है। हर जो पोस्ट होती है, प्रेसिडेंट हो, प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हो, उनका मान सम्मान तो हम करेंगे ही, लेकिन हमको उसके पहले निकाला गया था। तो आप गलती ना करिए, आप मिक्स कर रहे इश्यूज। हमने पहले क्या किया था, हमें पहले निकाला था और हमारी गलती क्या थी? हम सिर्फ किसानों के लिए न्याय मांग रहे थे, ये हमारी गलती है और इसीलिए हमको निकाला गया।
Moving on now, as crackdown on Rohingyas continues, police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Gursimran Singh gets us this report.
As Jammu and Kashmir police intensified their crackdown on the Rohingya and their supporters in Jammu and Kashmir, 18 Rohingyas have been identified who have married the locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get their Indian national identity cards illegally. The Jammu and Kashmir police, during the raids that have been conducted in the Jammu region across 7 districts, have recovered the Aadhaar cards, the voter documents and also the revenue records along with the bank passbooks from the Rohingyas, those who have obtained these illegally with the help of locals. And now 18, that includes 6 from the Kishtwar districts who have been arrested by the Kishtwar police, have been identified, those who have married the locals to get the identity cards and their national identity certificates, including the Aadhaar and other valid cards that makes them the citizen of India. Now, according to the officials, there have been 7 arrests that have been made from the Kishtwar for harboring them, and now the intensified operations are on in other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Now, the preparations for the inauguration of the Ram Temple and the consecration ceremony on the 22nd of January are in full swing and have entered their final stages. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be among the few dignitaries who will be attending the ceremony. More invites are also being put out. Now, here's a detailed report from Ground Zero by my colleague Srishti. Take a listen in.
राम की नगरी अयोध्या का ख्याल जब भी आपके जहन में आता है तो आप भक्तिभाव से अभूतपूर्व हो जाते हैं। लेकिन अगर अयोध्या की विकास की बात करें या अयोध्या को वो उस दर्जा मिलने की बात करें जिस दर्जा का वो हकदार था, वो कभी भी अयोध्या को ना मिल सका। रेलवे स्टेशन के नाम पर अयोध्या में कभी सिर्फ एक जर्जर इमारत हुआ करती थी, लेकिन मेरे पीछे जो तस्वीर आप देख पा रहे हैं, ये भव्य निर्माण हो रहा है रेलवे स्टेशन का, जिसे राम मंदिर की तर्ज पर ही बनाया जा रहा है। ऊपर आप देख सकते हैं कि मंदिर का आकार आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा, लेकिन नीचे ये रेलवे स्टेशन है, ये कोई मंदिर नहीं है। आपको बता दें कि चाहे वो एयरपोर्ट हो या फिर रेलवे स्टेशन हो, दोनों को ही इसी तर्ज पर बनाया जा रहा है कि जब भी आप दूर दराज से एयरपोर्ट के जरिए या फिर रेल के जरिए जब आप पहुंचेंगे अयोध्या नगरी, तो आपको ये महसूस हो जाए कि आप राम की नगरी अयोध्या में पहुंच चुके हैं, पधार चुके हैं। और ये रेलवे स्टेशन आप देखिए कि अभी इसका काम लगातार जारी है, बहुत ही तेजी के साथ में काम किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि 30 तारीख वो तारीख और दिन निर्धारित कर दिया गया है जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहां पर पहुंचेंगे रेलवे स्टेशन, और मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का उद्घाटन जो है वो पीएम के द्वारा किया जाएगा। स्टेशन का नव निर्माण यहां पर किया गया, हर एक व्यवस्था यहां पर श्रद्धालुओं के लिए मुहैया करवाने की जो कोशिश है वो यहां पर की गई है। सबसे बड़ी बात आपको बता दें कि ट्रेन की जो संख्या है वो अब बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ने वाली है, क्योंकि दूर दराज से जो लोग हैं वो यहां पर पहुंचेंगे प्रभु श्री राम के दर्शन करने के लिए, और दर्शन करने के लिए उन्हें किसी प्रकार की कोई समस्या ना हो, इसीलिए इस रेलवे स्टेशन का कायाकल्प यहां पर किया गया है। तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण नहीं बल्कि समूची अयोध्या का विकास होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। स्टेशन के भीतर भी मैं आपको लेकर चलूंगी, वहां पर स्टेशन के भीतर मैं आपको लेकर चल रही हूं अब, और रिपब्लिक भारत आपको दिखाएगा। ये बाहर की तस्वीर आपने मंदिर की तर्ज पर रेलवे स्टेशन की देख ली, लेकिन अंदर किस तरीके की सुख सुविधा और व्यवस्थाएं यहां पर हैं वो देखने के बाद में आप अचंभित रह जाएंगे, क्योंकि कभी भी रेलवे स्टेशन को इतनी सुविधा और इतनी आधुनिकीकरण जितना इस रेलवे स्टेशन का किया गया है शायद ही आपने कभी देखा होगा। और खास तौर पर राम की नगरी अयोध्या में तो श्रद्धालुओं का हर एक ख्याल इस रेलवे स्टेशन के भीतर रखा जाएगा। तो चलिए आपको लेकर चलते हैं। जब आप किसी मेट्रो सिटी में मौजूद होते हैं, मेट्रो स्टेशन पर या रेलवे स्टेशन मेट्रो सिटी के, तो आप इसी तरीके के एस्केलेटर का इस्तेमाल आप करते हैं, और ये आधुनिक व्यवस्था अब अयोध्या के रेलवे स्टेशन में की गई है ताकि जो आम लोग हैं, जो श्रद्धालु यहाँ पर आएंगे, उनको ज्यादा दिक्कतों का सामना ना करना पड़े, सीढ़ियां उनको ना चढ़नी पड़े, इसलिए जो है एस्केलेटर की व्यवस्था भी रेलवे स्टेशन के भीतर की गई है। तो अयोध्या रेलवे स्टेशन को कितना ज्यादा आधुनिक बनाया गया है उसकी तस्वीर रिपब्लिक भारत आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहा है। आप एक बार ऊपर की तरफ भी देखेंगे कि आप देखिए कि हर एक व्यवस्था स्टेशन की अगर बात करें तो ये किसी, आप ये समझिए कि आपको लगेगा कि आप किसी मेट्रो सिटी के स्टेशन में इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, जहां पर इस तरीके की आधुनिकीकरण वाली व्यवस्था आपको देखने को मिल जाएगी। संतोष आगे आएंगे और आपको एक एक तस्वीर अब हम यहाँ अपने कैमरे के माध्यम से दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि 30 तारीख को उद्घाटन प्रधानमंत्री के द्वारा यहाँ किया जाना है, और क्या क्या सुविधाएं और व्यवस्थाएं रेलवे स्टेशन के भीतर जब आप आएंगे तो आपको मिलेगी, वो आप देख सकते हैं। ये वेटिंग एरिया है जो यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। आप देख सकते हैं कि सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट यहाँ पर किया गया है कि अगर आपकी ट्रेन लेट है, आप पहले आ गए हैं, तो आप यहाँ पर बैठकर सीधे तौर पर इंतजार कर सकते हैं, वेट कर सकते हैं। पूरी व्यवस्था यहाँ पर सीधे तौर पर कर दी गई है सिटिंग एरिया में। और इसी के साथ जब आप आगे बढ़ते हैं तो सिर्फ सिटिंग एरिया की ही व्यवस्था यहाँ पर नहीं की गई है, अगर कोई इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन होती है तो उसके लिए भी इंतजाम यहाँ पर किया गया है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से जो प्राथमिक चिकित्सा कक्ष यहाँ पर बनाया गया है, यानी कि फर्स्ट एड रूम की व्यवस्था यहाँ पर है, जिसमें आप जाकर अगर कोई इमरजेंसी की सिचुएशन होती है तो आप अपना जो प्राथमिक उपचार है वो करवा सकते हैं। इसी के साथ में आप आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आप यहाँ पर देख पाएंगे कि इन्फेंट केयर जो है यहाँ पर बनाया गया है, यानी कि छोटे बच्चे उन्हें फीड कराना हो या उन्हें आराम करवाना हो तो जो मदर्स हैं उनको दिक्कत ना हो, जो पेरेंट्स हैं उनको किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत ना हो, ये कोशिश जो है वो यहाँ इन्फेंट केयर के जरिए की गई है। इसी के साथ में ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के लिए भी एक अलग व्यवस्था की गई है, और ये लेडीज वेटिंग हॉल है। आप देखिए ये बोर्ड आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कि अलग से लेडीज वेटिंग हॉल भी यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। इसके अंदर भी आपको हम लेकर चलते हैं और दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके का इंतजाम जो है, ये सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट यहाँ पर किया गया है। अभी अरेंजमेंट्स पूरे होने बाकी हैं, लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं कि लेडीज के लिए अलग से वेटिंग हॉल बनाया गया है ताकि उनको किसी भी प्रकार का अनकंफर्टेबल रेलवे स्टेशन पर फील ना हो, ये कोशिश यहाँ पर की गई है। इसी के साथ में जब आप आगे बढ़ते हैं तो आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा कि अगर स्टेशन के भीतर आप हैं, आपको लंबा इंतजार करना है, तो फूड प्लाजा का भी निर्माण यहाँ पर किया गया है, फूड प्लाजा यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। हालांकि समय के साथ में इसकी तैयारियां भी लगातार यहाँ पर चल रही हैं। ये फूड प्लाजा यहाँ जो तैयार किया गया उसकी तस्वीर इस वक्त संतोष आपको दिखाएंगे कि यहाँ पर भी पूरे अरेंजमेंट्स जो है वो खाने पीने के किए जाएंगे। तो ये वो तैयारियां हैं सीधे तौर पर जो की गई हैं यहाँ पर आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं के लिए। ट्रेन्स बढ़ने वाली हैं, संख्या बढ़ने वाली है, लोगों की तादाद बढ़ने वाली है। उसी को देखते हुए ये आधुनिक रेलवे स्टेशन जितना आगे आप जाएंगे इसी तरीके की व्यवस्थाएं और सुविधाएं आपको यहाँ देखने को मिल जाएंगी, ताकि लाखों लाख करोड़ों श्रद्धालु जो देश और दुनिया से यहाँ आने वाले हैं, जब वो अयोध्या की भूमि पर आए और वो प्रभु श्री राम के दर्शन करने के लिए पहुंचे तो उनको ऐसा महसूस ना हो कि किसी प्रकार की सुविधा की कोई कमी है। यानी कि पूरी व्यवस्था यहाँ पर की गई है। एक तरीके से कहा जाए तो पूरी अयोध्या ही अब नई अयोध्या हो चुकी है। आधुनिक जगत के साथ में, आधुनिक तकनीकों के साथ में इसे जोड़ने की पुरजोर कोशिश जो है वो की गई है। विजय संतोष के साथ सृष्टि पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, अयोध्या।
All right, time for a short break, viewers. On the other side, we get you the latest on the Gyan Vapi case. ASI has submitted its report in Varanasi court on the survey. Verdict awaited.
In association with SERA, this is
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे
military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy. Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development. Take a listen in.
ये कैसे मुमकिन है कि आपके जो है वो हमसाए तो आपसे नाराज हों या आप उनसे नाराज हों और उस नाराजगी के अंदर आप रह के तो आप दुनिया में कोई मकाम हासिल करें। आप अपने मामलात को हमें इंडिया के साथ भी ठीक करना है, अपने मामलात को हमने अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ भी ठीक करना है, हमने अपने मामलात को ईरान के साथ भी मजबूत करना है। हमने खुद अपने पाँव पे कुल्हाड़ियाँ मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहाँ पहुँचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुँच गए हैं और अभी हम ज़मीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये सारे काम हमने खुद खराब किए हैं। अपने मुल्क को खुद आज इस नुक्ते पर हम लेके आए हैं, किसी और का कसूर नहीं है। ये हिंदुस्तान ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया, ये कोई अमेरिका ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया।
Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. Get you the details on the other side and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
The Institute of Directors is back with
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा।
DMK Minister K Ponmudy gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode skips ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament reads case funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI summits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey. Verdict awaited. And Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. We start with breaking news coming in from Pakistan. Now, the Pakistani army has launched a brutal assault on Baloch protesters who travelled 26 days coming from occupied Balochistan, demanding the release of Baloch hostages who were assaulted by the Pakistani army. Now, several protesters were injured due to tear gas shelling. They were beaten up with sticks, and also there were water cannoned. And what is the latest we are getting is that on ground zero the tensions remain. We are seeing that the Baloch protests, continue. The marches continue, and the latest we know is that the protesters have been allegedly attacked by the Pakistani army. They have been assaulted. Several protesters have been injured now due to them being assaulted by the Pakistani army. They are being tear gassed, and also water cannons have also been used against these protesters. That is the big update we're getting. And remember, there have been a lot of tensions in Pakistan. And my colleague and senior editor Shavan Sen joins us on the phone line for more. Of course, this is a protest that is only intensifying. And now, Shavan, we are learning is that the protesters have been attacked by the Pakistani army.
Well, in fact, this protest was organized by the family members and Baloch Yakjeti committee, which, remember, was from the Pakistan-occupied Baloch to Islamabad is what we are being told. This was essentially to raise their voice with regards to the illegal abduction of a young Baloch activist. This was done allegedly by the ISI and the local state death squad that the Balochis call, that's the CTD, the counter-terrorism department. And the allegation was that this young Baloch activist was killed in custody on the 23rd of November, I beg your pardon. And Rakshita, we're given to understand that there was large-scale mobilization that took place in various cities. In fact, we have also accessed some images coming in from Turbat to Punjur, Kuzdar, Surab. These are the places where we're given to understand that there was large-scale protests that were taking place. And the forces were basically trying to perhaps the problems for the march that they were planning, because remember they had also taken public transportation to reach Islamabad, and importantly it turns out that several Baloch activists have also been arrested by the Pakistani army.
Absolutely, Shravan. In fact, we've seen tensions in various such areas of Pakistan. Just recently, we had massive protests in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The Shia community, the Pashtuns, have been enraged because of the Pakistani army and the nefarious design and, of course, the activities of the ISI. And now we have the Balochistan, protests only intensifying. What we understand is that this has been, the case for a long period of time. There have been tensions, and now what we are learning from the media and those who are covering the Balochistan activism also is that the people of Balochistan have completely lost any sort of faith in Pakistan, and they are now rising and they are only intensifying their voice against the oppression of the Pakistani army.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt about the fact that the oppression of the Pakistani army on the Balochis, this has been being protested by the Balochis for a very long time. In fact, just about yesterday, we were given to understand that a certain organization, the Balochi organizations, have also urged the global community to help essentially stop what they're calling this Baloch genocide. And the Pakistani army has really been behind it. Now, what's important about this particular protest, remember they have traveled for almost 26 days from occupied Balochistan all the way to Islamabad, demanding the release of Baloch activists. And more important, despite this peaceful protest that was being carried out, it turns out the Pakistani army, what you can see in those visuals that have been accessed by Republic TV, they brutally assaulted men, women, as well as children.
Right. All right, thank you so much, Shaban, for joining us with those details. So that is the latest we have. You can see those visuals right there, the tensions you can see on your screen there. Protesters, the Baloch protesters are being attacked, assaulted by the Pakistani army. You can see the way they have been dragged and stuffed into those police vans, into those vehicles. So that is the state of Pakistan right now. Balochi protesters intensifying their protests against the disappearance of various activists and the forcible abductions and forcible custody as well. We move on to some other stories right now, viewers, and this, of course, about the parliamentary breach probe. In a significant development in the parliament security breach case, Sai Krishna and Manoranjan, who are roommates and shared a computer science background, is being investigated for potential involvement. Sai Krishna sought academic help from Manoranjan. Delhi police tracked him after finding his name in Manoranjan's diary that was seized in Mysuru. Additionally, now authorities are probing Manoranjan's extensive international travel, cash transactions and potential links to anti-national activities, with questions arising about whether Sai Krishna is indeed the missing link to funding in this case. That is the big update we are getting in right now as far as the parliament security breach is concerned. 2 people, remember, have been detained. Sai Krishna has been detained and he is linked with the Manoranjan D. And it is a big update we are getting in right now. In fact, let's take a listen into the various reactions that have been coming in as this investigation is unraveling.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ನಾವು ರಾಂಗ್ ತಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೆದ್ರುದ್ರಾಗ
ಏನಂದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತಂತ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗದಾನಂತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 2 days ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದು ಐತ್ರಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು
ಹಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮನೋರಂಜನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದ ಏನಂತಂತ
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮನವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೆಸರು ಏನೋ ಇತ್ತು ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸುಳ್ಳೋಕರೇನೋ ಏನ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಅದು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನಮಗೂ ತೋರಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಬರ್ದಾನಂತೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಅದು ಅವ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿತ್ತು ಕರೆ ಇತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ BIT ಅವರು ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನು ಅವು ಏನೋ ಬರ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ
Prajwal Prasad joins us live from Bengaluru. Prajwal, of course, this is a big breakthrough that has now taken place in the investigation as far as the attack on the parliament is concerned. Now, this individual called Sai Krishna has been arrested, has been detained, and what we are understanding is that he was the roommate of one of the prime accused, Manoranjan D. What all has been picked up as far as the investigation is concerned, and what has Sai Krishna said? His family is denying any link, but has Sai Krishna reacted or has said anything to the authorities?
According to the sources in the know of the investigation, Sai Krishna is being grilled for the past 3 days by the Delhi Special Wing as well as by the IB officials as well. And this particular link came out when the Delhi Special Branch had been to the house of Manoranjan in Vijayanagar, and there they found out a diary which had Sai Krishna's name written. And the context of what was written in the diary is particularly not known, but Sai Krishna's name has cropped up now and then again. And also in regards to the SIM cards which was procured by Manoranjan in January in 2022, it is now being understood that there were calls which was made to about 7 to 8 numbers, and constantly there was a call which was made to one particular number, and that has now been identified as the phone number of Sai Krishna as well. And therefore, in relation with these 2 counts, Sai Krishna was taken in, and he was also being questioned. For the past 2 days, he was being questioned in his residence only, but last night he was brought to the Navnagar police station in Bagalkot, and he was questioned immediately by the Delhi Special Wing as well. And on further interrogation, it is now being learnt that in 2008 and 2009, both Sai Krishna as well as Manoranjan were batchmates in the BIT Engineering College in Bengaluru, and they also went ahead and shared a same flat in Bengaluru as well and used to stay together too. Apart from which, now what is very interesting over here is the fact that Manoranjan has gone on luxurious trips. He's gone ahead and splurged a lot of money as well, because he's traveled multiple times to Thailand, Cambodia and other countries as well, and he had an active passport since 2013, but it has expired in 2023 in January. So who went ahead and funded these costly trips abroad for Manoranjan if he was going? Because remember that at any place, in no place has he left any sort of digital evidence over here in the form of e-wallets, in the form of cryptocurrencies or cards. Nothing has been used, and it has been only hard cash as well. And secondly, also the ticket which he had procured to go to New Delhi was done through a second agent called as First Step Travels in Mysuru, and he had gone ahead and given a sum of over 6,000 rupees in cash, and the primary agent, which was Akbar Travels, which was in Mumbai, had gone ahead and booked this flight ticket as well. So there is some sort of a shady connect over here as well, and they're questioning the financial transactions too. So maybe in that particular regard, sources in the know of the investigation are stating that this might also be the missing link, and therefore they're questioning in this, but there has been no sort of evidences as to prove that Sai Krishna is directly or indirectly involved in this attack as well. So this is something that needs to be understood as well. So he has been picked up, but after 2 days of interrogation and on the 3rd day of interrogation, him being picked up is only now going ahead and giving that the Delhi Special Cell has some sort of strong lead on the fact that Sai Krishna was involved with Manoranjan? If so, are there other people as well? Because remember that it is not only Sai Krishna who was interrogated, it is also the other batchmates of Manoranjan from the BIT Engineering College, a very prominent and prestigious college in the city of Bengaluru, who were also interrogated, but finally they zeroed in on him because there were many coincidences, and then the cops found out that this cannot be just one offshoot as well, because his name has also been mentioned for multiple times. He is also the son of a retired DYSP as well. So he's a high-ranking police official, a former police official, of course, but nevertheless somebody who was also top-ranking too. So this can also not be put aside as well. So looking into all of this now, the investigations are being conducted on this aspect too, and there might be further interrogation too. And it is also now being stated that even Manoranjan might be brought to Mysuru as well to recreate the meetings that they had in the past 4 to 5 years, is what we get to understand.
Right. Thank you so much, Pradipal, for joining us with those details. We'll keep a track of all the developments coming in as the probe is only now intensifying in various states. Right now, let's cut across to a press conference that is being held by Aam Aadmi Party's Atish.
ऑफिस में भ्रष्टाचार होता है कि वहाँ पे सब रजिस्ट्रार ऑफिस के बाहर कई प्रकार के दलाल मिलते हैं जो पैसों की मांग करते हैं, और क्योंकि लोग मजबूर होते हैं कि उन्हें अगर अपनी प्रॉपर्टी को रजिस्टर करना है तो उनके पास कोई चॉइस नहीं है, उन्हें उसी सब रजिस्ट्रार के पास ही जाना है, तो उन्हें मजबूरी में ये पैसे देने पड़ते हैं। इन्हीं सब समस्याओं को हल करने के लिए दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के आदेश पर दिल्ली के राजस्व विभाग ने एक नई पॉलिसी की शुरुआत की है। दिल्ली के रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट ने ये डिसीजन लिया है कि अब हम एनीवेयर रजिस्ट्रेशन की पॉलिसी लेकर आएंगे। इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? एनीवेयर रजिस्ट्रेशन का मतलब है कि अगर आपको अपनी प्रॉपर्टी रजिस्टर करनी है तो आप दिल्ली के किसी भी सब रजिस्ट्रार ऑफिस में जा सकते हैं।
That was Atishi of the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party, remember the Supremo of the Aam Aadmi Party and also the Deputy Chief Minister is right now has been summoned for the second time by the ED in the Delhi excise policy case. But he is in Punjab right now to attend Vipassana meditation course. So that is the latest update we have right now. Atishi, Delhi Minister, holding a press conference. All right, time for a very short break. On the other side, ahead of the ASI survey report release, ASI, remember, has submitted its report in the Gyan Vapi survey. We will get you the latest from the court proceedings. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा? चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब। बिजनेस में
The court has fixed the date for today to open the sealed report. Submit its copies to the advocate of either side. Muslim side pleaded before the court member not to make the sealed report public.
चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए।
In the latest on Parliament security breach probe, confrontation of all 6 accused was done yesterday, 20th of December, to corroborate whether the sequence of events shared by each of them matches. All 6 were kept at 5 different units of Delhi Police's special cell, where they underwent sustained interrogation. Yesterday, they were handed over to Counterintelligence Unit Office of Special Cell, unit investigating the matter, where they faced the joint interrogation. As crackdown on Rohingyas illegally taking shelter in India continues, the police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Kerala reported 300 new active cases of COVID-19 and 3 deaths in the last 24 hours. With this, the total number of active cases in the cases of COVID in the country is 2,669. In the wake of rise in COVID cases in neighbouring state, Kerala Chief Minister and Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold COVID control meeting today. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold the meeting with Health Department in Bengaluru, where strict action to control COVID can be taken. Indian Navy ground and aerial rescue teams as well as the NDRF teams have been carrying out flood relief operations in coordination with the local administration in Tamil Nadu districts. As several people remained stranded in Tamil Nadu's southern districts, the Office of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Wednesday assured that the centre was providing all possible assistance to Tamil Nadu in the wake of incessant rain. The Uttarakhand High Court has rejected the bail plea of Pulkit Arya, the main accused in Ankita Bhandari murder case. During the hearing held yesterday, the court said that this is a serious crime and all testimonies taken in the law court so far have confirmed that all the accused were present at the spot at the time of the incident. India-Nepal Centre of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry organised the second edition of the India-Nepal Economics Partnership Summit. The one-day summit was organised in Nepal's Birgunj to discuss further ways to strengthen bilateral economic ties. Union Sports Ministry has given its nod to confer the Arjuna Award to 26 sportspersons, including star cricketer Mohammad Shami, who enjoyed a stellar ODI World Cup this year. The awards will be conferred on the athletes by President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan on the 9th of January.
शामी भाई ने जैसे वर्ल्ड कप में परफॉर्मेंस किया है और हर किसी को यही उम्मीद थी कि शामी भाई को अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए नॉमिनेट किया जाए। पहले बीसीसीआई ने उनका नाम अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए खेल मंत्रालय को सिफारिश की थी और आज हमें बहुत खुशी की खबर मिली। शाम लगभग 3:30 या 4 बजे के शामी भाई का अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए सिलेक्ट हुए हैं और 9 तारीख को उन्हें खेल मंत्रालय से और क्या कहते हैं राष्ट्रपति जी से अर्जुन अवार्ड मिलेगा।
जब वो अवार्ड लेकर आएंगे गाँव में वापस जश्न मनाएंगे।
जी, जैसे कि ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है ये भी कि हमारी भारत सरकार से शामी भाई को क्रिकेट में इकलौते प्लेयर को मोहम्मद शामी को इस साल अर्जुन अवार्ड मिल रहा है। वैसे 26 लोग इसमें नॉमिनेट हुए हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि शामी भाई आगे भी टीम इंडिया के लिए ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस करते रहें और देश का नाम इसी तरीके रोशन करते रहें और आगे भी एक से एक अच्छे पुरस्कार उनको मिलें और हम यही उम्मीद करते हैं।
Has been a day of protest versus protest in the national capital. A protest was held at Vijay Chowk by the suspended MPs over the suspension of over their suspension during the winter session. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have the BJP holding protest at the Jantar Mantar against the insult to the Vice President and the Rajya Sabha Chairperson Dhankar.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now, more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong, and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out, and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
Step into a short break. On the other side, Kejriwal is in Vipassana mode. He has skipped the 80 summons in Delhi liquor scam case today.
In association with Sera, this is your space. Play it your way.
Malabar presents Mind Diamond Festival. दिल की वो बातें जो हम बोल नहीं पाते, डायमंड बोलता है।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा।
Congress hold protests against suspension. BJP hold parallel protests against insult to Vice President. DMK Minister K Ponmudy gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode skips ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case today. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI submits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey, verdict awaited today. Baloch activists march to Pakistani capital to demand end to extrajudicial killings. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawant. We begin this edition with the very latest input that is coming in on the Parliament security breach as the opposition continues to demand answers and most importantly saying that it is either Prime Minister or Home Minister who must speak on the floor of the House. Now, in the big lead that is coming in on the Parliament security breach investigation, top sources have informed that top sources have informed Republic that Home Minister Amit Shah held a key late-night meeting with top officials and took stock of the investigation and what the progress is like so far. This is the latest that is just coming in as the Home Ministry is keeping a very close tab on every development in this investigation, and Home Minister Amit Shah, who's personally staying informed on all that is coming in. Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor Politics, joining us on the phone line to give us further details of the same. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us about the meeting held late last night?
Well, absolutely, Swesha. What we are being told by our sources that DIB, DG CRPF, DG CIF, Commissioner of Delhi Police, Home Secretary, and then the senior IB officials have been called in by the Home Minister late tonight itself. This is right after the Parliament ends, keeping in mind that the very important bill in the Parliament is all set to be passed today, and tomorrow is the last day of the Parliament, working day of the winter session of the Parliament. Keeping in mind that the Home Minister has called a late night meeting tonight, and this is what we are being told on to the Parliament security analysis, and especially after the kind of which can be termed as a terrorist incident which took place on the Parliament on the 13th. So very clearly, this is very important. What we are being told that certain new protocols, new conditions will be all. We are also being told that alongside CRPF, CISF can also be called in to protect the outer periphery of the Indian Parliament. So all of those details will be looked in this meeting, which has been called in by the Home Minister tonight itself.
Aishwarya, also give us details as earlier on information had come in on how Home Minister could speak on the Parliament security breach on the floor of the House. Of course, opposition members have been demanding the same. But in that sense, of course, the investigation has reached a fair level. Can there be direct answers on what exactly the progress so far is?
Well, what we are being told that the Home Minister will only speak or give a statement on the floor of the House once and foremost the investigation is over and he has a final reply. The investigation is still on. We still see raids happening in different parts of the country, keeping in mind that these 7 individuals came from 6 different states and it was over a period of 10 to 12 months while they were doing Reiki. So all of that investigation is happening, and and a preliminary report will be submitted to the Home Minister tonight itself, we are being told, by different officers of their investigation, where it is Anish Dayal, DCRPF or Delhi Police Commissioner. So all of them will be submitting their separate reports as far as the incident is concerned, because somewhere or the other, all of these agencies were involved and they were at fault. There cannot be any denial on the fault on the part of the security agencies protecting the Indian Parliament, and also simultaneously the Parliament Security Watch and Ward. So all of that is being done, keeping in mind that the security, as soon as you enter the periphery of the Parliament, is not a Home Ministry concern. It is being taken care by the Lok Sabha Speaker. But now, after the Lok Sabha Speaker handing it over and requesting the Home Ministry to take over, Home Minister Amit Shah is doing this late night meeting tonight.
All right, Aishwarya, many thanks for speaking to us on this. And well, in a significant development in the Parliament security breach case, Sai Krishna and Manoranjan, who were roommates and shared a computer science background, are being investigated for potential involvement. Sai Krishna had sought academic help from Manoranjan, and the Delhi police tracked him after finding his name in Manoranjan's diary that was seized in Mysuru. Additionally, authorities are probing Manoranjan's extensive international travel, cash transactions, potential links to anti-national activities, with questions that are now being raised about whether Sai Krishna is the missing link to funding in this case. Now, remember that Sai Krishna's family so far has denied any links to the Parliament security breach. Let's listen in to what is being said.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ನಾವು ರಾಂಗ್ ತಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೆದ್ರುದ್ರಾಗ
ಏನಂದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತಂತ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗದಾನಂತೆ ಅನ್ನೋತ್ಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 2 days ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದು ಐತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು
ಹಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮನೋರಂಜನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದ ಏನಂತಂತ
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮನವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೆಸರು ಏನೋ ಇತ್ತು ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಕರೇನೋ ಏನ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಅದು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನಮಗೂ ತೋರ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಬರ್ದಾನಂತೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದು ಇಲ್ದೆ ಅದು ಅವ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿತ್ತು ಕರೆಯಿತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ BIT ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಒಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನೂ ಅವು ಏನೋ ಬರ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬರತೈತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ.
Moving on, the Delhi Police Special Cell conducted joint interrogations with all the accused, having them sit together and confront each other. All the 6 accused were kept on different units of the special cell. On Wednesday, in New Friends Colony, they were taken for a one-to-one discussion. The Delhi police is keen on understanding the chronological order of the entire incident and verifying if the statements provided by the accused align with one another or not. Today, 4 out of the 6 accused are scheduled to appear in court again, and the special cell may seek remand once more for further questioning. In fact, this is exactly what the Delhi police had said earlier on in court, that they wanted extended custody of the accused, as they wanted to understand whether the motive of this entire attack was to send out a message or there is also some sort of a terror link. As they continue to investigate into this case, this is the latest that the Delhi Police Special Cell has done. They conducted joint interrogations of all the accused after recording individual statements, and all of them were put in front of one another to observe what exactly was the larger plan, what was the chronology of hatching this plan, and how exactly did they go on to execute it. Delhi police corroborating all the statements and verifying what the various statements are. And a quick check of the other top stories in brief we are tracking for you today. Ahead of ASI survey report release, the Muslim side has appealed to the court to not make the ASI report public. The court has fixed a date for today to open the sealed report and submit its copies to the advocates of either side. The Muslim side pleaded before the court not to make the survey report public.
चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए.
In the latest on Parliament security breach probe, confrontation of all 6 accused was done yesterday on the 20th of December to corroborate whether the sequence of events shared by each one of them matches with the other or not. All 6 were kept at 5 different units of the Delhi Police special cell where they underwent sustained interrogation. Yesterday, they were handed over to the Counter-Intelligence Unit office of the special cell. The unit investigating the matter questioned them and it was a joint interrogation. As the crackdown on Rohingyas illegally taking shelter in India continues, police investigation has revealed 18 Rohingyas who married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Kerala reported 300 new active cases of COVID-19 and 3 deaths in the last 24 hours, with the total number of active cases of COVID-19 in the country at 2669. In wake of the rising COVID cases in Kerala, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold COVID control meeting today. He will hold this meeting with the Health Department in Bengaluru, where strict action to control COVID can be taken. Indian Navy ground and aerial rescue teams as well as NDRF teams have been carrying out flood relief operations in coordination with the local administration in Tamil Nadu district. As several people remain stranded in Tamil Nadu's southern districts, the Office of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Wednesday assured that the centre was providing all the possible assistance to Tamil Nadu in the wake of incessant rains. Uttarakhand High Court has rejected the bail plea of Pulkit Arya, the main accused in the Ankita Bhandari murder case. During the hearing yesterday, held 20th December 2023, the court said that this is a serious crime and all the testimonies taken in the lower court so far have confirmed that all the accused were present at the spot at the time of the incident. India-Nepal Centre of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry organised the second edition of the India-Nepal Economic Partnership Summit 2023. The one-day summit was organised in Nepal's Birgunj to discuss further ways to strengthen the bilateral economic partnership. Meanwhile, the Archaeological Survey of India has presented a survey report on the Gyanvapi Mosque complex to the District Court in a sealed cover, and the court is now all set to hear what comes next. Allahabad High Court on Tuesday dismissed pleas challenging the maintainability of a 1991 lawsuit seeking the restoration of a temple where the Gyanvapi Mosque stands, and observed that the religious character of a disputed place can only be decided by the court. ASI conducted a scientific survey of the Gyanvapi premises situated adjacent to the Kashi Vishwanath temple. Now, the objective was to ascertain whether the mosque was built atop the remains of a pre-existing Hindu temple structure. The survey was initiated in response to the District Court's directive on the 21st of July, instructing an examination beneath the mosque's dome, cellars and the western wall. Listen in to the voices that have come in so far.
The mosque committee has represented their side in front of the court, and they are of the view that those 2 envelopes that have been such sealed by the ASI and have been submitted in front of the Varanasi district, that they should not be made public, and anybody who wants a copy of that should take a formal undertaking in front of the court through an affidavit. However, the Hindu side today is contesting at around 2 o'clock is the time set for that specific case, and they're contesting that those reports should be made public. Right now I'm joined by the Hindu petitioners side lawyer Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi. सर धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो आज जो आपका जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण केस है, आज आप कोर्ट के सामने क्या रिक्वेस्ट करने वाले हैं कि जो रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं एएसआई के साइंटिफिक सर्वे की उनको पब्लिक किया जाए?
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो अभी पिछले 18 तारीख को जो एएसआई की टीम ने उनके जो काउंसिल ने जो सील बंद लिफाफे में 92 दिनों तक जो रिपोर्ट ये सर्वे चला है उसको इन्होंने दाखिल किया था। चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए। अब चूंकि ये मामला केवल देखिए हमारा व्यक्तिगत कोई लड़ाई हम लोगों का नहीं है, हमारी आपकी कोई प्रॉपर्टी की लड़ाई नहीं है, ये करोड़ों करोड़ लोगों की लड़ाई है। हमारी वादनी भले 4 हो सकती हैं जिनके तरफ से हम लोगों ने जो एएसआई सर्वे मांग की थी और सर्वे हुआ है, ये हो सकता है, लेकिन इसके पीछे जो करोड़ों करोड़ जो कहा जाए परोक्ष जो वादी हैं जो जानना चाहते हैं कि ये सर्वे रिपोर्ट में आखिर निकल कर क्या आ रहा है। क्योंकि ये विवाद बहुत पुराना है और 100 करोड़ से ऊपर लोग, मुस्लिम पक्ष भी जानना चाहता है, तमाम करोड़ों मुसलमान भी जानना चाहते हैं कि सच्चाई उस ज्ञानवापी परिसर का है क्या। अगर आप इसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं लाएंगे तो लोगों जो लोग सोच रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, चाह रहे हैं, उस पर दिक्कतें आएंगी। केवल हम ये आप जो है कोई सीक्रेट जो है कोर्ट सुनवाई नहीं कर रहा है। 370 में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है, राम मंदिर में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है और राम मंदिर में भी जो एएसआई ने सर्वे दाखिल किया था वो सर्वे रिपोर्ट जो है खुला बंद लिफाफे में नहीं दाखिल किया था।
सर अगर हम इस केस की बात करें तो अगर रिपोर्ट सामने आती है, पब्लिक फाइंडिंग सामने आती है, तो आपके जो बाकी केसेस हैं उनमें भी मदद मिलेगी आपको?
बिल्कुल, अगर ये बंद लिफाफे में जाएंगे और हम तक नहीं ये सारी रिपोर्टें आएंगी तो हम ये ट्रायल में हमें दिक्कत होगा। भाई हम जब ये सारी कापियां एएसआई के रिपोर्ट को जब प्राप्त करेंगे कोर्ट से जो है तो मिलने के बाद हम उस पर अध्ययन करेंगे, स्टडी करेंगे, एनालिसिस करेंगे, तभी तो ट्रायल में हम आगे कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए जो मांग इनकी है, एएसआई ने कहा, उनके काउंसिल ने कहा कि हमें जानकारी सुप्रीम कोर्ट
Cutting across to Madhurima, who is joining us live from Varanasi. Madhurima, the Hindu group and the Hindu side, so as to say, is very, very keen to understand what exactly the report reveals. The Muslim side has also requested that the report does not and should not be made public at this point. But in that sense, how are the two sides approaching the legal battle now, how it is expected to move forward, and details of what you're picking up from outside the court?
Well, Suresh, it's a very crucial day today because the Hindu side is contesting in front of the Varanasi court that the ASI scientific report that they have submitted after a 92-day survey should be made public. There were two envelopes, both of them sealed. One have the documents and second have the list of the relics and other things that they have found under the debris inside the Gyanvapi mosque. Now the Hindu side is contending that all of this should be made public, whereas at the time when these particular envelopes were submitted in front of the court, the Hindu side there and then, Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain had objected in front of the court that why this information is in sealed envelopes, to which the ASI council had apprised the court that they had no any other intention. They were not aware of the Supreme Court order that there need not be any seal. They did it because it's a sensitive case and they only wanted to maintain the confidentiality in the matter. But today the Hindu side is going to keep their arguments in front of the Varanasi court there, and they would want this to be made public because they believe that when this information comes out in public domain, it's going to be highly beneficial for their base case. That is the case that was filed by the 4 women seeking the permission to go inside the Gyanvapi mosque premises and offer prayer to the Gauri Shankar, the deity over there. Suresha, back to you.
Absolutely, Madhurima. Many thanks for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you as the story develops further. And we cut across to more breaking news coming in as the Delhi High Court has issued a notice to ED. This is plea seeking the quashing of the money laundering case that is against her. This comes after ED had opposed Jacqueline's petition and said that Jacqueline continued to take gifts from Sukesh even after knowing that he has a criminal background, and ED demanded cancellation of Jacqueline's petition. The next hearing will be on the 29th of January. In the meanwhile, Jacqueline Fernandez, the actor who continues to be in the dock as she was receiving the proceeds of crime, is the allegation against her. And the Delhi High Court notice to the ED on Jacqueline's plea, where they have asked or rather opposed Jacqueline's petition, saying that she continued to take gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar even after knowing that he has a criminal background and that all that he was spending on her was not clean money. The next hearing in this case is expected to happen on the 29th of January 2024. ED has demanded a cancellation on Jacqueline's petition. Let me bring in Piyush Ori, who's joining us on the phone line. Piyush, what next for Jacqueline and what is the development so far?
So yes, this is a big development which has come in wherein Jacqueline Fernandez, who is one of the co-accused in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case, has demanded for the cancellation of her name from the Enforcement Directorate. Moreover, she has also written that how she is now being intimidated and how she's been played mind games with by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who is writing continuous letters to her. Now, this petition has been given to the Delhi High Court by her and her personal team, and the next date on this is going to be held in the last week of January. So it is now going to be interesting to see that what is the stance that is going to be taken in Delhi High Court, because, mind you, Jacqueline Fernandez is one of the co-accused in the money laundering case, in which Sukesh Chandrasekhar is already in the custody, and from here on, it is going to be interesting that what stance is Delhi High Court going to take, and will Jacqueline Fernandez get any reprieve or not? Back to you.
And in terms of the hearing that is slated for the 29th of January, what more are you hearing from her lawyers to what their strategy will be moving forward?
So, Yesha, what I can tell you is that since Jacqueline was not able to get any reprieve from the Patiala House Court or from the trial court in Delhi, where presently this case is being heard, Jacqueline had to take the route to Delhi High Court. And following this, the legal team has now put a petition in which they have said that Jacqueline is innocent and her name should be taken off from this being co-accused in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. Also, Jacqueline Fernandez has also said that how she's being played mind games with, how she is being continuously intimidated by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who wants to implicate her, who wants to trouble her. So all these aspects now will be looked into by the Delhi High Court, and we are expecting that when on January 29th, the Delhi High Court is going to hear this matter, there may be something that might come in. Now, whether that's going to bring in reprieve to Jacqueline Fernandez or that's going to increase Jacqueline Fernandez, only time will tell. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Piyush, many thanks for getting us those details. Moving on, as the crackdown on Rohingyas continues, police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas who married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Gursimran getting us this report.
As Jammu and Kashmir police intensified their crackdown on the Rohingya and their supporters in Jammu and Kashmir, 18 Rohingyas have been identified who have married the locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get their Indian national identity cards illegally. The Jammu and Kashmir police, during the raids that have been conducted in the Jammu region across 7 districts, have recovered the Aadhaar cards, the voter documents and also the revenue records along with the bank passbooks from the Rohingyas, those who have have obtained these illegally with the help of locals, and now 18, that includes 6 from the Kishtwar districts who have been arrested by the Kishtwar police, have been identified, those who have married the locals to get the identity cards and their national identity certificates, including the Aadhaar and other valid cards that makes them the citizen of India. Now, according to the officials, there have been 7 arrests that have been made from the Kishtwar for harboring them, and now the intensified operations are on in other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
On the other side, we get you details as Republic accesses information of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to the extrajudicial killings.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
Parliament attack investigation. Another key suspect arrested. Funding angle under lens. MHA takes stock of Parliament attack. Home Minister Amit Shah calls for key meeting with top officials. On 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Kejriwal skips ED summons for a second time, calls them politically motivated. ASI submits survey report in Varanasi court. All eyes are on the big Gyanvapi verdict that is set to be pronounced shortly. Thank you for staying tuned. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2:30. I'm Suesha Sawant, and we begin this edition with more news coming in from down south. DMK Minister K Ponmudy sentenced to 3 years simple imprisonment and 50 lakh rupees of fine that has been granted to him and his wife. Now, this is in the disproportionate assets case. In case they fail to pay that fine, then they must undergo 6 months of imprisonment further. The judge suspended the sentence for 30 days after A1 is currently the Minister of Higher Education. Meanwhile, sources say that DMK Minister Ponmudy's portfolio has been handed over to Minister Rajakanappan. Higher Education Ministry was held by DMK Minister Ponmudi, who has now been convicted in the disproportionate assets case. His portfolio has been handed over additionally to Backward Class Welfare Minister Rajakanappan. Let's listen in to what the reactions are so far.
Who's not getting any relief from Supreme Court. Now another minister in the DMK government, Ponmudi, who had once said that it is the agenda of India Alliance to abuse Sanatan, insult Sanatan, has been convicted and sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment for corruption. DMK today means dirty money kiska, because there are many cases of dirty money and corruption that are emerging from DMK. But this entire alliance, India Alliance, is actually bonded by corruption, sharab ka corruption, satta ka corruption, gambling ka corruption, and all other forms of corruption. And therefore, if you see Mr. Kejriwal, who is facing serious allegations in Sharab Ghotala, he is on the run. He does not want to appear in front of ED. Then you see Lalu Prasad Yadav convicted for Chara Ghotala. Recently, Congress lost elections in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan because of the corruption they've done there. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi facing corruption charges in National Herald, and DMK government, serious charges of corruption are there, and one after the other the ministers are going in jail, just like Aam Aadmi Party. This bond of corruption is the only bond that is there between the India Alliance partners. On the one hand, there is mission and vision of Modi ji. On the other hand, India Alliance only has commission and corruption.
We welcome this judgment, BJP welcomes this judgment, and it is a lesson for those who loot the public. And Mr. Ponmudi should have gone home, should have gone to the jail before 3 days itself, but he continued to be a minister, which is shameful. And we strongly condemn the DMK, which has been looting the public, and this is the lesson what they get, and this is called the Dravida model. Now, with this judgment, we need to understand that not only the person who is looting, their family members are also being punished. His wife, Mr. Ponmudi's wife, is also given the same sentence. And at least from now on, the ministers, the politicians, the officials should understand that if you loot the public, it is not only you, but also the family you are getting affected. So, from at least now on, the politicians should understand that they should not loot the public money.
Meanwhile, this is what the DMK had to say on what the minister has gone through.
High Court has reversed the order of acquittal by the Viluppuram special judge, only on the ground that Mrs. Ponmudi should have filed income tax returns in due dates, which she has failed to do that. That gave doubt in the mind of the court that this could not have been money coming out of her business. But in the same judgment, the Honorable High Court has recorded that she had paid advance tax in all those years. In my view, the Honorable High Court also failed to take note of the evidence of the investigating officer, who had categorically said that there is no material to show that the income of the wife of the minister is from and out of Mr. Ponmudi's money, and they are independent entities as far as the income tax are concerned. We are hopeful that the Supreme Court will take note of all this, and he will come out with all his reputation again.
So from what we understand, that this falls under Section 8(1) of the Representation of the People's Act, so which means he will be disqualified once. Yes. So with his ministerial position, what is going to happen now?
I
think legislation.
No, you check. Already they announced Mr. Rajakanappan as the minister. The Tamil Nadu government has acted swiftly as per law and as per the Representation of People Act, and the portfolio has been allotted to another Honorable Minister.
And so will this mean that he will also be completely disqualified from his MLA position as well?
Yes, that the Speaker will take due action on that.
And on to other news in brief. Ahead of the ASI survey report release, Muslim side has appealed to the court to not make the ASI report public. The court has fixed the date for today to open the sealed report and submit its copies to the advocates of either side. The Muslim side has pleaded to the court to not go public on the report.
में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए.
As the Parliament security breach probe continues, all the 6 accused were confronted together on the 20th of December to corroborate the sequence of events and whether each one's version matches with the other. All 6 were kept at 5 different units of the Delhi Police Special Cell where they underwent sustained interrogation. Yesterday, they were handed over to the Counter-Intelligence Unit Office of the Special Cell, the unit that is investigating the matter. As crackdown on Rohingyas illegally taking shelter in India continues, the police investigation that revealed 18 Rohingyas are married to locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Kerala reported 300 new active cases of COVID-19 and 3 deaths in the last 24 hours. With this, the total number of active cases of COVID-19 in the country is 2669. In wake of the rising COVID cases in neighbouring state Kerala, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold COVID control meeting today. Siddaramaiah will hold that meeting with Health Department in Bengaluru, where strict action to control COVID can be taken. Indian Navy ground and aerial rescue teams as well as NDRF teams have been carrying out flood relief operations in coordination with the local administration in Tamil Nadu districts. As several people remain stranded in Tamil Nadu's southern districts, the Office of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Wednesday assured the centre was providing all possible assistance to Tamil Nadu in the wake of incessant rains.
And getting in some more breaking news updates on the Parliament security breach as the investigation gathers pace. More people have been detained by investigators on the Parliament breach that happened last Wednesday. In fact, in the latest details coming in, 4 accused have been sent to custody. That is for 15-day police custody. This is the latest breaking news update coming in. The Delhi Police Special Cell also conducted joint interrogation with all accused, and all of them were confronted with each other, made to sit opposite each other, and all 6 accused were kept on different units of special cell. So they were being handled by different units of the special cell and were brought together on the table. Now, these are some more details coming in. On Wednesday, the Delhi police is also keen on understanding the chronological order of the entire incident, verifying statements provided by the accused and whether they align with each other. And the latest update being that 4 of the 6 accused are now scheduled to appear in court again. And the special cell may also seek remand once more for further questioning. And we're getting in more reactions on the phone line. Let me see if Prajwal is on the phone line along with our correspondents. Let me go across to our correspondent tracking the latest details. Piyush Shori is on the phone line. Piyush, what do we know about the confrontation of the accused who have now been sent to custody?
कुछ बोलना चाहोगे? क्या बोलना चाहोगे? आपको कैसे मिली? कुछ बोलना चाहोगे?
We're getting in more details. Let's in fact stay with Piyush. We're getting in more live updates from the spot as he tried to question some of those accused who are being taken into custody. Piyush Ori will be joining us on the phone line. Now, the latest updates on the story being that the police looking at the chronological order and how the six were coordinating with each other. And we also have details of them being confronted, and there was a joint interrogation with all accused. They were made to sit opposite each other, and on Wednesday they were taken for a one-on-one discussion and were later brought face to face. Piyush Ori is tracking all the details with us. In fact, one of the suspects was also picked up from Bengaluru yesterday. Let me go across to Piyush. Is that Piyush who's joining us live? Let me go across to him, joining us with the details of the investigation. Piyush.
So Niranjan, what I can tell you is that the four accused, namely Neelam, Manoranjan, Sagar, have been now given 2 weeks custody. That is, now they are going to be taken into custody for 15 days. And this is going to be significant because the Delhi police now has mentioned in the court that there is a lot more that needs to be done as far as the investigation is concerned. They now need to join the dots, and now they have to find out the sequence chronologically, as you just mentioned. So yes, today is a very significant day in the court. They were able to get the 7-day custody of these four accused earlier, but now they have been able to get 15-day custody of these accused because, as mentioned, they have to be taken to several areas because the Delhi police has already mentioned in the court that the planning of this Parliament security breach was not only restricted to Delhi, it revolved in areas like Mysuru, it revolved in areas like Gurugram, and it also revolved areas in Rajasthan. And thereby, all these accused, and not only these accused, but more accused who are involved in this case, are being taken to several locations where the Delhi police now is trying to connect the dots. They're trying to find the sequence. They're trying to find the planning which is being done by all these accused. And in this, they have been successful in getting the 15-day custody for the accused. Now it is going to be interesting to see that from here on, how they will be able to join the dots, get that connection link, and find who all are present in this parliamentary security breach attack. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you for that, Piyush. Keeping a close track on the investigation on the Parliament security breach, an issue that is stalled Parliament, at least the opposition that is, with over 140 MPs who are now suspended over the issue. They've been asking for a statement from the Home Minister on the floor of the House. Let's move on and get to the other focus story this afternoon here on Republic TV on the Gyan Vapi verdict. A critical day, especially after a survey report was handed in a sealed cover to a district court. We're getting in more updates now. The Archaeological Survey of India recently presented the survey report on the Gyan Vapi complex to the district court, and that was in a sealed cover. The court is now set to hear the case today. The next hearing is today, and we are watching out for the latest on the Gyan Vapi case after the survey report was handed over. The Allahabad High Court had earlier on Tuesday dismissed the petitions challenging the maintainability of a 1991 lawsuit seeking the restoration of the temple where the Gyan Vapi mosque stands, observing that the religious character of a disputed place can only be decided by the court. The ASI also conducted a scientific survey of the Gyan Vapi premises, which is situated adjacent to the Kashi Vishwanath temple, and the objective was to ascertain whether the mosque was built atop the remains of a pre-existing Hindu temple structure. The survey itself was initiated in response to the district court's directive on the 21st of July. And here are some responses coming in to the story as our correspondent Madhurima caught up with the advocate on what we can expect from the courtroom.
The mosque committee has represented their side in front of the court, and they are of the view that those two envelopes that have been such sealed by the ASI and have been submitted in front of the Varanasi district, that they should not be made public, and anybody who wants a copy of that should take a formal undertaking in front of the court through an affidavit. However, the Hindu side today is contesting at at around 2 o'clock is the time set for that specific case, and they're contesting that those reports should be made public. Right now I'm joined by the Hindu petitioners side lawyer Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi. सर धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. तो आज जो आपका जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण केस है, आज आप कोर्ट के सामने क्या रिक्वेस्ट करने वाले हैं कि जो रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं ASI के साइंटिफिक सर्वे की उनको पब्लिक किया जाए?
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो अभी पिछले 18 तारीख को जो ASI की टीम ने उनके जो काउंसिल ने जो सील बंद लिफाफे में 92 दिनों तक जो रिपोर्ट ये सर्वे चला है उसको इन्होंने दाखिल किया था. चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए. अब चूंकि ये मामला केवल देखिए हमारा व्यक्तिगत कोई लड़ाई हम लोगों का नहीं है, हमारी आपकी कोई प्रॉपर्टी की लड़ाई नहीं है, ये करोड़ों करोड़ लोगों की लड़ाई है. हमारी वादनी भले 4 हो सकती हैं जिनके तरफ से हम लोगों ने जो ASI सर्वे मांग की थी और सर्वे हुआ है, ये हो सकता है, लेकिन इसके पीछे जो करोड़ों करोड़ जो कहा जाए परोक्ष जो वादी हैं जो जानना चाहते हैं कि ये सर्वे रिपोर्ट में आखिर निकल कर क्या आ रहा है. क्योंकि ये विवाद बहुत पुराना है और 100 करोड़ से ऊपर लोग, मुस्लिम पक्ष भी जानना चाहता है, तमाम करोड़ों मुसलमान भी जानना चाहते हैं कि सच्चाई उस ज्ञानवापी परिसर का है क्या. अगर आप इसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं लाएंगे तो जो लोग सोच रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, चाह रहे हैं, उस पर दिक्कतें आएंगी. केवल हम ये आप जो है कोई सीक्रेट जो है कोर्ट सुनवाई नहीं कर रहा है. 370 में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है, राम मंदिर में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है और राम मंदिर में भी जो ASI ने सर्वे दाखिल किया था वो सर्वे रिपोर्ट जो है खुला बंद लिफाफे में नहीं दाखिल किया था.
सर अगर हम इस केस की बात करें तो अगर रिपोर्ट सामने आती है, पब्लिक फाइंडिंग सामने आती है, तो आपके जो बाकी केसेस हैं उनमें भी मदद मिलेगी आपको?
बिल्कुल, अगर ये बंद लिफाफे में जाएंगे और हम तक नहीं ये सारी रिपोर्टें आएंगी तो हम ये ट्रायल में हमें दिक्कत होगा. भाई हम जब ये सारी कापियां ASI की रिपोर्ट को जब प्राप्त करेंगे कोर्ट से जो है तो मिलने के बाद हम उस पर अध्ययन करेंगे, स्टडी करेंगे, एनालिसिस.
And as we stay on the Gyanvapi hearing, it's now been deferred to the 3rd of January. That's the breaking news update coming in. The Gyanvapi hearing has now been deferred to the 3rd of January. An update coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Let me go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, it's now been deferred. But take our viewers through what they can expect when the court meets again on the 3rd of January in 2024.
Well, Niranjan, the court has decided to defer the hearing to January 3rd, and the decision has been taken in the backdrop of a strike here in the Varanasi court premises owing to the elections that are scheduled here tomorrow. Now, the Muslim side, the mosque committee side, has vowed to support this particular strike, and hence they were not present, owing to which the judge over here has given this decision. And to your question, on January 3rd, another Hindu side is contesting, Niranjan, that the scientific survey report that was submitted by the Archaeological Survey of India should be made public, because that is going to further their case of the Gyanvapi mosque, where the 4 women had asked for permission to enter inside the mosque premises and offer prayer as and when they want, because as of now they're only allowed once, and that too only on the outside corridor of that particular premises. However, the Muslim committee had said that they do not want to make this report public, and has also asserted, Niranjan, that whomsoever wants a copy of that should first file an affidavit, take an undertaking, and then only they should be given that copy. And they have also asserted that this should not be shared with the media. But the Hindu side is very persistent, and they are saying that again on January 3rd they are going to continue with their request in front of the court, and where they'll ask for this particular report that was submitted in 2 particular envelopes to be made public. Niranjan.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Madhurima. The court has deferred the hearing to the 3rd of January on the Gyanvapi report, which was submitted in a sealed cover. We're taking a short break here in Republic. When we come back, Kejriwal has skipped summons once again. There's an update on the Delhi liquor scam. summons that was given. He's on a 10-day Vipassana meditation. He skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons for a second time while calling them politically motivated. And more on the mega NIA crackdown on terror in Karnataka as ISIS terror module is busted. This is in Ballari district of Karnataka. We have all the details via Republic Kannada as well. Stay tuned.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बना।
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. We are live from the Republic Kannada newsrooms in Bengaluru. Let's quickly get you the top stories we're tracking from across the world this afternoon. Nawaz Sharif eyeing a record fourth term as Prime Minister said that Pakistan's miseries were not caused by India, the US or Afghanistan but by its own actions. While accusing the Pakistan military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy, Nawaz Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development.
हम खुद इसके जिम्मेदार हैं। हमने खुद अपने पांव पे कुल्हाड़ियां मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहां पहुंचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुंच गए हैं और अभी हम जमीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये इस तरह से तो नहीं चल सकता मां।
Interaction with President Joe Biden said that Beijing will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. Xi had told Joe Biden in a meeting attended by a dozen officials from both sides that China's preference is to take Taiwan peacefully and not by force, as per reports. Speaking on the India-US ties, US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said US had deepened partnership with India and has elevated cooperation through Quad.
By Beijing through the Quad with India, Japan, Australia. The United States is more closely aligned than ever with the G7, with the EU, with other allies and partners on the challenges presented by Beijing, and we're working together to address them. We're deepening cooperation and coordination between NATO and
The United Nations Security Council postponed a vote on Wednesday in a bid to get US support on a resolution that sought to facilitate scaled-up aid deliveries to the Gaza Strip. The UAE, as the Arab representative in the 15-nation council, drafted the resolution and is leading the negotiations. Fighter jets of the Air Force in Lebanon were targeted. The fighter jets recently attacked the operational headquarters of the terrorist organization Hezbollah in Lebanon. Following the alerts that were activated in the Golan Heights area, 4 launches from Syrian territory were detected that crossed into Israeli territory. IDF forces attacked the sources of the shooting as well as a military position of the Syrian army. Baloch women launched a march toward Pakistan's capital to protest rights abuses and enforced disappearances in Balochistan. Thousands of protesters joined the march demanding an end to forced disappearances. Taking a short break here on Republic, more on the showdown inside and outside Parliament as both the opposition and BJP demonstrated on what's going on following the suspensions and, of course, the behavior of the opposition. Opposition has protested the suspension. The BJP has held a counter-protest over the mocking of the Vice President and the Rajya Sabha Chairman, Dhankar. MSJ has taken stock of the Parliament attack. Home Minister Amit Shah has called for a key meeting with top officials.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
Or Afghanistan, but by actions within his own country. He also spoke about the military establishment controlling economic policies, strategic policies, military policies, which has led to the downfall of Pakistan.
ये कैसे मुमकिन है कि आपके जो है वो हमसाए तो आपसे नाराज हों या आप उनसे नाराज हों और उस नाराजगी के अंदर आप रह के तो आप दुनिया में कोई मकाम हासिल करें। अब अपने मामलात को हमें इंडिया के साथ भी ठीक करना है, अपने मामलात को हमने अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ भी ठीक करना है, हमने अपने मामलात को ईरान के साथ भी मजबूत करना है। हमने खुद अपने पाँव पे कुल्हाड़ियाँ मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहाँ पहुँचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुँच गए हैं और अभी हम ज़मीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये सारे काम हमने खुद ख़राब किए हैं, अपने मुल्क को खुद आज इस नुक्ते पे हम लेके आए हैं, किसी और का कसूर नहीं है। ये हिंदुस्तान ने हमारे ख़िलाफ़ नहीं किया, ये को अमेरिका ने हमारे ख़िलाफ़ नहीं किया।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
Went to showdown in Parliament, opposition protest suspension. BJP holds counter protest over shameful mocking. Police news tightens in Parliament attack investigation. Another key suspect arrested, funding angle under the lens. MHA takes stock of Parliament attack. Home Minister Amit Shah calls for key meeting with top officials. On 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Kejriwal skips ED summons for a second time, calls them politically motivated. Varanasi court defers Gyanvapi verdict to January 3 as Muslim side skips hearing today. Mega NIA crackdown on terror in Karnataka. ISIS terror module busted in Ballari district. Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Suesha Sound and our top focus in this edition is how the BJP is reacting to that mocking video of Jagdeep Dhankar. There was a massive showdown in the parliament that continues unabated. BJP staged a protest earlier in the day over the shameful mocking of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. The opposition, on the other hand, has hit the streets over the suspension of MPs. This entire face-off that is only escalating by the day, as the opposition MPs have been alleging that they are being silenced. And remember, 141 MPs who have been suspended. On the other hand, it is the BJP that is saying that this is an attack on democracy, with the way Jagdeep Dhankar was mimicked by the TMC MP. Those are the pictures on your screens, as these are the scenes unfolding in the national capital. It is the opposition versus the ruling party. The opposition saying that MPs have been suspended, where they allege that does the ruling party want to function all by itself in the parliament? On the other hand, BJP seeking answers after that insult to Jagdeep Dhankar. Listen in to the reactions.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now, more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong, and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out, and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
To more voices of the suspended MPs as they are protesting against the centre.
इंडिया पार्टी के सारे नेतागण और यहाँ पर पधारे हुए सारे मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते, और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूं कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है। हम चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और लोगों के भावना को पार्लियामेंट में बताना पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स का कर्तव्य होता है, वो हम कर रहे थे। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो घटना घटी लोकसभा में, वही मुद्दे पर लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में हम ये उठाना चाहते थे कि क्या सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच कैसा हुआ, कौन उसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और क्यों ऐसा हुआ, इसके बारे में आप सदन को बताइए। और सदन तो ये देश का बहुत बड़ा पंचायत है।
सदस्यों का निलंबन 143 भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ, और अगर ये हुआ है तो शर्म आनी चाहिए भाजपा को, जिसने इतिहास को कलंकित कर दिया। हम महंगाई के बारे में न बोल सकें, बेरोजगारी के बारे में न बोल सकें, भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में न बोल सकें, किसानों की आवाज़ न उठा सकें। इसलिए अगर वहाँ से हमको निष्कासित कर दिया जाए तो हमारे सामने विकल्प क्या है? हम क्या मांग रहे थे वहाँ? कि इतिहास की एक ऐसी घटना हुई है जो कभी नहीं हुई थी। 4 लोग आते हैं, 2 बाहर प्रदर्शन करते हैं, 2 अंदर जाते हैं। सदन की गैलरी से, दर्शक दीर्घा से वो पहुंच जाते हैं हाउस के अंदर, वहाँ स्मोक बम चलाते हैं। तो मान लो वो कोई जहरीली धुआं छोड़ते तो क्या होता? तो सदन की सुरक्षा की अभूतपूर्व शर्मनाक घटना हुई तो क्या गृह मंत्री जवाब भी नहीं देंगे?
Cutting across to Akhil, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Akhil, both sides are upping the ante, where it is the opposition that is continuing to raise the point of suspension of the opposition MPs. The ruling party, on the other hand, seeking answers on the mockery against Jagdeep Dhankar. Both taking to the streets. What exactly are the scenes looking like?
Well, absolutely. The counter allegation and an allegation have been going on from both sides. Opposition parties have also protesting, and we have been also covering that part also. And apart from that, Delhi BJP has also protested at Jantar Mantar, and there they have been raising voice and demanding suspension of Kalyan Banerjee. And they have been saying that not only Kalyan Banerjee, because he was the one who was mimicking the vice president, and apart from him, Mr. Rahul Gandhi was also involved in it because he was the one who was making a video of that incident. So if you talk to the BJP leaders, they simply say that the act which was done by Kalyan Banerjee is condemnable, and Mamata Banerjee, the TMC Supremo, must suspend him from the party. Apart from that, we spoke to Manoj Tiwari, the BJP leader from member of Parliament from Northeast Delhi, and apart from him, we also spoke to Delhi BJP State President Virendra Sachdeva. Both of them have made it very clear that our protest will continue unless the suspension of Kalyan Banerjee has been agreed upon, and the act which was done by Rahul Gandhi is not a mere coincidence. It was a deliberate attempt. Yes, back to you.
All right, Akhil, many thanks for getting us the latest. Of course, this is certainly turning into a huge political point ahead of the 2024 battle. We wait and watch what happens further. In the meanwhile, more reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
नहीं, ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है, संविधान का अपमान है। ये देश संविधान से चलता है और जिस तरह से 140 एमपीओ को निकाला है, ये गलत है। मैं इसका निषेध करती हूँ और ये लग रहा है कि इस देश में इमरजेंसी है। हर जो पोस्ट होती है, प्रेसिडेंट हो, प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हो, उनका मान सम्मान तो हम करेंगे ही, लेकिन हमको उसके पहले निकाला गया था। तो आप गलती ना करिए, आप मिक्स कर रहे इश्यूज। हमने पहले क्या किया था, हमें पहले निकाला था और हमारी गलती क्या थी? हम सिर्फ किसानों के लिए न्याय मांग रहे थे, ये हमारी गलती है और इसीलिए हमको निकाला गया।
Anger has been piling up against the opposition over ridiculing Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar by TMC MP and the Gandhi sign. BJP unit in Jammu staged a protest, burnt effigies and raised slogans against Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee for insulting Jagdeep Dhankar.
the visuals of that site. So there, Indian Youth Congress protesters have been protesting over here with regard to the unemployment in the country. Sir, मुझे ये बता to show you the visuals of that site. So there, Indian Youth Congress protesters have been protesting over here.
As Kejriwal skipped ED summons for the second time, BJP sharpened the attack on Arvind Kejriwal, saying that the AAP national convener is the kingpin of the liquor gate. Kejriwal skipped ED summons in the liquor policy case, calling the summons politically motivated. Speaking on ED summons to Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi minister termed the summons politically motivated, adding that the Aam Aadmi Party is not scared of either the ED or the CBI.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित केंद्र सरकार को ये बताना चाहती
India saw a sharp rise in COVID-19 cases with 358 fresh infections recorded in the past 24 hours. Now, according to the Union Health Ministry, the surge in cases comes amid a rise in COVID-19 subvariant, which is called JN1. The first case that was detected in Kerala. There are 2669 cases of COVID-19 at the moment in the country. After rising cases in Kerala, Siddaramaiah has now chaired a high-level meet that was attended by State Health Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao and Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara along with top health officials. Karnataka reported 2 COVID-19 related deaths in the past 24 hours amid a rise in cases after the emergence of a new subvariant of the virus called JN1. India is sending humanitarian assistance and disaster relief supplies for the people of Papua New Guinea in the wake of the volcanic eruption. The aid comprises disaster relief and medical aid. The supplies include 6 tons of essential medicines, surgical items, 11 tons of disaster relief material, among other items. A central team of officials visited areas affected by unprecedented rains in Tamil Nadu's Thoothukudi. Normal life continues to be affected in Thoothukudi district and road network remained cut off in several areas. Moving on, DMK Minister K Ponmudy was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment and 50 lakh rupees of fine, both to him and his wife. This is in the disproportionate assets case, and in case they fail to pay this fine, then they must undergo 6 more months of imprisonment. Judge suspended the sentence for 30 days. In the meanwhile, sources add that DMK Minister Ponmudi's portfolio has been handed over to Minister Raja Kannappan. Higher Education Ministry was held by DMK Minister Ponmudi, who has now been convicted in the disproportionate assets case, and his portfolio has been handed over additionally to the backward class welfare Minister Raja Kannappan. Listen in to the reactions that have come in so far.
After Senthil Balaji, who's not getting any relief from Supreme Court, now another minister in the DMK government, Ponmudi, who had once said that it is the agenda of India Alliance to abuse Sanatan, insult Sanatan, has been convicted and sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment for corruption. DMK today means dirty money kiska, because there are many cases of dirty money and corruption that are emerging from DMK. But this entire alliance, India Alliance, is actually bonded by corruption, sharab ka corruption, satta ka corruption, gambling ka corruption, and all other forms of corruption. And therefore, if you see Mr. Kejriwal, who is facing serious allegations in Sharab Ghotala, he is on the run. He does not want to appear in front of ED. Then you see Lalu Prasad Yadav convicted for Chara Ghotala. Recently, Congress lost elections in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan because of the corruption they've done there. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi facing corruption charges in National Herald, and DMK government, serious charges of corruption are there, and one after the other the ministers are going in jail, just like Aam Aadmi Party. This bond of corruption is the only bond that is there between the India Alliance partners. On the one hand, there is mission and vision of Modi ji. On the other hand, India Alliance only has commission and corruption.
We welcome this judgment, BJP welcomes this judgment, and it is a lesson for those who loot the public. And Mr. Ponmudi should have gone home, should have gone to the jail before 3 days itself, but he continued to be a minister, which is shameful. And we strongly condemn the DMK, which has been looting the public, and this is the lesson what they get, and this is called the Dravida model. Now, with this judgment, we need to understand that not only the person who is looting, their family members are also being punished. His wife, Mr. Ponmudi's wife, is also given the same sentence. And at least from now on, the ministers, the politicians, the officials should understand that if you loot the public, it is not only you, but also the family who are getting affected. So, from at least now on, the politicians should understand that they should not loot the public money.
The Madras High Court has reversed the order of acquittal by the Visalakhi special judge, only on the ground that Mrs. Ponmudi should have filed income tax returns in due dates, which she has failed to do that. That gave doubt in the mind of the court that this could not have been money coming out of her business. But in the same judgment, the Honorable High Court has recorded that she had paid advance tax in all those years. In my view, the Honorable High Court also failed to take note of the evidence of the investigating officer, who had categorically said that there is no material to show that the income of the wife of the minister is from and out of Mr. Ponmudi's money, and they are independent entities as far as the income tax are concerned. We are hopeful that the Supreme Court will take note of all this, and he will come out with all his reputation again.
Meanwhile, Australia's defense minister has said that the country will send 11 military personnel to support a US-led mission to protect cargo shipping in the Red Sea. This after United States announced that several nations are creating a force to protect commercial shipping from attack by drones and ballistic missiles fired from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. Here's a report.
We won't be sending a ship or a plane. That said, we will be almost tripling our contribution to the combined maritime force. Right now we have 5 personnel who are embedded in the headquarters of the combined maritime force, and over the next month that number will increase to 16. That is a significant contribution. It's one which is commensurate with like-minded countries. The additional contribution that we are making is greatly appreciated by the United States. We have a very deep dialogue with the United States. They're very clear about the size of our defence force, the contributions we make in our region and around the world. And this contribution is equitable, it's proportionate to where we are in the world and the size of our defence force, and it's one which is greatly appreciated by the United States. I mean, our strategic focus has to be on our immediate region. That is the call of the Defence Strategic Review. There's an urgency around that call, and that's what is embodied in the government's response to it. And this year within our region, what is happening in the Red Sea is significant. The Red Sea is really the gateway to the Suez.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, getting you details, Kejriwal, who is on a 10-day Vipassana meditation course, the reasons being stated for him skipping ED summons for a second time, as he calls them politically motivated. Varanasi court defers Gyanvapi verdict to January 3 as Muslim side skips the hearing today.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार।
India, the US or Afghanistan, but by its own actions while accusing the Pakistan military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy. Nawaz Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development. Listen.
ये कैसे मुमकिन है कि आपके जो है वो हमसाए तो आपसे नाराज हों या आप उनसे नाराज हों और उस नाराजगी के अंदर आप रह के तो आप दुनिया में कोई मकाम हासिल करें। आप अपने मामलात को हमें इंडिया के साथ भी ठीक करना है, अपने मामलात को हमने अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ भी ठीक करना है, हमने अपने मामलात को ईरान के साथ भी मजबूत करना है। हमने खुद अपने पाँव पे कुल्हाड़ियाँ मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहाँ पहुँचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुँच गए हैं और अभी हम जमीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये सारे काम हमने खुद खराब किए हैं। अपने मुल्क को खुद आज इस नुक्ते पे हम लेके आए हैं, किसी और का कसूर नहीं है। ये हिंदुस्तान ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया, ये को अमेरिका ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया।
For a short commercial break. On the other side, there is no end to the showdown in Parliament. Opposition protest suspension. BJP holds counter-protest over shameful mocking. MHA takes stock of Parliament attack. Home Minister Amit Shah calls for a late-night meet with key officials.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा।
The Jammu and Kashmir police during the raids that have been conducted in the Jammu region across 7 districts have recovered the Aadhaar cards, the voter documents and also the revenue records along with the bank passbooks from the Rohingyas, those who have obtained these illegally with the help of locals, and now 18, that includes 6 from the Kishtwar districts who have been arrested by the Kishtwar police, have been identified, those who have married the locals to get the identity cards and their national identity certificates, including the Aadhaar and other valid cards that makes them the citizen of India. Now, according to the officials, there have been 7 arrests that have been made from the Kishtwar for harboring them, and now the intensified operations are on in other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
The showdown in the parliament, the opposition protest suspension, the BJP holding a counter protest over that shameful mocking incident. The police news tightens in the parliament attack investigation. Another key suspect is now arrested. The funding angle is also under the lens now. The MHA taking stock of the parliament attack. The Home Minister has called for a key meeting with top officials later today. On a 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Arvind Kejriwal has skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons for a second time, and he calls them, quote-unquote, politically motivated. The Varanasi court defers the Gyanvapi verdict to January the 3rd as the Muslim side skips the hearing today. It's a mega NI crackdown on terror in the state of Karnataka. ISIS terror module is busted in the Bellary district. So even as ruckus and the showdown, remember, continues in the parliament, a lot of questions still continue to be asked on the entire modus operandi behind the particular attack. And we'll keep our focus on that in this edition of the news. Now, in a significant development in the parliament security breach case, there are 2 individuals, Sai Krishna and the other is called Manoranjan. Now, both of them are roommates. They also shared a computer science background. And they right now, ladies and gentlemen, are being investigated for what possibly could be a potential involvement. Sai Krishna is seeking academic help from Manoranjan. The Delhi police then track him after finding his name in Manoranjan's diary that has been seized in Mysuru. Additionally, authorities are also probing his extensive international travel, his cash transactions, also what they are calling could be a potential link to anti-national activities, with questions arising about whether Sai Krishna is that missing link to funding in the entire case. On this bit of the development, we have our colleague Prajwal who's joining us, and he'll get us more insights into what we know about these two individuals now, Prajwal, that have been named by the investigative agencies. What more do we know about both Sai Krishna and Manoranjan? What do the agencies believe? Could there be larger role? Okay, so we'll try to get Prajwal with us in just a moment. But let's also push that story a little further, even as the investigation continues to gather pace. Now, the accused Sai Krishna's family here has also spoken up. They have denied any kind of link to the security breach case. In fact, they said they have absolutely no idea about this. And they also continue to maintain that Sai Krishna has no role in what happened. Listen in first up to what they say.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ನಾವು ರಾಂಗ್ ತಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೆದ್ರುದ್ರಾಗೇನೆ
ಏನಂದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗದಾನಂತೆ ಅನ್ನೋತ್ಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 2 days ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದು ಐತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು
ಹಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮನೋರಂಜನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದ ಏನಂತಂತ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮನವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೆಸರು ಏನೋ ಇತ್ತು ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸುಳ್ಳೋಕರೇನೋ ಏನ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಅದು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನಮಗೂ ತೋರ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಬರ್ದಾನಂತೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಅದು ಅವ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿತ್ತು ಕರೆ ಇತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ BIT ಅವರು ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನು ಅವು ಏನೋ ಬರ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬರತೈತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು.
So that is the sister of Sai Krishna. She is speaking up and she says, I have absolutely no idea of these kind of allegations, and she believes that her brother has no involvement whatsoever. But what has the Delhi police been doing and where have the leads led us to? Let's get you details of what our sources tell us. Now, the Delhi police's special cell has conducted a joint interrogation with all these accused now. Having them sit together is what sources indicate. So there are 6 accused in the entire case. They were actually kept on different units of the special cell. But on Wednesday, all the accused were taken for a one-to-one discussion. They were made sit face-to-face. This is essentially to ensure that there are no contradictions and there is no alibi. Now, remember, the Delhi police is also wanting to understand the chronology of the entire incident. They want to verify this with the statements that have been provided by the accused, whether they actually sit with one another or not. And in a latest development, all these 4 accused now have been remanded also to 4 days of custody. So this means that the police still has more time to be able to connect what many are saying are missing dots. Let's also get in our colleague Akil, who's been tracking this bit of the investigation for us, and he's joining us on the broadcast. You know, Akil, many would say that this is still a story that is unraveling by the moment. Now, this is a story that has its roots not just in Karnataka, but also in Delhi, because this is where the larger investigation is taking place. What more do we know about who possibly is behind this? Have the police and the sources ruled out, for the moment, any terror angle completely?
Well, absolutely. The investigation is continuously on. The probe is continuously on. What we know so far in this case that there have been 2 more people which have been detained, and those people have been identified as Sai Krishna. Sai Krishna is a close confidant and a very good friend of Manoranjan. Manoranjan was the one who basically went inside the parliament along with Sagar Sharma to misconduct and do that behavior inside the parliament. And Manoranjan has been in touch with Sai Krishna since 2008-9 because they were the batchmates and they were studying together and they have a close friendship since then. So that association goes long back, approximately for 13 to 14 years. So another person who have been detained by the police in this case have been identified as, who is an unemployed person, who have been identified as Atul. So there are two more major development in this case. One, Sai Krishna, who is a close friend, close confidant of Manoranjan, about whom Manoranjan has written in his diary and mentioned the details through which the police team investigation, the special cell investigative team got a clue, and then they nabbed Sai Krishna from Karnataka, and then after that he had been taken over to Delhi. And then right now what we know so far, that initially 6 people have been arrested in this case. 2 people who went inside the parliament, Manoranjan and Sagar Sharma, the 2 of them were there. Manoranjan was the one who was standing and using that smoke gun from the gallery, and Sagar Sharma was the one who basically jumped from the gallery to the parliament chamber. And there were 2 more people who were chanting slogans outside the parliament, who have been identified as Neelam Azad and Amol Shinde from Maharashtra. So if you see the links, there have been multiple links from different states, because the conspiracy which they have created was not executed from one state. There were 2 more people who were later on identified as Lalit Jha. Lalit Jha is the main conspirator who was not handling things from Delhi. He was in Kolkata, West Bengal. On December 10th, he came back to Delhi to execute his plan. And he was the one who was making the videos just standing outside the parliament. And when that incident happened, and he saw a chaos over there, and police trying to detain 2 of his friends, Neelam Azad and Amol Shinde, and that moment he just fled from the spot and took all the 4 phones, and then he went to Rajasthan's Nimrana district, and there he noticed that the police could catch him anytime soon. Then he again changed his location from Rajasthan's Nimrana to Rajasthan's Nagaur, and there he realized, there he met one of his friends who is from Rajasthan itself, who has been identified as Mahesh Kumawat. So Mahesh Kumawat is also one of the key characters in this case, who has been helping, aiding Lalit Jha to conspire, to hatch the entire conspiracy. And with the help of Mahesh Kumawat, Lalit Jha got a hotel in Rajasthan itself, and there he was there for 36 hours. And when he realized that anytime soon, as the investigation has been going on, anytime soon police could reach out to him, then he decided to surrender himself at Kartavyapat police station in Delhi. And then he came along with Mahesh, and then police got another link from that point when Mahesh cousin, who has been identified as Kailash also got detained, and then police tried to probe him. And if you see the larger picture in this case, the Delhi Police Special Cell team has created subsections. What we know so far from our sources, that there are 50 small teams which have been created, and all the units have been working on each and every plan to get the details of financial transactions. What were the transactions which were made for the last 6 months by all those accused in this case? And apart from that, there were Delhi Police Special Unit teams from New Friends Colony. What we know so far, that Neelam Azad was initially kept at New Friends Colony, and then Lalit Jha was kept at Delhi Police Special Unit Janakpuri, and another accused, Sagar Sharma, was kept at Delhi Police Special Unit Saket. So all the accused have been kept separately at a different point, and then the special cell investigation team have been interrogating them. And what we know so far, that on Wednesday, after interrogating them, the police team jointly interrogated them, because the only concern was with the team investigating the case, that they kept on changing their statements. To corroborate all those statements, Delhi police jointly questioned them on Wednesday. Yes, okay. Deepti, back to you.
All right, Akhil, I think these are important details that you're putting forth. So what we'll do is we'll move on to get our viewers another quick breaking update. That's in fact another lead in the entire story, and I request you to stay with us, and we are getting our viewers that update now. These are more details of what the Delhi police's arguments largely have been in the court. The Delhi police essentially trying to say that they need more time. Why? Because they need to cross-examine all the evidence that they do have. What they also stress is that there is a social media account that they need to analyze. Also, they want to study the psychological status of all those accused, essentially to be able to piece together why did they do what they did? Let's get back Akhil into this conversation, who's got us those insights. But Akhil, at the end of the day, what the agencies would also want to know are these, individuals who were working in tandem? If yes, who was the real mastermind behind this? Or, did they all converge together? Did someone actually get them together? Could there be more handlers? Was someone, putting their money, their might behind this entire operation? What do we know about that bit?
Yes, Dipti, I mean, these things will take time to come forward. But off the cuff, I asked a senior police officer. He said that right now we are probing all the different angles. But he made it very clear that there are 2 or 3 people in this entire case who are the mastermind, who has been basically leading the charge from the front, because they have got the clear ideology on what they are supposed to do. Because if you see the entire investigation, when psychoanalysis was done, so basically all those accused were motivated, influenced through social media only. They have not got a clear ideology. What we have been getting from our sources, that when the team investigating the case inquired and asked 4th and 5th question, they started to fumble, and they didn't have answer to those questions on the basis of their ideology. So basically they were motivated. But out of the 6 arrested individuals, 2 or 3 of them could be the lead person who have been motivating them and channelizing their energy to work in that manner, because the information that we are getting from them, from the police sources, that they have been saying that our main motive is to change the country. But in which context, in what form, what exactly they want to do, what exactly they wanted to pursue. So all these details, the nuanced details, will come out once the investigation process will complete. But if you know, but there is one more element of the angle which is connected through Bengal, because Lalit Jha, the key conspirator in this case, was not just involved in social activity, because he was associated with an NGO from West Bengal. There he was working. Apart from that, he was providing tuitions to the students also. Apart from that, when we tried to reach out to the NGO, I personally spoke to the NGO owner, and he said that I asked him that I want to pursue internship in your organization, and he said that no, we don't provide any kind of internship. We just do activism, and we do it in a very aggressive form of activism. So if you try to get more information from the transaction parts, from the registration parts, when I asked them why didn't you get your NGO registered as of now, then he started to divulge and circumnavigate all those direct questions, and he said that we tried to register our organization, but it took time. Some of my family members got ill, and then it took time. And then another point, he said that one of our lawyers had got ill. That's why we couldn't get it registered. So there have been a lot of pauses, and there have been a lot of changing statements. So right now the police team have been corroborating all those statements, because what we know so far, that Lalit Jha, and apart from other 2 or 3 accused in this case, have kept on changing. That is why Delhi Police Special Cell team have been interrogating them one-on-one basis, and once they checked those statements on one-on-one basis, after that they made all of the accused, all the 6 accused, sit together at Delhi Police Special Cell team at New Friends Colony over there, and then they interrogated over there to corroborate all the and connect all those dots where the missing link could be found, that how they got to know each other for the last 1.5 years, and how they have been closely working and getting motivated through different channels, and what were the transactions made. Because what we know so far, that Delhi Police Special Team have been working on their social media accounts, apart from the digital transaction which they got from different sources, and how much the money have been and they have been borrowing from someone. Because what we know so far, that out of the 6, 3 were unemployed, but they still continue to do their protest. What was the nature of that transaction? That is yet to be cleared in the investigation. Yes, Dipti, back to you.
Yes, so Akhil, I think the biggest headline is that there has lot to be answered on this entire story. The motivations, why did they do this, who's behind them, who was helping them financially, and I think we'll have more details as and when the investigation proceeds. For the moment, thank you for piecing together everything that we knew on the story, Akhil. as I thank you. And we also put our focus now on what's been happening, remember, not just in the parliament but outside. Today, more MPs have been suspended, and this means a total of 146 members of parliament already have been suspended. But then, in this same parliament session, remember, there has been that utter disgraceful episode of the mockery of the chair, the vice president. So anger has been piling up against the opposition over that particular episode by the TMC MP and also by Rahul Gandhi. This is a report from Jammu on the protest by the BJP itself, where effigies were burnt and slogans raised.
The DMK unit of the Bharatiya Janata Party is staging protest against the opposition parties for the mimicry of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and now they are not only burning the effigy of the opposition leaders but also saying that this kind of politics which the opposition has resorted to, this should stop immediately, and there needs to be strict action against those who have resorted to this kind of politics wherein they resorted to the mimicry of the Vice President of the country, and that's why they are burning the effigy of the opposition leaders as well. Important to mention that after the suspension of the opposition leaders from the parliament, the leader of the Trinamool Congress, the member of parliament, was seen that how he was disrespecting the Vice President, wherein he was seen doing the mimicry, and the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi was seen recording the video, after which there was a sharp criticism of the move, and the BJP and other parties, they objected to this act outside the parliament by the leaders of the opposition party. And now in Jammu, the protests are taking place wherein the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they are staging the protest and burning the effigy of the opposition leaders as mark of protest. And now they are saying that they will ensure that the strict action be taken against those who were part of this disrespect to the Vice President, which is a constitutional post. And now the BJP workers have gathered outside the party office in Jammu, wherein they are staging the protest against the leaders of the opposition parties, stating that this will continue.
We head into a quick break, but on the other side, more details on why has Arvind Kejriwal decided to skip the Enforcement Directorate summons, and what does he say? Also, the Varanasi court has deferred the Gyanvapi verdict to January the 3rd. We'll have details of that and much more when we come back.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास।
has been building up against the opposition over the entire mimicry episode by the TMC MP and Rahul Gandhi. The BJP unit in Jammu earlier also staged a protest. As Arvind Kejriwal has skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons for the second time, the BJP has sharpened its attack and they say that he's the kingpin of the liquor gate. Arvind Kejriwal on the other side has called these summons quote-unquote politically motivated. And speaking on these summons, Atishi, the Delhi minister, has called these summons again politically motivated, much like Arvind Kejriwal, and she says that AAP is not scared of either the Enforcement Directorate or the CBI.
लेकिन मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित केंद्र सरकार को ये बताना चाहती हूं कि हम आपकी ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकियों से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। चाहे दिल्ली हो, चाहे पंजाब हो, हम यहां के लोगों के लिए काम करते रहेंगे और देश भर में आम आदमी पार्टी का संगठन, आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता बढ़ती रहेगी। और अगर आप इस तरह से झूठे आरोप लगा के नेताओं को जेल में डालोगे तो इसका जवाब आपको देश की जनता देगी।
The country has seen a sharp rise in the COVID cases again, with about 358 cases recorded in the last 24 hours. The surge in the cases coming amidst a rise in the subvariant JN1, which was first detected in the state of Kerala. In Karnataka, the Chief Minister has chaired a high-level meet that was attended by the State Health Minister and the other officials. Karnataka has reported 2 COVID-19 related deaths in the past 24 hours.
Keep vigil, increase our testing.
India is sending humanitarian assistance and disaster relief supplies for the people of Papua New Guinea in the wake of the volcanic eruption. The aid comprises disaster relief and medical aid. Central team of officials visited areas affected by the unprecedented rain in Tamil Nadu's Thoothukudi. Normal life continues to be affected in the district and the road network has also taken a hit. Let's move on now to get you more international updates now. The US has again reiterated its stand on the Israel-Hamas war ahead of the upcoming vote on the Gaza ceasefire resolution. The US Secretary of State highlighted that Hamas must stop hiding behind civilians, also lay down its arms and surrender.
What is striking to me is that even as, again, we hear many countries urging the end to this conflict, which we would all like to see, I hear virtually no one saying, demanding of Hamas that it stop hiding behind civilians, that it lay down its arms, that it surrender. This is over tomorrow if Hamas does that. This would have been over a month ago, 6 weeks ago, if Hamas had done that. And how can it be that there are no demands made of the aggressor and only demands made of the victim? So it would be good if there was a strong international voice pressing Hamas to do what's necessary to end this. And again, that could be tomorrow.
We head into a break. On the other side, we tell you what's been happening in the parliament, where again you have more member of parliament suspended. 146 now is the total. On the other side, the opposition has been holding this protest that you see on your screens, but the BJP says they need to apologize for the shameful mocking of the chair. Also, the MHA is taking stock of the parliament attack. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah has called for a key meeting with top officials. We'll get you details. So where have the investigations led us to so far?
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब।
And well, the showdown in Parliament continues unabated while BJP staged a protest earlier in the day over the shameful mocking of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. The opposition, on the other hand, hit the streets over the suspension of MPs. Let's listen in to the voices that have come in so far.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out, and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk.
दुनिया में कोविड प्रबंधन की किसी देश की तारीफ की गई है तो भारत की और भारत के नेतृत्व में मोदी जी की गई। हमने महामारी से भी बचाया, भूखमरी से भी बचाया। अध्यक्ष, 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन अगर किसी देश में मुफ्त लगी पूरी दुनिया में तो भारत में मोदी सरकार में लगी है। उसमें जाति धर्म संप्रदाय नहीं देखा गया। आपने इसको संप्रदाय के नाम पर ले गए, आप मजहब के नाम पर ले गए। मुझे बहुत पीड़ा हुई सुन के। हमारी सरकार में तो सबका साथ सबका विकास सोचा जाता है। हमने कभी ये नहीं कहा आप एक कोई इंसिडेंट बताइए। अगर 4 करोड़ पक्के मकान मिले, 12 करोड़ शौचालय बने, 10 करोड़ बहनों को रसोई गैस का सिलेंडर मिला, 13 करोड़ घरों को नल से जल मिला, 80 करोड़ गरीबों को अनाज मुफ्त में मिल रहा है, और अगले 5 साल की गारंटी भी मोदी की गारंटी में मिलने।
माननीय वाइस चेयरमैन मैडम,
इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, हमने तो सबका साथ सबका विकास के साथ काम किया। आप बिल्कुल इसमें ना जाइए। यहां पे भी जितनों को सर्टिफिकेट मिल, आपने कहा सर रिकॉर्ड चेक कराइए। आपने मजबूरी रूप देने की बात कही है, आपने मजबूरी रूप देने की बात कही। आपने कोविड में मैंने कहा कोविड के समय भी अगर किसी रिपोर्टर की मृत्यु भी हुई तो उसको 5 लाख रुपए मदद देने का काम मोदी सरकार के समय हुआ। आपने कहा अखबारों को जिंदा रखना चाहिए। मैंने कहा जिंदा के लिए हमने बढ़ाने का काम, रिकॉर्ड रजिस्ट्रेशन हम लोग ऑनलाइन कर रहे हैं और बाकी कर रहे हैं। आपने कहा 1120 रुपए का सिलेंडर, आप गलत कह रहे हैं। जितने उज्ज्वला योजना के लाभार्थी हैं उनको 1120 नहीं 630 रुपए का सिलेंडर मिलता है, और ये मोदी की गारंटी के कारण मिल रहा है। बाकियों को 920 रुपए में मिलता है। ऐसा ही नहीं, आपने कहा डिजिटल मीडिया को तो मैंने कह ही दिया, आपके कुछ और। आपने जो मजहब की बात की मैंने उसका भी उत्तर दे दिया। हमने पहले भी कहा कि इसको
चलिए डिबेट नहीं करिए प्रधानमंत्री जी प्लीज।
मैं अध्यक्ष जी इतना ही कहूंगा कि आखिरकार गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर निकलकर आधुनिकता से लैस, अवसरों से लैस ये बिल प्रेस एंड रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ पीरियोडिकल बिल 2023 एक ऐसे अवसर लेकर आ रहा है जो एक बार नहीं अनेक बार अनेक लोगों को आगे बढ़ने का अवसर देगा, पत्रकारिता के क्षेत्र में उद्यमी बनने का अवसर देगा। और ये बिल 1867 के बिल को हटाकर संपूर्णता भारतीय बिल है। नए भारत के निर्माण में विकसित भारत के निर्माण में प्रेस की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हो, उस उद्देश्य को लेकर बिल आया है। मैं आशा करता हूं जैसे आप सब ने अपनी बात में समर्थन किया, आप इसको वोट में भी सर्वसम्मति से पास करेंगे। आपका बहुत बहुत आभार, आपने मुझे अवसर दिया।
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। प्रश्न एक, खंड 2 से 22 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 2 से 22 विधेयक का अंग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी अब प्रस्ताव करें कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your permission, I rise to move that the bill to provide for press and registration of periodicals and matters connected therewith be taken into consideration, sir.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
To be passed.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ, विधेयक पारित हुआ। माननीय सदस्यगण, अब हम 17वीं लोकसभा के 14वें सत्र की समाप्ति की ओर आ गए हैं। इस सत्र का आरंभ 4 दिसंबर 2023 को हुआ था। इस सत्र में हमने 14 बैठकें की जो 61 घंटे 50 मिनट तक चली। सत्र के दौरान कुल 12 सरकारी विधेयक लोकसभा में पुनर्स्थापित किए गए। सत्र के दौरान कुल 18 सरकारी विधेयक लोकसभा में चर्चा के बाद पारित किए गए। सभा द्वारा पारित किए गए कुछ महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक इस तरीके से हैं। भारतीय न्याय संहिता 2023, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता 2023, भारतीय साक्ष्य बिल 2023, केंद्रीय वस्तु एवं सेवा कर संशोधन विधेयक 2023, दूरसंचार विधेयक 2023। सत्र के दौरान 12 दिसंबर 2023 को वर्ष 2023-24 के लिए अनुदानों की पूरक मांगे तथा वर्ष 2020-21 के लिए अनुदानों की एक्सेस मांगों पर मतदान द्वारा उन्हें पारित किया गया। सत्र के दौरान कुल 55 तारांकित प्रश्न पूछे गए। सत्र के दौरान नियम 377 के अधीन कुल 265 मामले उठाए गए। शून्यकाल के दौरान कुल 182 मामले उठाए गए। सत्र के दौरान लोकसभा विभागों से संबद्ध स्थायी समिति के 35 प्रतिवेदन सभा में प्रस्तुत किए गए। इस सत्र के दौरान निर्देश 73 के अधीन सभा में 33 वक्तव्य दिए गए। इसके अतिरिक्त माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री द्वारा भी एक वक्तव्य दिया गया। सत्र के दौरान प्रश्नों में शुद्धि करने वाले 2 वक्तव्य सदन की पटल पर रखे गए। सत्र के दौरान कुल 1930 पत्रों को सदन पर सभा पटल पर रखा गया। लोकसभा के इस सत्र की कार्य उत्पादकता लगभग 74% रही। माननीय सदस्यगण, दिनांक 18 दिसंबर 2023 को श्रीलंका की संसद के अध्यक्ष के नेतृत्व में वहां के संसदीय शिष्टमंडल का सभा ने स्वागत किया। उन्होंने सभा में विशिष्ट जगह बैठकर सभा की कार्रवाई भी देखी। माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं सभा की कार्रवाई को पूरा करने में सभापति तालिका में शामिल माननीय मेरे साथियों को उनके योगदान के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी का, विभिन्न दलों के नेताओं का और माननीय सदस्यों के प्रति भी उनके सहयोग के लिए अत्यधिक आभारी हूं। मैं आप सभी की ओर से प्रेस और मीडिया के मित्रों को भी धन्यवाद करता हूं। इस अवसर पर मैं सभा को प्रदान की गई समर्पित और त्वरित सेवा के लिए लोकसभा सचिवालय के महासचिव और अधिकारियों तथा कर्मचारियों की सराहना करता हूं। मैं सभा की कार्रवाई के संचालन में सम्मिलित एजेंसियों को उनके द्वारा प्रदान की गई सहायता के लिए भी धन्यवाद देता हूं। माननीय सदस्यगण, कृपया हम वंदे मातरम के लिए खड़े हो जाएं। सभा की कार्रवाई अनिश्चित काल के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
And the Lok Sabha has just been adjourned. Those are the live proceedings. As you saw, it was cut short by 24 hours. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla also addressing the House as Prime Minister Modi in person attended the last session of Lok Sabha. And we now get you some other stories we're tracking for you in brief this afternoon. Anger has only been piling against the opposition over ridiculing Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar by TMC MP and Gandhi Sion. BJP unit in Jammu staged a protest, burnt effigies and raised their voice against Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee for insulting Jagdeep Dhankar.
Visuals of that side. So the Indian Youth Congress protesters have been protesting over here with regard to the unemployment in the country. Sir, मुझे ये बता to show you the visuals of that side. So the Indian Youth Congress protesters have been protesting over here.
As Kejriwal skipped ED summons for the second time, BJP sharpened its attack on Arvind Kejriwal, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party national convener is the kingpin of the liquor gate. Kejriwal skipped these summons in the liquor policy case, calling the summons politically motivated. Speaking on the ED summons to Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Minister termed the summons politically motivated, adding that the Aam Aadmi Party is not scared of either the ED or the CBI. India saw a sharp rise.
पार्टी शासित केंद्र सरकार को ये बताना चाहती हूं कि हम आपकी ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकियों से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। चाहे दिल्ली हो, चाहे पंजाब हो, हम यहां के लोगों के लिए काम करते रहेंगे और देश भर में आम आदमी पार्टी का संगठन, आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता बढ़ती रहेगी। और अगर आप इस तरह से झूठे आरोप लगा के नेताओं को जेल में डालोगे तो इसका जवाब आपको देश की जनता देगी।
India saw a sharp rise in COVID-19 cases with 358 fresh infections recorded in the past 24 hours. Now, according to data by the Union Health Ministry, the surge in cases comes amid a rise in COVID subvariant JN1, which was first detected in Kerala. There are 2669 cases of COVID-19 at present in the country. Rising cases of COVID in Kerala led Siddaramaiah to chair a high-level meet that was attended by State Health Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao and Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara, along with top health officials. Karnataka reported 2 COVID-19 related deaths in the past 24 hours amid a rise in cases after the emergence of the new subvariant. India is sending humanitarian assistance and disaster relief supplies for the people of Papua New Guinea in the wake of the volcanic eruption. The aid comprises disaster relief and medical aid. Supplies include 6 tons of essential medicines, surgical items, and 11 tons of disaster relief material, among other items. A central team of officials visited areas affected by the unprecedented rains in Tamil Nadu's Thoothukudi. Normal life continues to be affected in Thoothukudi district and road network remained cut off in several areas. Moving on, DMK Minister K Ponmudy has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment and 50 lakh rupees of fine, both for him and his wife. This is in the disproportionate assets case, and in case they fail to pay this fine, then they have to undergo 6 more months of imprisonment. Now, judge suspended the sentence. Meanwhile, sources suggest that DMK Minister Ponmudi's portfolio has been handed over to Minister Raja Kannappan. Higher Education Ministry was held by DMK Minister Ponmudi, who has now been convicted in a disproportionate assets case, and his portfolio has been handed over to Backward Class Welfare Minister Raja Kannappan. BJP has hid out. Listen in to what the reactions are so far.
Who's not getting any relief from Supreme Court, now another minister in the DMK government, Ponmudi, who had once said that it is the agenda of India Alliance to abuse Sanatan, insult Sanatan, has been convicted and sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment for corruption. DMK today means dirty money kiska, because there are many cases of dirty money and corruption that are emerging from DMK. But this entire alliance, India Alliance, is actually bonded by corruption, sharab ka corruption, satta ka corruption, gambling ka corruption, and all other forms of corruption. And therefore, if you see Mr. Kejriwal, who is facing serious allegations in Sharab Ghotala, he is on the run. He does not want to appear in front of ED. Then you see Lalu Prasad Yadav convicted for Chara Ghotala. Recently, Congress lost elections in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan because of the corruption they've done there. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi facing corruption charges in National Herald, and DMK government, serious charges of corruption are there, and one after the other the ministers are going in jail, just like Aam Aadmi Party. This bond of corruption is the only bond that is there between the India Alliance partners. On the one hand, there is mission and vision of Modi ji. On the other hand, India Alliance only has commission and corruption.
We welcome this judgment, BJP welcomes this judgment, and it is a lesson for those who loot the public. And Mr. Ponmudi should have gone home, should have gone to the jail before 3 days itself, but he continued to be a minister, which is shameful. And we strongly condemn the DMK, which has been looting the public, and this is the lesson what they get, and this is called the Dravida model. Now, with this judgment, we need to understand that not only the person who is looting, their family members are also being punished. His wife, Mr. Ponmudi's wife, is also given the same sentence. And at least from now on, the ministers, the politicians, the officials should understand that if you loot the public, it is not only you, but also the family who are getting affected. So, from at least now on, the politicians should understand that they should not loot the public money.
And as the crackdown on Rohingyas continues, police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas who married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Gursimran getting us this report.
As Jammu and Kashmir police intensified their crackdown on the Rohingya and their supporters in Jammu and Kashmir, 18 Rohingyas have been identified who have married the locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get their Indian national identity cards illegally. The Jammu and Kashmir police, during the raids that have been conducted in the Jammu region across 7 districts, have recovered the Aadhaar cards, the voter documents and also the revenue records along with the bank passbooks from the Rohingyas, those who have obtained these illegally with the help of locals. And now 18, that includes 6 from the Kishtwar districts who have been arrested by the Kishtwar police, have been identified, those who have married the locals to get the identity cards and their national identity certificates, including the Aadhaar and other valid cards that makes them the citizen of India. Now, according to the officials, there have been 7 arrests that have been made from the Kishtwar for harboring them, and now the intensified operations are on in other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. With Gaurav Sahani, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
And in an exciting development, Techno has officially unveiled the much anticipated Techno Phantom V Fold, delighting tech enthusiasts with a special festive offer. Getting you all the details in this story.
In a momentous event at the Prime Mobile and Gadget store in Kolkata, Techno has introduced a special price of 69,999 for the Phantom V Fold, with remarkable reduction from its original price of 88,888 rupees.
In addition to the Phantom V Fold announcement, Techno surprised attendees with the introduction of the all-new Spark Go 2024. Specifically designed for Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets, this product caters to the entertainment needs of aspirational Bharat.
Today we are launching, Jishu already spoke about the Phantom V Fold, which we are today giving an extraordinary price of 69,999. And apart from that, today we are launching the Spark Go 2024. This is primarily a phone which we talk about our consumers in Bharat. A phone which has a dot-notch display, a dynamic screen, a phone which has a side fingerprint, a DTS loud audio. So overall the phone is amazing. 664, 864 and 8128, the RAM and the ROM. And the price at which we are launching is 6699. So it's an amazing price. So it's stop at nothing and beyond the extraordinary.
The unveiling of the Spark Go 2024 further solidifies Techno's commitment to providing cutting-edge technology for diverse consumer segments. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Kejriwal skips ED summons for a second time, calling them politically motivated. Varanasi court defers Gyanvapi verdict to January 3 as Muslim side skips hearing today.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब। देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि
बात को हमने अफगानिस्तान के साथ भी ठीक करना है, हमने अपने मामलात को ईरान के साथ भी मजबूत करना है। हमने खुद अपने पांव पे कुल्हाड़ियां मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहां पहुंचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुंच गए हैं और अभी हम जमीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये सारे काम हमने खुद खराब किए हैं। अपने मुल्क को खुद आज इस नुक्ते पे हम लेके आए हैं, किसी और का कसूर नहीं है। ये हिंदुस्तान ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया, ये को अमेरिका ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया।
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम।
One of them certainly came out and was in Egypt, as you saw our embassy tweet about it. I don't have an update. The other 3 have come out. My understanding is that they are probably still in Gaza. We haven't received anything particular about them. We hope that they are safe. But since you raised, we'll also recheck. But as of now, we haven't received any information that they have left. Kalal, I'll come to your question for a second. Shashank, just to clarify, let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm saying this is a new initiative, so I'll have to get back to you as soon as I have something to convey. I don't have a clarity. That's why I don't have a clarity whether there is exactly the question that you're answering. We'll get back if there is an update on this issue. But certainly as you said, we value the free movement of commercial shipping, and we have been part of efforts to ensure free passage or transit of ships in the Arabian Sea. मधुरेंद्र जी, आपका पहला प्रश्न मुझे पता नहीं किस तरह से जवाब देना चाहिए। मैं आपसे सहमत नहीं हूं कि टॉक्स का कोई पूरा फेल हुआ है या हमारे टॉक्स जारी है। आप जैसे आपने ठीक WMCC में भी और हमारे कोर कमांडर लेवल पे भी जारी है, और इसी जब तक हम जो चाहते वो नहीं हो पाता है तब तक टॉक्स चलेंगी हमें। तो इसमें मैं अभी कोई डिसीजन नहीं लेना चाहूंगा कि मैप में ये दिखाया गया, मैंने देखा नहीं ऐसा कोई मैप जिसमें दिखाया गया कोई बहुत फर्क पड़ा है। हमारी जो पोजीशन है वो रही है और इसी बात पे हम बात कर रहे हैं उनसे, ताकि जो हमारी डिमांड्स हैं या हमारे पर्सपेक्टिव है उसमें पूरी तरह हम सफल हो पाए। इजराइल, लेट मी आंसर कल्लोल फर्स्ट एंड फिर मधुरेंद्र जी आपको बताता हूँ। I didn't get your why you. First of all, let me explain. We have issued advisory. That advisory stands. But as you know, that of the about 18,000 or so that Indians that we estimated, we only got about 1,300 or so came back. So others did not. And this was not an advice that everybody has to leave. Those who wanted to leave, we assisted them to come out. I don't know. अवधरेंद्र जी आप पूछ रहे थे कि कुछ लोग वापस चले गए हैं स्टूडेंट्स, उनसे बात करनी पड़ेगी, पर हमारी एडवाइजरी जारी है। पर अगर कोई जाना चाहता है वहां है तो हम उनको जबरदस्ती तो नहीं ला रहे हैं अभी। और as regards Kallol, your query or your comment that this is related to the jobs issue, as I said, let me go back to what we said in Parliament, which is that we've had no such discussions on replacing Palestinian laborers with Indian workers. But again, if Indian workers do go, short of issuing, we haven't issued advisory saying you cannot go there. This is not, some countries have issued such advisory. Advisories are issued based on the threat assessment and they're graded. There's not a common one. And we haven't said that you cannot go, and there are enough Indians already there. So for us to say, well, they're there and we issued advisory, I would not like to go beyond that. Safe, not safe, somebody gets injured if he's still there, you will hold me responsible is not a good line to go. So we issued advisory. I would urge everyone to follow that. And also mention that there are Indian citizens currently in Israel. आपका प्रश्न भी इसी तरह मैंने जैसे कहा कि हमारी एडवाइजरी लागू है जो हमने इशू किया था उस समय जारी की थी। Okay, I think we'll stop with that. Thank you all. Sorry. Yes, CRS. Sorry. As I said, I thought phone a friend anyway. Look, I mentioned to you about the inquiry committee and the comments on that issue, on the specific issue, and that once a committee is there, we will look into what it says. But meanwhile, as regards USCIRF, look, you are all aware of their motivated and biased approach towards India. You've seen it a number of times in the past. I would therefore not like to, give their comments any particular weight or consideration. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us.
The DMK unit of the Bharatiya Janata Party is staging protest against the opposition parties for the mimicry of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and now they are not only burning the effigy of the opposition leaders but also saying that this kind of politics which the opposition has resorted to, this should stop immediately, and there needs to be strict action against those who have resorted to this kind of politics wherein they resorted to the mimicry of the Vice President of the country, and that's why they are burning the effigy of the opposition leaders as well. Important to mention that after the suspension of the opposition leaders from the parliament, the leader of the Trinamool Congress, the member of parliament, was seen that how he was disrespecting the Vice President, wherein he was seen doing the mimicry, and the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi was seen recording the video, after which there was a sharp criticism of the move, and the BJP and other parties, they objected to this act outside the parliament by the leaders of the opposition party. And now in Jammu, the protests are taking place wherein the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they are staging the protest and burning the effigy of the opposition leaders as mark of protest, and now they are saying that they will ensure that the strict action be taken against those who were part of this disrespect to the Vice President, which is a constitutional post. And now the BJP workers have gathered outside the party office in Jammu, wherein they are staging the protest against the leaders of the opposition parties, stating that this will continue.
गोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
by the Delhi Special Corps as well as the IB as well, and also with the help of various state agencies, because some of these perpetrators also come from down south as well as from up north as well as Hindi hinterland as well. State agencies too have been involved, but now the Delhi Special Cell is making sure that they are present in each and every site from where these criminals used to come from, and have gone ahead and conducted detailed interrogation. First and foremost, the key character now being Manoranjan, because there were many questions which was being posed, whether Manoranjan is the mastermind or whether he is the pawn, because he remains to be very crucial at this point of time, because he was the one who has gone ahead and secured 2 passes for people to go ahead and enter inside the parliament. He along with Sagar Sharma had in fact entered inside the premises of the parliament. Now days later on, the Delhi Special Cell as well as the IB have gone ahead and questioned his parents, and during the interrogation of his parents, 2 things were made clear. First and foremost, he was an introvert. He never used to engage with any of the people, and he also used to make sure that he used to stay alone. Secondly, he was unemployed since the very beginning, since he graduated from the engineering college in Mysuru from Vijayanagar too. And after that point of time, they have also seen several incriminating material, mainly these books which was written by revolutionaries, and also a few diaries of Manoranjan. In this particular diary, there was also a name of a person by the name of Sai Krishna. When the Delhi Special Cell have gone ahead and interrogated Manoranjan's parents further, they have learnt that Sai Krishna was also one of his batchmates between 2008 to 2009 in the BIT Engineering College in Bengaluru, and also they used to stay together in the same house in Bengaluru as well. And at this point of time, they have also noticed from the call detail records as well as the messages which Manoranjan has frequently done to Sai Krishna, and have found out some evidence, and therefore they went to Bagalkot where Sai Krishna resides, and he was also grilled by the cops. What is very interesting over here is the fact that Sai Krishna is also the son of a former DYSP in the state of Karnataka. Karnataka too. So all these points are also evidently going ahead and leading to the financial as well as the funding angle as to where Manoranjan had procured money. Because first and foremost, we need to understand that Manoranjan had gone ahead and procured his passport in 2013 in January as well, and he had travelled to Cambodia, Thailand as well as Singapore, to Cambodia in 2013, to Thailand in the first half of 2014 and to Singapore in the second half of 2014 is what details in his passport are going ahead and confirming. Also, there has been cash which has been given at each and every point, but very interestingly, there is no sort of digital evidence or trace that has been left behind by Manoranjan while either booking the flight tickets or even planning the itinerary of his travel to, and that is something which has now been a topic of interest. Now, meanwhile, Sai Krishna's sister Spandana has gone ahead and claimed that whatsoever her brother is innocent too, and we also did go ahead and get in a word from Spandana as well. Let's go across and listen into that soundbite coming in from Spandana, who is the sister of Sai Krishna from Bagalkot.
ನಾವು ರಾಂಗ್ ತಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೆದ್ರುದ್ರಾಗೇನೆ
ಏನಂದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗದಾನಂತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 2 days ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದು ಐತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು
ಹಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮನೋರಂಜನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದ ಏನಂತಂತ
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮನವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೆಸರು ಏನೋ ಇತ್ತು ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸುಳ್ಳೋಕರೇನೋ ಏನ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಅದು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನಮಗೂ ತೋರ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಬರ್ದಾನಂತೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದು ಇಲ್ದೆ ಅದು ಅವ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿತ್ತು ಕರೆ ಇತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ BIT ಅವರು ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನು ಅವು ಏನೋ ಬರ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬರತೈತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು
Now, that was Spandana, in fact, the sister of Sai Krishna, who was going ahead and speaking, claiming that all was well and there is absolutely absolutely no chances for doubts to be left as well. Because one should remember that Manoranjan has studied in 2 colleges now. Because surprisingly, he was also a part of the Vivekananda College in Mysuru as well. And now links have emerged that he was also a part of the BIT Engineering College between 2008 to 2009. So what branch had he taken? Because over here, what coincides is also the fact that Sai Krishna was also studying computer science, and in fact even Manoranjan was also studying computer science. And also looking at Manoranjan's academic track record too, it is now being learned that Sai Krishna had gone ahead and approached him to go on and seek further help for his studies too. But after their graduation, this has happened between 2008 to 2009, but what needs to be understood over here is that there has been constant communication even post college, even post graduation as well, because we understand that Sai Krishna is also a techie who is working in Bengaluru too, and therefore there has been several SIM cards which has now been taken in by Manoranjan in January 2022. After that, he's gone ahead and made calls to around 8 to 10 people. Out of the 8 to 10 people that he's made calls, the call detail records clearly show that he's contacted Sai Krishna multiple times from the same SIM cards too. So why did he go ahead and contact Sai Krishna if he was only a classmate, as to what the relatives of Sai Krishna are claiming on? Or else was he the link? Is he the missing link who's gone ahead and funded this? Because investigations in the larger prospect goes ahead and shows that it was somebody in West Bengal who's gone ahead and funded everything. But also now Manoranjan's role is becoming more and more evident with connections coming down south in the state of Karnataka. So we will need to go ahead and understand as to how this entire case has panned out. And also secondly, Manoranjan's parents who have gone ahead and given statements. First and foremost, Manoranjan's father father, Mr. Devraj, is a BJP functionary. He was a BJP Karyakarta in Mysuru as well, and he was prominently known within the BJP party circles. Secondly, the reason that the office of the MP, Pratap Simha, has gone ahead and given pass from sources we know in the know of the investigation, have gone ahead and pointed out to the fact that because of Devraj Gowda, who is the father of Manoranjan Gowda, that was one of the reasons that the passes were given as well. And this not only dates back to 3 or 4 months since when the pass was obtained, it also goes ahead and dates back to the conversations, the sort of meetings that has happened for the past 4 to 5 years between Manoranjan, Sagar Sharma, as well as Neelam and Anmol too, is what the investigations are pointing out. So there has been several meetings which has been conducted in the state of Karnataka. The funding angle is now being probed into. His travel itinerary is being looked into because he was an unemployed youth, and the parents on record have stated that only 2,000 rupees was being given by them and he did not frequent out. But the passport details, which was initially probed by the State Intelligence Department, says otherwise as well. So how was he able to go ahead and afford such lavish and costly trips, mainly to Thailand, Cambodia and Singapore? So all this, all this will have to be known as to what exactly has happened. And also now the showdown in the parliament continues unabated, while the BJP has staged a protest earlier in the day over the shameful mocking of the Vice President, Mr. Dhankar, and the opposition on the other hand has hit the streets over the suspension of all these MPs from the parliament. We also have a detailed report coming in from our colleague Harsha from within the parliament, where the opposition has gone ahead and staged a massive protest.
Protesters have been protesting.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out, and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
इंडिया पार्टी के सारे नेतागण और यहाँ पर पधारे हुए सारे मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है। हम चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और लोगों के भावना को पार्लियामेंट में बताना पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स का कर्तव्य होता है, वो हम कर रहे थे। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो घटना घटी लोकसभा में, वही मुद्दे पर लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में हम ये उठाना चाहते थे कि क्या सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच कैसा हुआ, कौन उसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और क्यों ऐसा हुआ, इसके बारे में आप सदन को बताइए। और सदन तो ये देश का बहुत बड़ा पंचायत
के सदस्यों का निलंबन 143 भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ और अगर ये हुआ है तो शर्म आनी चाहिए भाजपा को, जिसने इतिहास को कलंकित कर दिया। हम महंगाई के बारे में न बोल सकें, बेरोजगारी के बारे में न बोल सकें, भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में न बोल सकें, किसानों की आवाज़ न उठा सकें। इसलिए अगर वहाँ से हमको निष्कासित कर दिया जाए तो हमारे सामने विकल्प क्या है? हम क्या मांग रहे थे वहाँ कि इतिहास की एक ऐसी घटना हुई है जो कभी नहीं हुई थी। 4 लोग आते हैं, 2 बाहर प्रदर्शन करते हैं, 2 अंदर जाते हैं। सदन की गैलरी से, दर्शक दीर्घा से वो पहुँच जाते हैं हाउस।
Well, yes, it's very shocking to see how the statements have come from the Olympic medalist and also one of the top wrestlers that India has got so far, announcing that if the WFI continues to keep Sanjay Singh, who was the right hand and allegedly a close aide of the former WFI chief Brij Bhushan's aide, then it is going to be her decision to leave and quit wrestling and retire from wrestling owing to this entire decision. This has in fact raises many concerns over the wrestlers' stand over the WFI president post election commission, because this is what they have been fighting for. She has also made the statements along with tendering her resignation and saying that if the condition continues to be the same in the coming days, she will retire from wrestling. In fact, this is going to be even more concerning right now because the process of the WFI elections has come in after the Punjab and Haryana court had put the stay. This is after the Supreme Court allowed the election process to start and Sanjay Singh has been elected as the new WFI chief. This will be another fresh, we can say, a face-off between the wrestlers and the WFI federation. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. And Sakshi Malik, medal winner, has just quit wrestling on live TV. on the press conference. This is right after Brijbhushan Saran Singh's press conference, in which he says, well, absolutely, and at this point of time, this is breaking news coming in after a new Wrestling Federation of India president being chosen. You have Sakshi Malik resigning. I would just request to put visuals of Sakshi Malik on air. We are talking about Sakshi Malik. Wrestler Sakshi Malik has just announced her retirement. Sakshi Malik has just announced her resignation. She has just decided that after Sanjay Singh Rao being appointed as the new president, and then Brijbhushan Saran Singh coming out saying that yes, dabdaba hai aur dabdaba rahega. These are the exact words which were used by Brijbhushan Saran Singh, the former president of WFI, because his was Sanjay Singh Rao and he has won with handsome number of votes. Sakshi Malik has said that I quit wrestling. She breaks down during the live press conference, and then Sakshi Malik, medal winner, multiple medal winner, has just announced her retirement from wrestling. So very clearly, this is breaking news coming in. This is right after Sanjay Singh Rao being appointed as the new president of Wrestling Federation of India, and he was backed by Brijbhushan Saran Singh. Sakshi Malik breaks down, starts crying during live press conference, and very clearly says that this is where she hangs her boots. She cries, breaks down, and says this is something which she cannot accept, and hence she says that she is going to hang her boots and she is going to stop. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
A huge development coming in. Yeah. And Sakshi Malik has quit in a live press conference, and she has quit wrestling because Sanjay Singh, the aide of Brijbhushan Saran Singh, has won the election, right, Aishwarya? Brijbhushan's aide has been appointed World Federation, Wrestling Federation of India president, and that's why the protesters carried out this press conference, and Sakshi Malik, she broke down in the press conference and decided to quit. Remember, these are the same set of people who had protested and made some serious charges against Brijbhushan Saran Singh, following which he had to make way for an interim arrangement pending the elections. The elections have now happened, but the person who has won, Sanjay Singh, he happens to be a close aide of Brijbhushan Saran Singh. So according to these protesting athletes and wrestlers, the regime change does not happen, which was their objective of the protests. We have seen them protesting at the Jantar Mantar for days. And these, after the results were announced just a while back, these protesters came out and have said that this is not what they wanted, though this was expected. And because they now think that justice won't get done to them and their cause, Sakshi Malik at least announcing that she is quitting wrestling. To see how the WFI reacts to this, because remember, this is a breaking news development. Sakshi Malik has just resigned on air. Let's cut to some live pictures coming in. Bajrang Punia, Sakshi Malik, Vinesh Phogat were the three wrestlers who took it upon themselves to clean up the Wrestling Federation of India and get it rid of Brijbhushan Saran Singh, the BJP MP and the president of the WFI. Remember, For the protest went on for almost a fortnight last time. And now after the election results, okay, I'm told Aishwarya is joining us live. Let's go to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, you have more information on how the WFI and in fact the government is going to react given the mediatory role that the government had played in calling for truce between the two wrestling sides over the WFI, and since then there was a pullback that happened, but it seems now things have escalated again after the WFI election results.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Absolutely, Abhishek, and we have live visuals coming in from Live View 5. If you could just cut, our reporter Lomas is speaking to Brijbhushan Saran Singh. It is right after the comments of Brijbhushan Saran Singh saying ki dabdaba hai aur dabdaba bana rahega. You have the live press conference where Sakshi Malik announces her resignation. I am requesting my director to cut to Live View 5 to our reporter Lomas, where he's speaking to Brijbhushan Saran Singh. Brijbhushan Saran Singh is live with us. We are trying to get that first reaction of Brijbhushan Saran Singh to Live View 5, where he's speaking to our reporter Lomas. We are trying to get those, trying to get that live frame as well. Yeah, so absolutely, Abhishek. So those were the visuals coming in, but very, very clearly Sakshi Malik alongside other wrestlers announcing, Sakshi Malik announcing that yes, I'm hanging my boots. She breaks down, she starts crying after the candidate of Brijbhushan Saran Singh is appointed as the new president of the World Federation of India, beg your pardon, the Wrestling Federation of India. Abhishek, back to you in the studios.
Okay, so I think Aishwarya, we are going to see this story really getting some more traction as the day progresses, because remember the kind of protest that had gone on for over a fortnight, and initially at least these protesting wrestlers Bajrang Punia, Sakshi Malik and Vinesh Fogart, the three of them who conducted this press conference a while back, they had made it a prestige issue, and they had in fact even tried to throw their medals in the Ganga river, and they had announced fasting indefinitely, and then ultimately after a government brokered truce they had pulled back, but that was also not after some police action, and subsequently we had seen a wait and watch game from both the sides till the election results were announced, which happened today. And Sakshi Malik in a dramatic picture there announcing her quitting international wrestling and hanging up her boots, so to say. In fact, literally, she took out her boots and said that she's quitting. But what is important is it's about politics. It's not about wrestling. And it is complex politics. It is about Haryana versus Uttar Pradesh. It is about some people backing these wrestlers versus rest. It is about some element of Brijbhushan Saran Singh's fiefdom, and a challenge to that coming in from these wrestlers. In between, there were accusations. They are being investigated. We need to tell the viewers that those investigations.
भैया हटा लो प्लीज प्लीज गेट बंद करो देख बजरंग भाई बजरंग भाई बजरंग भाई बजरंग भाई बजरंग भाई बजरंग भाई बजरंग भाई
All right, I'm told Shawan is there on the ground, and that's why and he's also live. Let's connect with him. Shawan, dramatic developments coming in the wrestling wrestlers protest with these protesting. One of them, at least, Sakshi Malik, announcing her resignation or quitting international wrestling sport. What are you hearing from the ground? Any reactions coming in from the Brijbhushan Saran Singh side or the government sides, given the fact that the government had an important mediatory role? Or are you hearing that other wrestlers also are going to follow what Sakshi has done?
Well, in fact, let me first answer your question with regards to what is it that Brijbhushan had to say. In fact, we'll try and play this out, Abhishek, because our reporter on the ground did confront Brijbhushan not once but twice. And I'm just going to quote from that confrontation that was done by a colleague. And in fact, when he was essentially asked about his opponent Anita Sharon, he said, क्या आप लोग 3 लोगों के protesting restless कह रहे हैं, वो बात बीत चुकी है. Essentially, Brijbhushan brushing aside this entire wrestling protest, the protest that actually took place for several months put together. And remember, the demand was very clear. The demand was that there should be no control of Brijbhushan as far as the Wrestling Federation is concerned, direct or indirect. And that is exactly why Sakshi Malik in the past also had said that she had confidence in the assurances that were actually given to her by the government, and more importantly, the fact that this is going to be a clean election. Having said that, today in the press conference, when you have Sakshi Malik breaking down, she essentially indicated the fact that you have a direct intervention of Brijbhushan as far as the Wrestling Federation elections are concerned. Let's also play that out, the two set of confrontation that was done by a colleague. Second time when he was again asked this question while responding to Sanjay Singh as the dummy candidate, he said Sanjay Singh will only win the elections. So you had a very confident Brijbhushan all through saying that, look here, doesn't really matter. Those concerns that were basically raised, does not really impact the elections. But important to point out here, the allegations that Brijbhushan faces, these allegations were probed by the Delhi police. A charge sheet has already been filed. Now, the case is already, underway. In fact, we're being told that in the court, the trial is also going to take place with regards to the charges that are going to be levied against Brijbhushan. Let's listen in to what Brijbhushan had to say when my colleague had confronted him.
प्रेसिडेंट ब्रिजभूषण जैसे आदमी जैसा ही रहता है, उसका बिल्कुल सही होगी है उसका
और वो चुन करके आगे क्या कहेंगे आप?
उनको मैं बधाई देता हूं और जो 11 महीने 3 दिन का ग्रहण लगा था भारतीय कुश्ती पर, वो आज समाप्त हो गया, नया चुनाव हो गया. अब हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो लोग अच्छा काम करेंगे, जो गतिविधि रुकी थी उसको आगे बढ़ाएं.
और रेसलर लोगों ने आज पीसी की है.
अब फिर वहीं आ गए आप.
साक्षी मलिक ने त्याग दे दिया.
उससे मेरे को क्या लेना देना भाई? अपने उससे मेरे को क्या लेना?
Okay, in those pictures, we have seen our teams confronting Brijbhushan Sharan Singh. He did not say anything. He wanted to avoid media. That's what comes out. Let me go back to Shawan. Shawan, over to you. We will try and get the confrontation pictures again, but it's clear that Brijbhushan Sharan Singh's reign continues in WFI, and that's why these wrestling sports persons, these athletes, they are absolutely despondent, and it's a move in despair on the part of Sakshi Malik. You think there could be an outreach from the government to make her desist from doing this? She might still have a few years of sporting left in her.
Well, in fact, with
Okay, a big development coming in. Prime Minister meeting floor leaders, including from the opposition, inside the parliament. That's a big development. Following the parliament attack, Prime Minister meeting these leaders. Most likely this is... let's try and get the pictures. It's likely that the Prime Minister is meeting these leaders as part of the customary post-session meeting that takes place in the Speaker's chamber, where all the leaders come together and have a tea. But given the fact that this is happening after some heated confrontation between the two sides, with unprecedented level of mass suspensions that we have seen taking place, almost 150 in the last week of the winter session of Parliament, with the opposition today carrying out protest march from the Parliament to Vijay Chowk, and in fact are going to protest again at Jantar Mantar tomorrow, though the houses have been adjourned sine die. The Prime Minister, in fact, saying take all action to prevent such attacks. And this is he's talking about the security breach. And Prime Minister has taken serious note of the incident and communicates his concerns to all opposition leaders present in the meeting. And this meeting has taken place in his Speaker's chamber. And it's important, so at least some outreach has happened, some communication has happened, some dialogue has happened. Let's try and connect with Aishwarya if we can. Aishwarya Kapoor, our political executive editor, politics. If we can patch him on the phone, we'll get some information. He's getting us this information from inside the parliament.
Abhishek, if I'm audible. Abhishek,
okay, in fact, I'm told Aishwarya is indeed on the phone line with us. Aishwarya, over to you.
Absolutely,
yes, I
Abhishek,
can hear you, Aishwarya. Please go ahead.
Clearly told that the Prime Minister, right after Lok Sabha being signed, Prime Minister wanted to meet the Speaker, post which we are being told that floor leaders were called in. All floor leaders were present in the chambers of the Speaker, where Prime Minister communicated to the Speaker that he takes this incident very, very seriously. And also, he suggested, because the law and order and the security of the premises of both the houses, and that is the Parliament, comes under the Speaker's prerogative. He has advised the Speaker, or he has basically suggested that all required measures should be taken in. This is a very serious issue. And also, he has sought for suggestions from the opposition leader. So once again, this is somewhat of an outreach from the Prime Minister to the opposition. But as far as the statement of the Home Minister on the House is concerned, we are being clearly told by our sources that that will only happen once the investigation is over. But Prime Minister reaching out and meeting all floor leaders in the Speaker's chamber is very clear that it's an outreach at the highest possible level as far as the government is concerned. Abhishek.
Okay, good development there, Aishwarya. At least some communication happening between the two sides. We'll soon get pictures of
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा।
For the mimicry of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and now they are not only burning the effigy of the opposition leaders but also saying that this kind of politics which the opposition has resorted to, this should stop immediately, and there needs to be strict action against those who have resorted to this kind of politics wherein they resorted to the mimicry of the Vice President of the country, and that's why they are burning the effigy of the opposition leaders as well. Important to mention that after the suspension of the opposition leaders from the parliament, the leader of the Trinamool Congress, the member of parliament, was seen that how he was disrespecting the Vice President, wherein he was seen doing the mimicry, and the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi was seen recording the video, after which there was a sharp criticism of the move, and the BJP and other parties, they objected to this act outside the parliament by the leaders of the opposition party. And now in Jammu, the protests are taking place, wherein the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they are staging the protest and burning the effigy of the opposition leaders as mark of their march mark of protest, and now they are saying that they will ensure that the strict action be taken against those who were part of this disrespect to the Vice President, which is a constitutional post. And now the BJP workers have gathered outside the party office in Jammu, wherein they are staging the protest against the leaders of the opposition parties, stating that this will continue.
And we cut across two breaking news coming in. We are getting details of a massive anti-terror operation that has been launched in Poonch. The Indian Army has completely cornered this entire area. We'll also try and put out deferred pictures in a short while from now. Senior officials of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, who rushed soon to the spot after terrorists fired upon a vehicle of the Indian Army. Injuries caused to Indian Army soldiers, where one terrorist has also been injured. An Indian Army vehicle that was ambushed by terrorists in the upper reaches of Poonch. The area where the operation is underway is the same, where 5 Jawans of the Indian Army attained martyrdom in the deadly attack of Suran Court in Poonch in October 2021. 2 vehicles of the Indian Army, including a gypsy and one truck that was attacked by terrorists. Let me straight away cut across to Gursimran, who's joining us on the broadcast to give us more details on the same. Gursimran, where are you standing right now and what is the information you've been able to gather so far?
See, as per the intelligence inputs that we are getting to know from the multiple intelligence agencies, that the convoy of the Indian Army that include a gypsy and a 1-ton vehicle that was going to provide the reinforcement to the coordinate search team that had launched an operation based on hard intelligence input last evening, that was ambushed by a group of terrorists. The group of terrorists are said to be foreign terrorists, and the group of terrorists is believed to have 2 to 3 terrorists that fired upon the Indian Army, in which there have been multiple injuries to the Indian Army, and one terrorist is also said to be injured in the retaliation by the Indian Army forces. Now, Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Indian Army, they have reached the spot, and important to mention that this is the same area where 5 Jawans of the Indian Army, they were ambushed by the terrorists in 2021 and they attained martyrdom. Post that operation lasted for a couple of months, and in the ensuing gun battle, 4 Jawans of the Indian Army also lost their lives. So it was one of the deadliest encounters of 2021, wherein total of 9 Jawans lost their life, and once again in the same area, which is a shadow area, here the Indian Army troops have been ambushed by the terrorists. Now the encounter between the terrorists and the security forces is underway, and the senior officials of the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have reached the spot. Now what we are getting to know, that the senior commanders of the Indian Army in the formation, they are keeping a strict monitoring on ground that what is happening. They are regularly being briefed, including the corps commander. He has been briefed about the situation, the emerging situation that is developing, and also the additional troops have been sent to the spot. We are being told that the entire area, since this is a densely forested area, this has been cordoned in, and now the security forces are moving inside the forested area that is very close to the site of attack, where the security forces have been attacked by the terrorist. Multiple injuries to the Indian Army and 1 terrorist injured in the retaliation is what we are getting the confirmation from the sources within the army establishment. And also we are being told that this operation was launched late last night based on a hard intelligence input along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. But when the reinforcement that included a gypsy in the front and a 1-ton vehicle carrying the troops of the Indian Army to the operation site, to the area where the cordon was led, that was ambushed by the terrorists, those who were hiding in the nearby forested area. And when they tried to escape, 1 terrorist has been injured. This is what we are getting to know. But now the intensified operation is on, as this is one of the challenging area for the security forces, where the forces have suffered 5 casualties in 2021, and now the operation is on to flush out the terrorists. There is a regular input that 2 to 3 terrorists are active in the area, based on which this operation was launched, and now the operation has been intensified. The senior officers, including the SSP Poonch, are on the ground, and also the senior commanders of the Indian Army, they are keeping a tab on the developments that are taking place. The Corps Commander has been briefed about each and every development that is taking place on ground.
Right. Gursimran, do stay on with us. Senior editor Shravan Sen also joining us on the broadcast. Shravan, like we understand that to conduct an operation in the dense forests has a lot of challenges. Now, of course, this operation that was launched last night, and around 4 p.m. is when we understand that the attack happened. As Gursimran also tells us, 2 to 3 terrorists who are active in that entire area. What more have you been able to pick on this?
Well, in fact, my colleague Gursimran has also got you the latest details as far as the operation is concerned. Remember, the operation is underway, so we perhaps will have to only put out few details that we are getting in of the operation that was carried out a while back. As far as the area is concerned, let me just put that into perspective. Dera Ki Gali, remember, in Surankot area back in 2021, this was the same very area where a terrorist attack actually took place. Now, it turns out that there are active terrorists in that very area where the operation is still underway. Now, this is undoubtedly one of the most challenging areas for the Indian Army, keeping in mind the dense foliage in this area, which essentially means that, remember, there are certain points which acts as a vantage point for the terrorists, and there are blind spots for the forces. Remember, in the past too, when operations have been carried out, the SF had to be brought in primarily to ensure that they are neutralized as soon as possible. But this is more like a cat and mouse game, given the fact that time and again you would see the terrorists being on the run. And as the night falls, remember, it's going to get even more challenging for the Indian Army. Having said that, as my colleague Gursimran was pointing out, that they have been able to basically narrow down in that particular area where they believe that the terrorists could be hiding. How did it all start? This is what we know in terms of the operation that is being carried out as we speak, which has also been briefed to the Northern Commander as we speak. Important to point out here is that intelligence input largely came in of terrorists being present in that area. 4 to 5 is what we are being told, but remember, the numbers could very well vary at this point in time because it's a volatile and a fluid situation. So perhaps we'll have to wait for more information really coming in from the Indian Army. But at this point in time, keeping in mind with scant information that has come in from the Indian Army, which is essentially because the operation is still underway. What we can confirm and what is it that we know so far is that an ambush was essentially laid, and more importantly, when you had the army vehicles, a gypsy which was attacked by the terrorists, they had opened fire, which was also retaliated and thwarted by our forces. This has basically led to a situation where Indian Army too has also sustained a few injuries. While we do not know, perhaps we'll have to bring in Gursimran on this entire point, whether we do know in terms of how many of our Jawans have been injured, or perhaps we'll have to wait for some more time before an official figure really comes in from the Indian Army on this entire point. But having said that, remember, just to underscore the point that this very area where in the past too we have seen it has resulted in losing some of our brave hearts. It's only because of the kind of challenges that they face in navigating through this area, not only the dense foliage, but also keeping in mind that the right now with the weather as well as the conditions not being extremely conducive for an operation of this nature to be carried out, which makes it even more difficult for the forces.
Absolutely. Shravan, do stay on with us. Let's go back to Gursimran. So, Gursimran, firstly, the point that Shravan is mentioning, source space information coming in that multiple of our troops may have been injured. One terrorist who is certainly injured. No official statement yet, but whatever you can share with us on that front. Also, more source space information coming in that the terrorists are from across the border. What more do you know on this, Gursimran?
See, Suesha, what we are getting to know from the Indian Army, let's first break down the official statement that has been issued by the Indian Army, and it reads that based on a hard intelligence input, the operation was launched in the Dera Ki Gali area late last evening, after which the encounter broke out today afternoon. This is what the Indian Army has spoken so far. Now coming to what the sources in the Northern Command and the 16th Corps of the Indian Army are telling Republic. They are telling Republic that two vehicles, one was a gypsy and one was a 110 vehicle that was heading to provide reinforcement to the security forces that were carrying out the operation in the area. And when the vehicle was heading to the operation site, to the area that has been cordoned in, it was attacked by a group of 2 to 3 terrorists. The terrorists are believed to be foreign terrorists, which means these are the Pakistani terrorists that are active in the area. That is what initially we are getting to know from the sources. Now, the official update that we are getting to know that the operations have been intensified in the area. Sources are also telling us that the 16th Corps commander as well as the Northern Army commander have been briefed about the situation, and the senior commanders, or those who are the on-ground commanders of the formations that are deployed in the area, they are keeping a close tab. Many of the senior officials of the Indian Army, along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police, District SP of the Poonch district, they have already reached the spot, and now the search is on to trace down those terrorists who have been narrowed down in the area. One terrorist that we are getting to know has been hit by the security forces in the retaliation when this ambush took place, because it was the gypsy that we are getting to know of the Indian Army that was attacked first, and what happened later, that is we are yet awaiting for the official confirmation or the sources in the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. The senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, including the IG of the Jammu zone as well as the Director General of Police, have also been briefed about the situation, and so does the sister intelligence agencies. They are also keeping a strict tab, because this was a hard intelligence input. That means it was generated by one agency, corroborated by multiple agencies, verified by them, and post that operation was launched. So it was not that a single input based operation has been launched. It was corroborated by the multiple intelligence agencies that the operation was launched, and now the security forces are carrying out the searches in the entire area. Multiple injuries is what we are getting to know from the officials and the sources within the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. And apart from that, we are told that additional reinforcement has already been sent to the spot. This, important to mention, is the same area that was attacked by the terrorists, where the convoy of the Indian Army that led a cordon in 2021 October. It was 13th of October when the convoy of the Indian Army that was attacked, in which 5 Jawans, including a JCO, attained martyrdom, and that operation went on for more than a couple of months. In the later stage of that encounter, 4 more Jawans, including a JCO, also attained martyrdom. The terrorist was killed after 2 months of the encounter, and it was the same encounter when the then CDS General Bipin Rawat visited the spot, and this that area remains to be one of the challenging areas, because this is a densely forested area which has many of the shadow zones which the terrorists use to hide. There are natural hideouts, the stones that act as a natural hideout for the terrorist, and that's why the intensified searches were launched there for more than 2 months, and then the terrorists were killed. Now what we are getting to know that the operation is still underway and additional reinforcements has been sent. What we are also getting to know that at a later stage, probably in a couple of hours from now, there will be special forces that will be inducted in the operation, as the sources in the establishment say that this is going to be a larger operation, a bigger operation, looking into the geography of the area, which is really very challenging. So now what we can confirm so far, that the multiple injuries to the Indian Army and 1 terrorist has been injured in the encounter so far. The operation is still underway, but this coming at a time when the security forces had the input that the terrorists are active in the area. Now the entire area where the terrorists are suspected to have been hiding, that has now been encircled by the security forces. We are being told that the senior commanders, including the 16th Corps commander and the Northern Army commander, they have been briefed about the situation.
Yes. Let's also bring in Shravan at this point, and of course keeping in mind how much we can talk about it. Shravan, so quickly to understand that the Indian Army has put out an official statement where they've confirmed that the encounter is underway and the operation was launched, but as Gursimran is also telling us that 16th Corps Commander, Northern Army Commander have been briefed on the operation, and most importantly the scale of the operation is now being heightened. Additional reinforcements have been sent.
Well, in fact, I believe there is a statement that has just been put out that my colleague Gursimran has shared with us. And I'm just putting out that statement for all our viewers. This is what the Indian Army essentially says, that based on hard intelligence, a joint operation was basically launched in the DKG area last night. Contact has now been established. DKG is Dera Ki Gali, and established today evening. An encounter is essentially in progress. A joint operation was basically launched. In fact, this is what the PRO of Defence is putting out from Jammu. But getting at more details in terms of when the contact was established, this was roughly around 4 o'clock this evening is what we are being told. Late last evening is when the intelligence came in of the presence of terrorists in the area. Remember, this is the last leg of the infiltration attempts that are essentially made by Pakistan. Remember, once the snowfall actually begins, the entire area becomes extremely difficult for any sort of infiltration to take place. So this perhaps would be the last leg of infiltration attempt that is largely made by the Pakistani army backed terrorists. They're all in the launch pads on the other side, and remember, roughly about 4 to 5 would be the trained operatives who would have made that attempt to move in. It takes more than about 48 hours for them to actually cross over, and the very fact that there are certain areas which becomes the blind spot even for the Indian Army to essentially keep round the clock monitoring becomes extremely difficult in these weather conditions. So one will have to understand the challenges that the Indian Army, the security forces faces, especially in those very areas. And if at all, God forbid, if there is any sort of rainfall that actually takes place, it would only add to further difficulties in the operation. Having said that, it's important to point out the fact that however, Pakistan has largely making these attempts, which has been thwarted to a greater extent. If you simply look at the numbers, the infiltration attempts that have been made, a comparison just roughly about 2 to 3 years ago, and now there is a drastic drop. That is because of the robust grid system that has been put in place and the sensor thermal imaging that is being done by our forces at the border, that largely helps them for keeping this round the clock. At every post, you would have that round the clock monitoring that is essentially done. Having said that, as I said, there are certain areas which becomes extremely difficult for 24/7 monitoring, or for that matter movement that takes place. But as I understand right now from the information that has also been shared by my colleague Gursimran, and what I've also picked up from here in the national capital in terms of the operation that is being carried out, since the contact has been established and they suspect that roughly about 4 to 5 terrorists would be present in that particular area, it would take at least another 24 hours for them to come to any sort of a conclusion with regards to this particular operation. Sometimes it could go even beyond that. We've seen it in the past where operations have lasted for more than 48 hours, given the fact that it's a vast expanse, and it isn't easy, especially when this cat and mouse game continues.
Right, Gursimran, if you could also detail that for us, when it comes to the landscape of the upper reaches of Dera Ki Gali area in Poonch, and the lessons learnt after the October 2021 attack, because that was also a very deadly attack, and how the security apparatus here changed.
See, the security apparatus, if we speak of the recent times, the security grid has been strengthened by the security forces, be it the Indian Army or the Jammu and Kashmir Police. But now what we are getting to know, that the gypsy that was leading the convoy, it's a 2-vehicle convoy, that was leading the convoy, was attacked at least from 2 sides. Because on the one hand, there is a hilltop with the dense forest, and on the other side is the dense forested area. And from the both sides, at least, we are getting to know know that this vehicle of Indian Army was attacked. The troops, those who were inside, they retaliated to the attack by the terrorist, in which one terrorist, we are getting to know, has been injured. But what we are getting to know so far, that it was attacked at least from two sides. The terrorists fired from the two sides, one from the hilltop and other from the dense forested area. The terrorists were laying the ambush probably for a couple of hours, that they were witnessing the movement of the Indian Army, that the Indian Army convoy is going to move from this area. It is important to mention that this area is very close to the line of control, and there have been in the past several attempts of the terrorists to sneak into the Indian territory using this very area. So now it has to be seen that whether this group is a freshly infiltrated group or a one that has set up a base in the Poonch and the Rajouri districts, because there have been regular inputs that somewhere close to 20 terrorists are active in the area. So it has to be seen that from where these terrorists actually came from. But what we are now getting to know, that this is a group of 2 to 3 terrorists at least. And these are the foreign terrorists that are operating in the area, after getting the hard intelligence of which the security forces launched the operation. And now the operation is underway as we speak. And the security forces are ensuring that the terrorists are neutralized at an earliest. Yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, Shravan, as Gursimran is saying that there could be many in number as far as the terrorists are concerned. So far, we have information that 2 to 3 terrorists and multiple of our troops who have been injured. Of course, no official statement on that, and that we must maintain. But this is as per the intel so far, and the strategy of the operation that is still being drawn upon.
Well, in fact, Suesha, the strategy has already been drawn, and more importantly, when in an operation of this nature, if at all the special forces are actually brought in, which perhaps the Gursimran could actually confirm, the units that are basically involved in it, what is going to be very important and crucial to point out here is that once the input really comes in, remember that is basically shared with the forces, and thereafter a planning is essentially done as to where exactly would you establish that contact. It would also be important to cordon off that particular area to ensure that the movement of the terrorists is restricted as much as possible. It would be a narrow circle, a narrow arc that they would have drawn by now to try and restrict their movement, number one. Number two, it would also be important to find out, how exactly have they been spread across, whether at all they are moving in a particular group, in a particular pattern, or they have been divided into multiple teams. These are certain aspects that would be kept before drawing up this entire operation. But having said that, remember, these reinforcements were essentially being sent. That is an indication of the fact that there is a possibility that they could have spread out. The terrorists could have spread out, which is exactly why you would see this kind of a reinforcement that has also been brought in. But having said that, it is very difficult at this point in time to put a time limit to an operation of this nature, especially in this particular area where back in 2021 we saw the amount of time that it took to actually neutralize them, eliminate these terrorists. But having said that, remember, these are operations that the forces are well adept to, and the very fact that only thing that goes against in most cases is the very fact that the weather conditions are not always very conducive, especially if the operation goes well into the night. That's when they will have to strategize, keeping in mind that you do not want the security forces to be exposed in any manner, and that is primary concern that they would be having, whichever unit right now is carrying out this entire operation.
Right, Gursimran, exactly what I was about to talk to you next, that considering the weather conditions, considering that it's now the light, we are losing on the light, and the operation will now continue into the night. The landscape of this entire area, these are dense forests, and of course it is also snowing. So keeping all of that in mind, the challenges are only mounting for our forces.
See, when it comes to this ongoing encounter, the terrorist, the security forces, when attacked, they gave a befitting reply to the terrorist. This is what we are getting to know, because the terrorist, they opened the fire. At least we are getting to know that 3 full magazines, they were fired upon the Indian Army, but the Indian Army troops that were in the vehicle that was attacked, at least the first gypsy that we are getting to know so far, they retaliated effectively. Since the fire was coming from 2 sides, they retaliated, and in the retaliatory fire, 1 terrorist has been injured. That is what we are getting to now. Since it is a dense forested area, the security forces are not stopping even to enter this area, even the dense of the night, because they know that if this area is not entered today, the terrorist might get a chance to escape, and that's why the Indian Army, along with the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have entered the dense forested area to carry out the operation at the night. So it is not going to be like that. The operation will be halted for tonight. The operation will continue tonight as well, as the Indian Army pledges to flush out the terrorists from the area. We have seen time and again that the terrorists have been using these shadow patches in the dense forested area to attack the security forces, and similar incidents has happened today. When the encounter broke out, the terrorists took the advantage of the natural hideouts as well as the dense forested area, and they attacked the Indian Army troops, but they retaliated effectively, and 1 terrorist has been injured. And now we are told that the place where the terrorists are suspected to be hiding, that has been encircled, and the security forces are moving with utmost caution to that very area where the terrorists are, so that they can be neutralized at an earlier. So the security forces don't want to give the terrorists the time that they can escape, taking the advantage of the dense foliage and the darkness. The operations are continuing. Additional reinforcement has been sent, and in a couple of minutes from now, that what we are getting to know, that the special forces too will be joining these operations along with the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Indian Army. This continues to be one of the toughest areas for the security forces to operate. We have seen in 2021 that how the terrorists in an encounter, they attacked the Indian Army, in which 5 Jawans, including a JCO, attained martyrdom, and then that operation went on for a couple of months, when 1 Pakistani terrorist was neutralized in the month of January. That operation started in the October. So that was one of the toughest operations in the same area. Now another operation has started, for which the additional reinforcement has been sent, and multiple injuries have been reported to the Indian Army. 1 terrorist has been injured.
And needless to say, there are added learnings, but we promise to keep our viewers ahead on this story. For the moment, Gursimran and Shaman, I want to thank you for getting us all the details, and with the limited information we have and can put out to understand what may have happened. We have to slip into a very short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side with the latest coverage on this.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की।
Hello and welcome. You're watching. This is exclusive from the national capital. Ladies and gentlemen, in a dramatic turn of events, wrestler Sakshi Malik has hanged her boots. This after, in the Wrestling Federation of India elections, Sanjay Singh has been elected. Remember, that hasn't really gone down well because direct allegation against Sanjay Singh is that he is a confidant of Brij Bhushan Sharma, the man who faces some very serious allegations, which is exactly why just about a couple of months ago you had our national champions on the street here in the national capital demanding a cleanup of the Wrestling Federation of India. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Brij Bhushan's key aide elected as the new Wrestling Federation of India President. Wrestler Sakshi Malik breaks down, retires in protest. On an anti-terror mission, Indian Army attacked by terrorists in Punj's Dera Ki Gali area. One personal injured after terror attack by Pakistani terrorists, but Indian Army says encounter underway. No end to the showdown in Parliament. Opposition protest suspension. BJP holds counter protest over shameful mocking. Prime Minister holds meeting at Speaker's chambers with floor leaders over Parliament attack investigation. On 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Kejriwal keeps ED summons for a second time, calls them politically motivated. Ladies and gentlemen, starting this edition with that big breaking news now coming in. Just a short while ago, wrestling champion Sakshi Malik, in a dramatic press conference in the national capital, said that she's hanging her boots. She's retiring from something what she loved. In fact, they say that what they have been fighting for all this while has not really resulted in the cleanup that they were essentially promised. So what is it that Sakshi Malik is essentially indicating? Ladies and gentlemen, in the Wrestling Federation of India, where the elections finally took place, much delayed elections that took place, Sanjay Singh has now been elected. Who exactly is Sanjay Singh? The man who made that promise that it is his panel who is going to sweep the election turns out to be the right-hand man of Brij Bhushan Singh. And if you're wondering who exactly is Brij Bhushan Singh, remember, he is the same very person against whom the Wrestling the wrestlers were on the street here in the national capital. Some grave allegations were leveled against Brij Bhushan. They were on sexual harassment charges, leading to a situation where the Delhi police had to begin an investigation. In fact, a charge sheet has already been filed against Brij Bhushan, and this actually happened just about a couple of months ago. In the coming few days, we're given to understand that the court is going to decide on what charges are going to be framed in this particular case. Now, with the developments that have taken place here at the national capital, the very fact that Sanjay Singh is at the helm of affairs, the man who is being supported by Brij Bhushan, has resulted to a situation where Sakshi Malik, our national icon, has had to step down. Will the government now intervene? All this and much more. But first, let's play out the two set of confrontation that my colleague Akhil did with Brij Bhushan Sharma, who completely dismissed all questions were asked to him.
अध्यक्ष पद पे चुनाव उनका हो गया और वो हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए बृजभूषण जी है। आज संजय सिंह अध्यक्ष पद पे चुनाव उनका हो गया और वो चुन करके आ गए, क्या कहेंगे आप?
उनको मैं बधाई देता हूं और जो 11 महीने 3 दिन का ग्रहण लगा था भारतीय कुश्ती पर, वो आज समाप्त हो गया, नया चुनाव हो गया। अब हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो लोग अच्छा काम करेंगे, जो गतिविधि रुकी थी उसको आगे बढ़ाएं।
और रेसलर लोगों ने आज पीसी की है।
अब फिर वहीं आ गए आप।
साक्षी मलिक ने त्याग दे दिया।
उससे मेरे को क्या लेना देना भाई? अपने
हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए बृजभूषण जी है। आज संजय सिंह अध्यक्ष पद पे चुनाव उनका हो गया और वो चुन करके आ गए, क्या कहेंगे आप?
उनको मैं बधाई देता हूं और जो 11 महीने 3 दिन का ग्रहण लगा था भारतीय कुश्ती पर, वो आज समाप्त हो गया, नया चुनाव हो गया। अब हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो लोग अच्छा काम करेंगे, जो गतिविधि रुकी थी उसको आगे बढ़ाएं।
और रेसलर लोगों ने आज पीसी की है।
अब फिर वहीं आ गए आप।
साक्षी मलिक ने त्याग।
Let's also play out that first reaction that came in from Sakshi Malik. Ladies and gentlemen, this happened just a short while back here at the national capital when Sakshi Malik had called that press conference. Everyone was essentially wondering what exactly would Sakshi Malik essentially say when it was now clear that Brij Bhushan Singh, who's denying the fact that there is nothing that he has to do with it, but almost everyone knows the kind of support that Sanjay Singh really gets from Brij Bhushan Singh. This is what Sakshi Malik had to say a short while back. Let's play that out, and then coming up is that big exclusive with who was fighting against Sanjay Singh. Anita is going to join us in a short while from now.
हम तो 40 दिन सोए रोड पे, लेकिन मैं सभी तमाम देशवासी जो भी हमारे प्रोटेस्ट में आए, दूर दूर से आए, बूढ़ी महिलाएं आई, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे आए जिनके पास खाने कमाने के लिए नहीं है, फिर भी हमें सपोर्ट करने आए। हम नहीं जीत पाए, पर आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और एक बात और कहना चाहूँगी कि लड़ाई लड़ी, पूरे दिल से लड़ी, लेकिन अगर प्रेसिडेंट ब्रिज भूषण जैसे आदमी जैसा ही रहता है, उसका बिल्कुल सहयोगी है, उसका बिजनेस पार्टनर है, वो अगर इस फेडरेशन में रहेगा तो मैं अपनी कुश्ती को त्यागती हूँ और मैं आज के बाद कभी भी आपको वहाँ नहीं दिखूंगा। तो बस सभी देशवासियों को धन्यवाद जिन्होंने आज तक इतना मेरा सपोर्ट किया।
Joining us on This Is Exclusive tonight is Anita Sharon. She was the Wrestling Federation of India president and also the candidate who was directly fighting against Sanjay Singh. Anita जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। सबसे पहले आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगा कि कल आप शाम को जब हमारे रिपब्लिक रिपोर्टर से बात की, आपने एक कॉन्फिडेंस था कि आप ये इलेक्शन जीत पाएंगी, पर आज जो हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से संजय सिंह इस इलेक्शन में जीते हैं और जिस तरह से उनको बैकिंग मिल रही थी, ब्रिज भूषण को जब हमने ये सवाल किया कि आखिरकार आप ही उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, उन्होंने जवाब देने से इनकार कर दिया है। क्या कहेंगे इस पूरे इलेक्शन को लेकर, क्योंकि इतने दिनों से सब लोग लड़ाई कर रहे थे, रास्ते पर आ चुके थे, पर उसके बावजूद जो आज देखने को आ रहा है कि किस तरह से संजय सिंह जो ब्रिज भूषण के करीबी माना जाता है, उनको प्रेसिडेंट बनाया जा रहा है?
देखिए सर, ये तो सबको ही पता था कि भाई जो खिलाड़ियों से जो सरकार ने वादा किया था, उस वादे को लेकर हम ये कॉन्फिडेंट था कि सरकार सोचेगी। जितनी लड़कियों के साथ सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट कंटिन्यू होती है, ये उसकी लड़ाई है, एक अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ाई है। तो ये था कि कहीं सरकार गवर्नमेंट करेगी, हमारा साथ देगी। और ये तो सबको पता था कि बृजभूषण की जड़ें उसने कितनी कैसे मजबूत कर रखी हैं, किसी भी तरीके से कर रखी हैं, तो वो ऐसे उखाड़ने पॉसिबल नहीं है हमारे से। तो ये तो सबको पता ही था। तो ये बड़े दुख की बात है सर आज की भाई ये बस।
अनीता जी, आपका आवाज़ थोड़ा कट रहा था, कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको कनेक्ट करें ठीक तरह से। अगर आपको मेरी आवाज़ सुनाई दे रही, थोड़ी देर में मेरे कलीग सिमरन भी आपसे सवाल करेंगी। ये शरत, ये जो कहा जा रहा था कि जिस तरह से संजय सिंह को बैकिंग मिल रहा था बृजभूषण से, क्या आपके पास इसके बारे में कोई जानकारी थी कि किस तरह से बृजभूषण इस पूरे इलेक्शन को लेकर दखल अंदाजी करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे?
दखल अंदाजी क्या सर, वो है ही आदमी। तो आप ये देख लो ना, जीतने के बाद फूल मालाएं उसी के गले में डाली जा रही हैं। तो इसे आप देख ही सकते हो। और सबको पता है, सारे देश को पता है कि ये राइट हैंड है और यही बनेगा। बृजभूषण की ही फेडरेशन रहेगी। आप इसको संजय प्रेसिडेंट नहीं बोल सकते। कागजों में चलेगा, लेकिन ये चलानी तो बृजभूषण नहीं है।
अगर अनीता जी, ये सवाल अगर लोग पूछते, जो लोग रेसलिंग फेडरेशन के साथ जुड़े नहीं हैं, आम आदमी को अगर ये जानना है, आज जो लोग आपको देख रहे हैं इस वक्त, वो अगर ये सवाल करे कि आखिरकार कई सारे आश्वासन दिया गया था, सरकार ने कई सारे आश्वासन दी थी कि किस तरह से निष्पक्ष होकर इस पूरे मामले पर जांच होगी, क्या आप लोग संतुष्ट हैं? क्योंकि जिस तरह से प्रोटेस्ट खत्म हो चुकी थी, तो ये लग रहा था कि आखिरकार जितने रेसलर्स हैं, जो आश्वासन दिया गया था, वो संतुष्ट थे और इसलिए इसको लेकर कोई बातचीत नहीं हो रही थी। आज जो साक्षी मलिक कह रही हैं कि आखिरकार घूम फिर के बृजभूषण ही चलाने वाला है।
बिल्कुल यही सच्चाई है सर, यही सच्चाई है कि फेडरेशन वही, कोई सुधार आने वाला नहीं है रेसलिंग में। और रेसलिंग में वही डर का माहौल रहेगा और चीजें ठीक नहीं रहेंगी।
अनीता जी, जिस तरीके से देखा जा रहा है, जब हमने लाइव टीवी पे देखा है, ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट, देश की रेसलर जिन्होंने लाइव टीवी पे अपना रेजिग्नेशन अनाउंस कर दिया क्योंकि उन्होंने महिला प्रेसिडेंट की मांग की थी। पर देखा हमने कि आप इलेक्ट नहीं हो पाए और संजय सिंह आए हैं। तो आपको लगता है कि इसकी वजह से जो आगे आने वाले रेसलर्स हैं, लड़कियां स्पेशली, उनका मनोबल टूटा है? बहुत बार ये भी बात की गई है कि आगे आने वाली लड़कियों को अब यौन शोषण के लिए तैयार रहना पड़ेगा क्योंकि संजय सिंह की नियुक्ति हो चुकी है WFI प्रेसिडेंट की तरह।
जी मैम, ये देखो ये बड़ी दुख की बात है। इस तरह से एक लड़की को, एक ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट को संन्यास ले रही है, तो ये देश के लिए बड़ी दुख की बात है। और इससे ये तो क्लियर है कि फेडरेशन उसी की है, उसी के हाथों उसी के लोग चलाएंगे, वही फेडरेशन में वही यौन शोषण होगा, कोई सुधार नहीं होगा। कोई रेसलिंग के बारे में ये नहीं सोचेगा कि कैसे रेसलिंग को ऊपर उठाया जा सकता है। वही उसमें राजनीति रहेगी, वही उसमें यौन शोषण बढ़ता ही रहेगा।
पर उन लड़कियों का क्या जो रेसलिंग में मनोबल बढ़ाना चाहती हैं और जिस वजह से देखा जाता था इन रेसलर्स को, बजरंग पुनिया, विनेश फोगाट, साक्षी मलिक जैसे रेसलर्स का नाम ले लेके लोग इतनी आगे तक तैयारी करते थे, ट्रेनिंग करते थे। सिर्फ ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं रुकी है, अब ये भी है, आप खुद एक रेसलर रही हैं मैम, सिर्फ ये भी है कि अब उन्होंने रिटायरमेंट अनाउंस कर दी है, नहीं करेंगी वो आगे प्रैक्टिस। तो आपका क्या एक मैसेज जाता है उन लोगों को जो इनसे प्रेरित है, इनकी इंस्पिरेशन है ये लोग, और स्पेशली अब इसी फेडरेशन के ऐसे चीफ चीफ पोस्ट को इलेक्ट किया गया है, जिसपे इतनी बड़ी कंट्रोवर्सीज थी, जिनके रिलेशन से बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ता है, इलेक्शन इतना कंट्रोवर्शियल हुआ था।
मैम देखो, जो इन्होंने देश के लिए किया है, रेसलिंग के लिए किया है, तो ये हमेशा प्रेरणादायक रहेंगे। और जो लड़ाई इन्होंने ब्रिजभूषण के खिलाफ लड़ी है और जो आवाज उठाई है, वो एक छोटी चीज नहीं है, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो इनसे तो प्रेरणा हमेशा लड़कियों को मिलती रहेगी, और जो रेसलर हैं तो ये हमेशा प्रेरणादायक रहेंगे।
अनीता जी, एक सवाल ये करना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि लोग ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि कई सारे आश्वासन दिया गया था सरकार के ओर से भी, और ये कहा गया था कि निष्पक्ष होकर जांच किया जाएगा। अगर संजय सिंह इलेक्शन लड़ते हैं, इससे साफ जाहिर हो जा रहा है कि जिस तरह से ब्रिजभूषण इसमें वो शामिल थे। क्या आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता सकते हैं कि अगर आपको एक फ्री प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं दिया गया है, सही तरीके से लड़ाई करने की वो मौका नहीं दिया गया है, तो किस बात के लिए हम ये कह रहे थे कि बदलाव आने वाला है रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया में?
तो सर, ये तो बदलाव तो तभी पॉसिबल था ना कि कोई खिलाड़ी रेसलिंग फेडरेशन में आए, कोई महिला फेडरेशन में आए। तो आप कैसे देख सकते हो बदलाव कैसे आएगा? आप वही फेडरेशन है, वही सारी चीजें हैं, तो बदलाव वो लोग कैसे करेंगे? बदलाव उनको बदलाव से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। तो ये है कि सेम सिचुएशन रहेगी, कोई चेंज नहीं आने वाला। और तो क्या बताऊं सर मैं।
क्योंकि अनीता जी, लोग ये भी सवाल करेंगे कि जिस तरह से आप डटकर लड़ने की कोशिश की आपने, सबसे पहली बात तो वो है, दाद देने वाली बात है। दूसरी ये जानना चाहूँगा कि आखिरकार आप जिसके खिलाफ लड़ रहे थे वो काफ़ी स्ट्रांग माना जा रहा था, पॉलिटिकली काफ़ी स्ट्रांग माना जा रहा था। क्या पिछले कुछ महीनों में ऐसा कुछ हुआ जिससे आपको डराने धमकाने की कोशिश की गई थी कि आप हट जाए, इलेक्शन से हट जाए, ताकि ये इलेक्शन साफ तरीके से एक तरफा बन जाए? क्या कभी आपको कोई मुसीबत झेलना पड़ा पिछले कुछ महीनों में?
देखिए सर, नहीं, मेरे को ऐसी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई, और ना ही ऐसी मेरे को कोई धमकी या ऐसा कोई माहौल बना, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन आज थोड़ा सा था कि मैं वहां थी तो कुछ लोग थे जो थोड़ा सा बदतमीजी से, मतलब एक अपना दबदबा, यूं नहीं सोच रहे थे कि भाई एक महिला है अकेली और यहाँ सारे, और वो थोड़ा सा कुछ ज्यादा ही बोल रहे थे। तो ये सब चीजें थी, तो मेरे को उनसे ज्यादा उम्मीद भी नहीं है, क्योंकि वो लोग बस इतना ही उनके दिमाग है और इतना ही वो सब चीजें हैं।
अनीता जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा। आज हम उस दिन में बात कर रहे हैं जिस दिन हम ये देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से साक्षी मलिक, अनीता जी एक आखिरी सवाल मैं करना चाहूंगा। हम लोग उस दिन बात कर रहे हैं अनीता जी, जिस दिन हम ये देखते हैं कि देश के आइकन साक्षी मलिक कहती हैं कि वो रेसलिंग में नहीं रहेंगी, रिटायर करना चाहेंगी। ये बहुत दुख की बात है। आप भी एक रेसलर रह चुकी हैं, क्या आप कहना चाहेंगी इस वक्त सरकार को, बाकी रेसलर्स को? आखिरकार ये संघर्ष को आगे कैसे लेके जाएंगे आप?
सर, ये है कि ये बड़ी दुख की बात है कि इस तरह से किसी एक ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट का संन्यास लिया जाए। ये बड़ी दुख की बात है सर, ये कोई मतलब तरीका वो नहीं है। तो ये दुख की बात है। और जो लड़कियां आए वो अपने स्ट्रोंग रखें अपने आप को, और अच्छे से देश के लिए मेडल लेके आए, और बस यही है सर मैसेज।
अनीता जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए, एंड माय कॉलीग सिमरन फॉर बीइंग एबल टू गेट अनीता. She had taken on Sanjay Singh in these elections, getting us that first big interview by Simran. In fact, she's made it abundantly clear that she's completely, utterly disappointed with the outcome of these elections. Clearly goes on to indicate that even today, Brijbhushan Sharma does have that control on the Wrestling Federation of India. Despite the promises that were essentially made, we see that it's gone back to square one. How does this really impact? Will the wrestlers essentially once again take up this entire matter? All this and much more, a story that we will be tracking very closely. Shifting focus now to that developing story. the dastardly attack that has taken place in Poonch. We'll try and go across to my colleague Gursimran, who's getting us the latest details. We're getting in some details with regards to the operation that is underway. Let's change our focus to the developing situation in Poonch as we get you the latest details. Well, let's just take you through some of the details that we are picking up. Remember, late last evening is when Indian Army received intelligence about the presence of terrorists in Dera Ki Gali, DKG. This is in Poonch, Surankot area, where the Indian Army was attacked at the moment there was reinforcements that were essentially being sent. Right now, as we speak, the operation is still underway. Having said that, there are some reports now coming in that are brave hearts. Indian Army jawans who've sustained some injuries. We'll be waiting for some more details to really come in from the army at this point in time. But let's get a quick check from my colleague Gursimran, who's en route to the encounter site for getting us more details. Gursimran, just walk us through the details that you're picking up from our sources within the Indian Army.
See, Shravan, the Indian Army has confirmed that there have been multiple injuries to their side and one terrorist has been injured in the retaliation that the Indian Army has carried out. It was a two-vehicle convoy. One was the gypsy that was leading the convoy and other was the one-ton vehicle that in which the troops of the Indian Army were travelling. Both the vehicles were simultaneously attacked by the terrorists, those who were hiding in the forested areas. But the Indian Army troops, they within few seconds, they retaliated to the terror attack that has taken place and they give a fitting reply in which one terrorist, at least one terrorist, that is what we are getting to know, has been injured. The terrorists, they were hiding in the areas that are very close to the road. One is the hillock area from where they fired and other was the dense forested area. So from both the sides the fire came on the Indian Army, after which they retaliated, in which one terrorist has been injured. Now what we are getting to know that this was a group of 2 to 3 terrorists. So same modus operandi that has been adopted by the terrorists in the Bhataduria 1 attack, Bhataduria 2 attack and the Kandi attack. That means that 3 attacks that claimed the life of 15 Indian Army soldiers, 10 from the Rashtra Rifles and 5 from the special forces, the para forces, in last 2 years. So same modus operandi has been used by the terrorists. The terrorists are said to be foreign terrorists and there was a credible hard intelligence input. That means the input that was generated by the one agency, corroborated by multiple agencies and then shared for the operation with the security forces. That operation was launched late last night, and when this reinforcement was heading to the area that has been coordinated by the security forces, the terrorists fired on the security forces, after which the encounter resumed. Now we are getting to know from the Indian Army that the operation is still underway and this area is one of the densely forested area where the terrorists, they are using the natural caves as their hideouts to hide from the security forces. But the group of terrorists has been encircled by the security forces and the operation will continue overnight as well. The terrorists be flushed at an earliest. We will be, yes, Shavan.
Just a quick response as we also get you that another big breaking news now coming in while we track the story coming in from Balochistan. But a quick response from you, Gursimran. It is turning out to be one of the deadliest attacks of the year 2023. Now, just to put this into perspective, this is the last leg when attempts are generally made by the Tanzims to send across the terrorists, which has largely been thwarted. Could you just help us understand the area where this attack has taken place?
Speak of this area, this is the Dera Ki Gali area that is on the Baflias road. So this is very close to the line of control and has been traditional route of infiltration for the terrorists, that the terrorists used to sneak in using this routes towards the Shopian side, because this connects to the north of Bir Panjal, to the south of Bir Panjal. So this area has been one of the critical areas when it comes to manning these areas, because there are many shadow zones that time and again, the natural caves, the dense forests that have been used by the terrorists. And even in 2021 attack attack of the Dera Ki Gali that was followed by another attack in the Bhattaduriya that saw that how terrorists, they were roaming in the dense forested area for almost a month's time, and then it was neutralized in one of the upper reaches of the Surankot. So now the operation is underway to flush these terrorists, but this continues to be one of the toughest areas to operate in, and unfortunately what we are getting to know from the sources that this is one of the deadliest attack of 2023, as the terrorists have targeted the Indian Army and now they have been encircled. Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. This is a developing story, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be keeping a close watch as it's turning out to be one of the deadliest attacks that has taken place this year in the Poonch area. Shifting focus now to another big exclusive that we're getting to you tonight. Once again, the reality of Pakistan has been completely exposed. Something that was known to everyone with regards to how exactly Baluchis are treated in Pakistan-occupied Balochistan. In fact, this time, they've crossed all limits. Pakistan Army has launched a brutal attack on Balochi activists. In fact, we're getting you the latest images of that march that was taken from Pakistan-occupied Balochistan all the way to Islamabad. In fact, it took almost 26 days for the Balochi activists to carry on this long march when Pakistan Army opened a brutal assault on Balochi activists late last evening, resulting in serious injuries. Men, women and children were attacked by the Pakistani army. This only because what we're given to understand, while we'll just quickly show you those images, if Sharad could also put out those images of the attack that has taken place, the brutal attack by the Pakistani army, where you can see the manner in which they were being dragged and they were being stopped from even carrying out a peaceful protest. All of this only because, remember, ladies and gentlemen, just about in the month of November, when Republic TV, or This Is Exclusive, we had exposed the fact that Pakistani army had abducted a Balochi activist, killed him while he was in custody. And this is exactly why from various cities in Balochistan, this protest was being carried out to free some of those activists who were illegally detained. The counter-terrorism unit is essentially behind this illegal abduction, and that is the reason why Balochi activists across the globe have now been urging the global community to take cognizance of what's really happening in Balochistan at this point in time. These are the latest images that have been accessed by Republic TV, a story that we will be tracking very closely. Well, thank you. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side, we get you the latest details as far as that meeting that took place between the Prime Minister and the other floor leaders. Prime Minister has held a meeting at the Speaker's chamber with floor leaders over Parliament attack investigation. On 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Kejriwal skips ED summons for a second time, calls them politically motivated.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की कर।
Brijbhushan's kid is elected as the new WFI president. Wrestler Sakshi Malik breaks down on live television. She also says, "I'm retiring in protest." On an anti-terror mission, the Indian Army is attacked by terrorists in Poonch's Dera Ki Gali area. One personnel is injured after the terror attack by the Pakistani terrorists, but the Indian Army says the encounter is still underway. There is no end to the showdown in the parliament. The opposition protests the suspension. The BJP holds counter-protest over the shameful mocking. What are we doing? Sharat, story? The Prime Minister holds a meeting at the Speaker's chambers with the floor leaders over the Parliament attack investigation. On a 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Arvind Kejriwal skips the Enforcement Directorate summons for a second time. He also calls them politically motivated. evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Let's begin with our spotlight on a story that dates back to a few months, but a story that again has been kicked alive today. There has been again a very, very dramatic announcement that has been made by the wrestler Sakshi Malik on live television. Now, just months after the wrestlers took to the streets, remember, after all the kind of allegations that they had made in the public domain against Brij Bhushan Sharan, what's happened today is that the new president of the WFI has been announced. And what is said is that person who's been elected now is said to be very close to Brij Bhushan Sharan. Now, in a latest development, like I mentioned, the wrestler Sakshi Malik has announced her retirement in protest. She did this on live television. She also breaks down and she said that this is a decision that had to be taken. Following this, Republic also tried to confront the man in question, Brij Bhushan. Listen in to how he responded.
हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए ब्रिज भूषण जी है। आज संजय सिंह अध्यक्ष पद पे चुनाव उनका हो गया और वो चुन करके आ गए, क्या कहेंगे आप?
उनको मैं बधाई देता हूं और जो 11 महीने 3 दिन का ग्रहण लगा था भारतीय कुश्ती पर, वो आज समाप्त हो गया, नया चुनाव हो गया। अब हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो लोग अच्छा काम करेंगे, जो गतिविधि रुकी थी उसको आगे बढ़ाएं।
और रेसलर लोगों ने आज पीसी की है,
अब फिर वहीं आ गए आप।
साक्षी मलिक ने त्याग दे दिया,
उससे मेरे को क्या लेना देना भाई? अपने आप
इधर बात।
So that is the entire reaction that has been captured on live cameras, and shouldn't be surprised with the kind of body language, the arrogance this man still exhibits. Now, there is a reason why you had all the wrestlers holding that press conference, images of which you see on the right of your screens. And during the press conference, this is what happened.
अब फिर वहीं आ गए आप।
बिल्कुल सही होगी है। हम तो 40 दिन सोए रोड पे, लेकिन मैं सभी तमाम देशवासी जो भी हमारे प्रोटेस्ट में आए, दूर दूर से आए, बूढ़ी महिलाएं आई, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे आए जिनके पास खाने कमाने के लिए नहीं है, फिर भी हमें सपोर्ट करने आए। हम नहीं जीत पाए, पर आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और एक बात और कहना चाहूँगी कि लड़ाई लड़ी, पूरे दिल से लड़ी, लेकिन अगर प्रेसिडेंट ब्रिज भूषण जैसे आदमी जैसा ही रहता है, उसका बिल्कुल सही होगी है, उसका बिजनेस पार्टनर है, वो अगर इस फेडरेशन में रहेगा तो मैं अपनी कुश्ती को त्यागती हूँ और मैं आज के बाद कभी भी आपको वहाँ नहीं दिखूंगा। तो बस सभी देशवासियों को धन्यवाद जिन्होंने आज तक इतना मेरा सपोर्ट किया और मुझे इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया। धन्यवाद।
I'm told we also have Simran who's joining us live right now. Let's quickly get in a word with her. Simran, you know, what happened vis-a-vis Sakshi Malik, again, shouldn't surprise us. And what has happened vis-a-vis the WFI elections should also not surprise us, Simran. But what happens next? Now, clearly, you know, both sides have their own stories to tell. But the point is that these are very, very serious allegations. And the man who's been appointed now as the WFI top boss is very, very close to Brij Bhushan, and that again is a reality.
Well, yes, when we see the chronology of all the events, this resignation and this decision to quit her dream, her dream of wrestling for playing for India was totally unforeseen. There was no expectation. She was addressing the media and of course all the viewers which were connected to her through the live feed, and on the live feed itself, Sakshi Malik decided to announce that she is going to quit wrestling and playing for her country that she has got several medals for, just because now she has realized that there is no way that she could ensure justice, and India and the country has failed to give justice to all the wrestlers who have been fighting against Brij Bhushan, as they have also made statements saying that it is not the fight for the WFI president, but to ensure that in the system of the WFI presidentship, there has to be justice that gets served to the women wrestlers and to those who are accusing Brij Bhushan of sexually harassing women players in the federation. And in the same line, it has been also made public by Sakshi Malik and Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia that right now, after the election of Sanjay Singh, who is known to be close to Brij Bhushan, the women who are aspiring to enter into the wrestling and to play for India should be ready to face such kind of harassment, to face such kind of sexual harassment cases as they have already been fighting for, because the fight for justice hasn't been served, and there is no institution in the India, as told by Sakshi Malik, Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia, that they will get justice after accusing such a high profile man of conducting such severe criminal offence in the federation on the behest of power and position. And that is why it is very unforeseen and definitely unfortunate that the top wrestlers of the country have decided to withdraw their own dream and decided to quit the game that they have played and bagged several tons of medals for the country after the election of a person who has been at the helm of a controversy as far as the WFI president post-election was concerned. Back to you.
So Simran, have we been, lucky enough to get any response from the man in question? Because the man who's been elected now, again, like I said, has clear links to Brij Bhushan. He was contesting the election, was known from the very go. In spite of that, you've seen a fight that did come up in the first place, but though the contestant on the other side, Anita, did not secure many votes. But what is the sentiment that you've been able to pick up from the federation itself? I mean, the very fact that the stranglehold of Brij Bhushan still continues in the federation, is that acceptable to one and all?
Well, yes, as far as the first reactions that we are concerned about after Sakshi Malik had decided to announce publicly and to the entire world that after the election she has quit wrestling, Anita Shioran, who was the running top contender for the WFI chief president role, has come out and made exclusively an entire statement to us that she is utterly disappointed, and this is in fact nothing but a huge upsetting decision and a verdict from the panel itself of the IOA and whoever has voted for a man who has been in question, as you have also rightly said. When we talk about the person who has been also at the helm of the controversy, Brij Bhushan, we definitely did manage to get and secure reactions from Brij Bhushan as well, who continued to maintain its stand, saying that this is going to be the course of action in the future now, being totally defiant and saying that this is what the wrestlers will be coming down to. In fact, this is very disappointing after the efforts of the wrestlers have also reached Supreme Court as well. And after many months of continuously raging a protest at the Jantar Mantar, they have been at the forefront of fighting this entire battle for justice. But unfortunately, what has come today has been the final nail in the coffin for all the wrestlers who have raised their arms and said that now they have to reach a limit, that they have to withdraw from their stand and from the point of courage from which they were fighting, as they have given it to the federation, who did not come to their terms and did not allow them to even present their contender, who was seen getting failed from Sanjay Singh, who has now become the president of the WFI after Brij Bhushan faced severe allegations after the protest by the wrestlers. Back to you.
All right, Simran, we'll leave it there and we'll wait and see whether there is any response coming in from the new WFI president. And clearly, can he just say that, this has been a free and fair election? The wrestlers are heartbroken today, and that's exactly how Sakshi Malik has approached the entire news, and she breaks down live in front of television cameras and she says, I'm quitting my sport. The sport that she's worked so hard for. The sport, remember, that has won laurels for the country. We'll let you also decide whether that really should be the way forward in a story as serious as this with allegations of sexual harassment. We head into a quick break right now, but on the other side, there are more developments that we get you details of, and we'll also get you highlights of what's really happened in Jammu and Kashmir a little earlier. On an anti-terror mission, the Indian Army there is attacked by terrorists. This in the Poonch Dera Ki Gali area. Also on a 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Arvind Kejriwal again has skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons for a second time.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान
Rahul Gandhi over the mimicry video. The state BJP chief also was in attendance. To discuss measures to be initiated to tackle the spread of COVID in the state of Karnataka, the Chief Minister earlier has held a meeting of the officials concerned. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and the DMK Member of Parliament K Ponmudy earlier visited Thoothukudi to meet with residents affected by the flood. The leaders assessed the situation, also interacted with the affected people to understand what essentially they might be needing at this hour. The Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the Enforcement Directorate. This is on actor Jacqueline Fernandez's plea seeking quashing of the ECIR and the supplementary charge sheet filed by the ED. This in the 200 crore money laundering case. The police resorted to lathi charge to disperse the members of the Kerala Students' Union who were carrying out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram. A massive fire broke out at the Gopal Das building. This is on Delhi's Barakhamba Road. At least 15 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. The Bihar Chief Minister earlier has met with the Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama at Bodh Gaya. The Tibetan spiritual leader was already on a visit to Gaya. We head into a break. On the other side, on a 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Arvind Kejriwal skips the ED summons for a second time and he says these are politically motivated. Also, the Varanasi court defers the Gyanvapi verdict to January the 3rd as the Muslim side skips the hearing.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
Welcome back. Let's also now talk about what's been happening in Pakistan, and this is an interesting development. Remember, Pakistan is looking at elections and that is scheduled in the February of the next year. But before that, a key contender that you see on your screens is Nawaz Sharif. He's eyeing a record 4th term as the Prime Minister, and he has a very interesting take on the current situation in Pakistan. That is in debt. Remember, terror is the second name for Pakistan, and he says much of all the trouble that Pakistan today is facing is not because of India, as Pakistan famously says. But he says that Pakistan itself, its own policies, is to be blamed for the kind of mess that the rogue nation finds itself in. While accusing the Pakistan military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy, Nawaz Sharif is also lauding India's achievements in space, and he says, look at the development that India has been able to achieve so far.
ये कैसे मुमकिन है कि आपके जो है वो हमसाए तो आपसे नाराज हों या आप उनसे नाराज हों, और उस नाराजगी के अंदर आप रह के तो आप दुनिया में कोई मकाम हासिल करें। आप अपने मामलात को हमें इंडिया के साथ भी ठीक करना है, अपने मामलात को हमने अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ भी ठीक करना है, हमने अपने मामलात को ईरान के साथ भी मजबूत करना है। हमने खुद अपने पाँव पे कुल्हाड़ियाँ मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहाँ पहुँचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुँच गए हैं और अभी हम ज़मीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये सारे काम हमने खुद खराब किए हैं। अपने मुल्क को खुद आज इस नुक्ते पे हम लेके आए हैं, किसी और का कसूर नहीं है। ये हिंदुस्तान ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया, ये को अमेरिका ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया।
We are into a break. On the other side, on a 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Arvind Kejriwal has skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons, and he says that these summons have just been politically motivated. Also, the Varanasi court has deferred the Gyanvapi verdict to January the 3rd, as the Muslim side has skipped the hearing today.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
Good evening and welcome, friends. The winter session of Parliament came to a bickering end, with the opposition carrying out a protest march from inside the Parliament complex to Vijay Chowk, and the government doubling down with 3 more suspensions in the Lok Sabha. That's going to be our focus, as also some important developments connected with the investigation in the Parliament security breach. This edition of Biggest Story tonight. Let's begin with the headlines first. Bhushan's key aide elected as the new WFI president. Wrestler Sakshi Malik breaks down, retires in protest. On an anti-terror mission, Indian army attacked by terrorists in Poonch, Dera Ki Gali area. 1 personnel injured after terror attack by the Pakistani terrorists. The Indian army says encounter underway. No end to showdown in Parliament. Opposition protests suspension. BJP holds counter-protest over shameful mocking. Prime Minister holds meeting at Speaker's chamber with floor leaders over Parliament attack investigation. On 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Kejriwal skipped CD summons for a second time, calls them politically motivated. Right, welcome again. The story under focus for this edition of Biggest Story tonight is a showdown in Parliament, which continued unabated till the last day, when both the houses were adjourned sine die. While the BJP staged a counter-protest earlier in the day over the shameful mocking of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, the opposition hit the streets over suspension of MPs. Let's listen to some of those ground reports. Then I'll also come back with more details and a live from a reporter on the ground.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
All right, that was a ground report by Harsha Chandwani from earlier in the day, in fact from inside the Parliament House, and she joins us live now, and she seems to be still inside the Parliament. Harsha, I believe both the houses have been adjourned sine die, but the backdrop seems like you are still in the Parliament. What's really happening there, and what's slated for tomorrow in the protests that the opposition wants to carry outside, I believe, at Jantar Mantar?
So Abhishek, let me tell you first that Lok Sabha has been sine die at around 4 o'clock. At 3:30, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was himself present in Lok Sabha. After that, at 4 o'clock, Lok Sabha got sine die. But right now, Raj Sabha is still going on because HM Amit Shah was earlier
Harsha, can you
supposed to
unmute
reply
yourself?
at around. Am I audible?
Okay, now you are audible.
So, Abhishek, earlier Amit Shah and Raj Sabha was supposed to reply on the amendment in the criminal law bill at 5:30, but later on the discussion went on, and still the discussion in Raj Sabha on the criminal bill is still going on, and HM will be replying in another 20 or 30 minutes on the criminal bill, because we know that the criminal bill yesterday, the name was changed to, the amendment was made and it was the Bharatiya Nagrik Nyay Suraksha Sanhita bill, and it has already got passed in Lok Sabha, but today it will be passed in Raj Sabha as well. And that is what we are still reporting from Parliament right now, because discussion, almost 15-16 members of Parliament have already spoken and taken part in the discussion, while there were none opposition leaders apart from parties like BJD, YSRCP, TDP, Shiromani Akali Dal and AIMIM leaders who participated in the discussion on the criminal law bill, which is still going on, which is still underway in Raj Sabha. The discussion is underway. After the HM's reply, only the bill will be passed in Raj Sabha. That is what we are waiting for, HM's reply. But if we talk about Abhishek mega showdown, so the mega showdown, this was the 5th day by the opposition parties inside Parliament, the mega showdown. Today, they marched from Parliament to Vijay Chowk. The opposition leaders addressed media stating now they will go to the public domain, and therefore, Abhishek, they are carrying out a mega protest tomorrow at Jantar Mantar with all the opposition parties participating. And we know that the entire India Alliance parties like Samajwadi Party, DMK, JDU, RJD, Congress Party, RSP, KCM party, these all parties will be participating tomorrow in the protest at Jantar Mantar, and this protest will be led by Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge will also be present in the protest tomorrow at Jantar Mantar, because now Congress party have made it very clear that the suspension of MPs.
Harsha?
Yes.
Yes. Understood. Let's listen into some of those MPs from the opposition who spoke about their protests and try to understand what's really going on in their mind. The opposition MPs. No, I just want to go to the bite belt of the opposition MPs, the suspended MPs, particularly from the opposition. I want to listen to them so that viewers understand what's really going on in their mind, what's their position.
नेतागण और यहाँ पर पधारे हुए सारे मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है। हम चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और लोगों के भावना को पार्लियामेंट में बताना पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स का कर्तव्य होता है, वो हम कर रहे थे।
लंबन 143 भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ और अगर ये हुआ है तो शर्म आनी चाहिए भाजपा को, जिसने इतिहास को कलंकित कर दिया। हम महंगाई के बारे में न बोल सकें, बेरोजगारी के बारे में न बोल सकें, भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में न बोल सकें, किसानों की आवाज़ न उठा सकें। इसलिए अगर वहाँ से हमको निष्कासित कर दिया जाए तो हमारे सामने विकल्प क्या है? हम क्या मांग रहे थे वहाँ कि इतिहास की एक ऐसी घटना हुई है जो कभी नहीं हुई थी। 4 लोग आते हैं, 2 बाहर प्रदर्शन करते हैं, 2 अंदर जाते हैं। सदन की गैलरी से दर्शक दीर्घा से वो पहुंच जाते हैं हाउस के अंदर, वहाँ स्मोक बम चलाते हैं। तो मान लो वो कुछ जहरीली धुआं छोड़ते तो क्या होता? तो सदन की सुरक्षा की अभूतपूर्व शर्मनाक घटना हुई तो क्या गृह मंत्री जवाब भी नहीं देंगे?
All right, I stand corrected. In fact, the Rajya Sabha is still in session. The 3 criminal bills are being debated and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to respond to them anytime soon. But then, till that happens, getting in more details in connection with the Parliament security breach investigation, important one in fact. Delhi Police Special Cell conducted a joint interrogation with all the accused. All right, we're cutting to Rajya Sabha. We're cutting to Rajya Sabha.
को तोड़ने का गुना, अंग्रेज शासन के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र करने का गुना, इसकी प्रायोरिटी ऊपर थी। मानव हत्या की प्रायोरिटी और बहन बेटी के साथ अत्याचार की प्रायोरिटी बहुत नीचे थी, क्योंकि अंग्रेज शासन का ये उद्देश्य ही नहीं था। उसका उद्देश्य दंड देने का था। जो शासन के खिलाफ काम करते थे, उसका उद्देश्य जिनके साथ अन्याय होता है, जिन पर अत्याचार होता है, उसको न्याय देने का नहीं था। आज मैं जो 3 बिल लेकर आपके सामने उपस्थित हुआ हूं मान्यवर, ये तीनों बिलों का उद्देश्य दंड देने का नहीं है, न्याय देने का है। न्याय का विचार, हमारे भारतीय विचार में न्याय एक प्रकार से अम्ब्रेला टर्म। न्याय शब्द में गुनाह करने वाला और विक्टिम, जिसको गुनाह के कारण भुगतना पड़ा है, दोनों को समाहित कर एक संपूर्ण कल्पना न्याय की करी है। और ये नए कानूनों को मेरा सभी सदस्यों को अनुरोध है, आप ध्यान से पढ़ोगे तो भारतीय दर्शन के न्याय को हमने इसके अंदर स्थान दिया है। हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने भी राजनीतिक न्याय, आर्थिक न्याय और सामाजिक न्याय को बरकरार रखने की संविधान की गारंटी हमारे 140 करोड़ के देश को दी है। इसको भी परिपूर्ति करने का इस तीनों बिल के अंदर प्रयास किया गया है। ये कानूनों की आत्मा मान्यवर भारतीय है और पहली बार क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम में भारत द्वारा भारत के लिए और भारतीय संसद से बनाए गए कानूनों से अब हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम गवर्न होगी। इसका मुझे बहुत गौरव है मान्यवर। भारतीय न्याय संहिता के खंड 2 में डेफिनेशन दी है। डेफिनेशन के अंदर भी हमारी पौराणिक न्याय की जो कल्पना है, मैं मानता हूं समग्र विश्व के न्याय के जितने भी दर्शन है उसमें वो सबसे उदार चरित कल्पना है। वो उदार चरित कल्पना के आधार पर हमने सभी व्याख्याओं को लिया है। जेंडर, एक्ट, ओमिशन, मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, ये सारी व्याख्याओं को हमारे यहाँ 10,000 से लेकर 5,000 साल पहले इस पर विचार भी हुआ है, उसको रेखांकित भी किया गया है। और आज मुझे लगता है जब ये एक्ट बनाने के लिए विचार विमर्श होता था, ढेर सारे लोगों से मैंने विचार विमर्श किया था। उस वक्त लैटिन कंसेप्ट को भी मैंने देखा है, रोमन कंसेप्ट को भी देखा है, आयरिश कंसेप्ट को भी देखा है और भारतीय न्याय के मूल विचारों को भी पढ़ा है मान्यवर। मैं निश्चित रूप से मानता हूं कि भारतीय हमारे पुराणों में, हमारे साहित्यों में जो न्याय की कल्पना है, विश्व की सारी न्याय की कल्पनाओं में सबसे उदार चरित और सबसे महान, ये कल्पना के आधार पर हमने यहाँ पर इसको लिया है। सिर्फ इसकी भारतीयता पर हमने आग्रह किया इतना नहीं है, हमने इसको, मैं आज विश्वास के साथ कह रहा हूं मान्यवर, जब इसका पूरा इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो जाएगा तब एफआईआर से लेकर जजमेंट तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया ऑनलाइन हो जाएगी और टेक्निक का सबसे ज्यादा उपयोग अगर कोई एक देश की क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के अंदर होगा तो वो भारत की क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम होगा मान्यवर। 0 एफआईआर, EFIR और लगभग 2027 तक देश भर के सभी केस के रिकॉर्ड को डिजिटाइज करने का प्रावधान भी हमने किया है मान्यवर। कई लोग बाहर सवाल करते हैं, यहाँ तो बैठे नहीं हैं, यहाँ बैठकर पूछते तो मैं जवाब भी देता, मगर मैं तो बाहर भी सुनकर आता हूँ और मानता हूँ कि मेरा दायित्व है कि सार्वजनिक रूप से पूछे गए सवालों का जवाब देना चाहिए। वो कहते हैं कि नए कानून की जरूरत क्या है, उनको स्वराज का मतलब ही मालूम नहीं है। स्वराज का मतलब स्वशासन से नहीं होता है। स्व शब्द सिर्फ शासन से जुड़ा हुआ नहीं है। स्वराज मतलब स्वधर्म को आगे बढ़ाए वो स्वराज है, स्व भाषा को आगे बढ़ाए वो स्वराज है, स्व संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ाए वो स्वराज है और वो स्व शासन को जो प्रस्तापित करे वो स्वराज है। गांधी जी ने शासन परिवर्तन की लड़ाई नहीं लड़ी थी, गांधी जी ने स्वराज की लड़ाई लड़ी थी और आज तक आप 75 साल में से करीब 60 साल तक सत्ता में बैठे स्व को जागरूक करने का काम नहीं किया। 2014 से नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस देश की महान आत्मा को स्व को जागरूक करने का काम किया है और वो ही आज भारत के उत्थान का कारण बना है। मान्यवर, लोकतंत्र में बैलेंस ऑफ वर्क की एक टर्म्स को बहुत महत्व दिया जाता है। आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली जो अभी हमारे देश के अंदर काम कर रही है उसमें ये बैलेंस बिगड़ गया था और हमने इसके अंदर बैलेंस ऑफ वर्क का बहुत बारीकी से ध्यान रखा है। अगर मैनेजमेंट के विद्यार्थी इसको बारीकी से देखेंगे, मैनेजमेंट के विज्ञान के हिसाब से देखेंगे तो उनको मालूम पड़ेगा कि बैलेंस ऑफ वर्क को कितना फाइन ट्यून कर ये कानून के अंदर हमने प्रस्तावित करने का प्रयास किया है। और मान्यवर, मैं आपको और आपके माध्यम से सदन को और सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश की जनता को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं, इस कानून का संपूर्ण इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होने के बाद तारीख पे तारीख का जमाना जाएगा। 3 साल में किसी भी विक्टिम को न्याय मिल जाए, ऐसी न्याय प्रणाली इस देश के अंदर प्रस्तावित होगी। मान्यवर, ये लोग जो पूछते हैं क्या होगा इस कानून से, मैं आज उनको बताना चाहता हूं मान्यवर, आज इस कानून को इस सदन के आशीर्वाद प्राप्त होने के बाद हमारी आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम 19वीं सदी से निकलकर 2 सदियों का फासला काटकर 21वीं सदी में सीधी प्रवेश करेगी। मान्यवर, क्या होगा इस कानून से? मूल भारतीय परंपरा की न्याय की अवधारणा को समग्र विश्व को हम परिचय करा पाएंगे और इसके सुफल इस देश की जनता चख पाएगी। क्या होगा इससे? जो पूछते हैं मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं, विश्व की सबसे आधुनिक और वैज्ञानिक न्याय प्रणाली का भारत की 140 करोड़ की जनता के लिए उपस्थित है। क्या होगा इस कानून से? जो पूछते हैं उनको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि आज जो विद्यमान है वो सारी तकनीक और आने वाले 100 साल तक जो तकनीक आगे बढ़ सकती है, वो सारी तकनीक को सिर्फ रूल्स में परिवर्तन कर कर समाहित किया जाए, इतनी दूरदृष्टि के साथ तकनीक को इस कानून के अंदर समाहित किया गया। जो पूछते हैं क्या होगा इस कानून से, मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं कि 7 साल से ज्यादा सजा है वो सभी घृणित अपराधों के लिए हमने फोरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी की विजिट को कंपलसरी किया है, जिससे कन्विक्शन रेशियो के अंदर बढ़ावा होगा। ये जो पूछते हैं क्या होगा इस कानून से, इनको मैं कहना चाहता हूं, अंग्रेज चले गए, पूरे देश में 4 प्रकार की न्याय प्रणाली चलती थी। आज कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और द्वारका से लेकर कामाख्या तक इस कानून के आने के बाद एक ही प्रकार की न्याय प्रणाली का चलेगी। मान्यवर, एक पूछते हैं क्या होगा, मैं इनको बताना चाहता हूं, महिलाओं के अधिकारों की रक्षा की बात थी, वो आप विदेश से आए हुए कंसेप्ट और एनजीओ को थोपे गए विचारों से करते थे। हम मातृशक्ति के सम्मान के लिए परंपरागत हमारा जो सम्मान है, वो सम्मान को इस कानून के अंदर कानून का स्वरूप देने में सफल हुए, मैं बताना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, तो पूछते हैं क्या होगा इस कानून से? आजादी के 75 साल तक और 4 दशक से आतंकवाद का दंश झेलने के बाद इस देश की आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली के कानूनों के अंदर आतंकवाद की डेफिनेशन नहीं थी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जीरो टॉलरेंस टुवर्ड आतंकवाद का परिचय कराते हुए टेररिज्म की डेफिनेशन को इसके अंदर शामिल किया है। मान्यवर, जो पूछते हैं इस कानून से क्या होगा, मैं उनको बताना चाहता हूं कि इस कानून से राज्यद्रोह अब देशद्रोह के अंदर बदल गया है। राज्य के शासन की रक्षा के लिए एक जमाना था जब ब्रिटिश ताज का इस देश के अंदर शासन था। मान्यवर, रानी के खिलाफ कोई आवाज नहीं कर सकता, फांसी पे चढ़ा दिए जाए। महात्मा गांधी हो, तिलक महाराज हो, वीर सावरकर हो, वो राजद्रोह के कानून में कई साल जेल में रखे और आपने भी इसका उपयोग बखूबी किया। इमरजेंसी के अंदर ढेर सारे लोगों को जेल में डाल दिया, ढेर सारे विपक्ष के नेताओं। मान्यवर, हमने राजद्रोह के अंग्रेजी कंसेप्ट को समाप्त कर दिया है। शासन के खिलाफ कोई भी बोल सकता है इस देश के अंदर। अब वाणी स्वतंत्रता का अधिकार भी है और लोकतंत्र है, मगर देश के खिलाफ आप नहीं बोल सकते हो। देश के खिलाफ बोलोगे, देश के खिलाफ कुछ करोगे, देश के हितों को नुकसान करोगे तो कठोर से कठोर दंड का प्रावधान इस कानून के अंदर है। व्यक्ति और देश के बीच में क्या अंतर होता है? डेमोक्रेसी का जो मूल विचार है, लोकतंत्र का जो विचार है, देश महान होता है, व्यक्ति महान नहीं होता है। मान्यवर, इसको इस कानून के माध्यम से हम ला रहे हैं। वो पूछ रहे हैं क्या होगा इस कानून से? संगठित अपराध इस देश में, ढेर सारे संगठित अपराध शुरू हो गए। 1 राज्य, 2 राज्य, 3 राज्य, 4 राज्य के गैंग बन गए।
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका।
170 धाराएं अब होगी। 24 धाराओं में बदलाव किया है। 2 नई धाराएं और 6 उपधाराएं जोड़ी हैं और 6 धाराओं को निरस्त किया है। मान्यवर, लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया के लिए सारे लोग बोलते हैं। मैं उनको बताना चाहता हूं कि 2019 से इस कानून को बनाने की हमने शुरुआत की और एक बहुत बड़ा प्रयास हमने किया है, धैर्यपूर्वक प्रयास किया है। मैं बाद में इस पर आता हूं, मगर आज जो कह रहे हैं कि क्यों ला रहे हो, मैं तो आपको भी कहना चाहता हूं ये वो है नहीं, मगर मुझे भरोसा है वो सुनेंगे जरूर, क्योंकि मैं उनको जवाब दे रहा हूं मान्यवर। इसलिए वो नहीं है तो भी जवाब देता हूं। आपकी फितरत है, चुनाव घोषणा पत्र को घोषणा पत्र मानते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनाव घोषणा पत्र नहीं कहती है, संकल्प पत्र कहती है। वो संकल्प सिद्ध आपका इतिहास है बोलकर भूल जाना, हमारा इतिहास है जो कि मोदी जी कहते हैं वो करते हैं। मान्यवर, मैं आज कहता हूं कि हमने कहा था कि टेररिज्म के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति को लाएंगे और आज 3 हॉटस्पॉट कश्मीर, वामपंथी उग्रवाद और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर हिंसक घटनाओं में 63% की कमी हुई है, 73% मृत्यु में कमी हुई। और आज आतंकवाद को डेफिनेशन को इसके अंदर जोड़कर इस गति को हम और बढ़ाएंगे, क्योंकि हमने संकल्प लिया था कि इस देश को टेररिज्म के दंश से मुक्त कराना है, इसलिए हमें लेकर आए हैं। मित्रों, मान्यवर, हमने कहा था कि हम अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनाएंगे, हमने संकल्प लिया। कहते थे कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष उस वक्त कहते थे कि मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे मगर तारीख नहीं बताएंगे। 22 तारीख को प्राण प्रतिष्ठा है, पूरा देश जानता है, और ये वादा भी मोदी जी ने पूरा कर दिया। हमने वादा किया था इस देश की मातृशक्ति को, इस देश के नीति निर्धारण के अंदर हम उचित सम्मान देंगे। 33% आरक्षण विधानमंडलों में और लोकसभा में देकर आजादी के 75 साल बाद इस देश की मातृशक्ति का सम्मान करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा था। और हमने कहा था मान्यवर, न्याय मिलने की गति बढ़ाएंगे, कानूनों को सरल बनाएंगे, कानूनों को भारतीय बनाएंगे और न्यायिक एवं न्यायालय प्रबंधन व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ बनाएंगे। ये मैं जो पढ़ रहा हूं हमारे संकल्प पत्र का हिस्सा है। उस वक्त मैं ही पार्टी का अध्यक्ष था मान्यवर, और आज हम इसको पूरा करने का काम इस महान सदन के मान्यवर, इसमें व्यास, अत्रि, बृहस्पति, कात्यायन, चाणक्य, वत्सायन, देवनाथ ठाकुर, जयंत भट्ट, रघुनाथ शिरोमणि, अनेक लोगों ने न्याय के दर्शन को जो लिया है उसको कंसेप्चुअलाइज कर आज के जमाने के अनुरूप उसको बनाकर इस कानूनों में स्थान दिया गया है। और ढेर सारी ऋचाओं को, इसकी आत्मा को पकड़कर इस कानून के अंदर हमने समाहित किया है। मान्यवर, कोई बारीकी से देखेगा तो उसको मालूम पड़ेगा कि ये किस प्रकार से बदला है और आज के जमाने के अनुरूप कैसे हो सकता है। जो 8000 साल पहले नारद ने बात कही, मैं आज बताता हूँ मान्यवर, जब मैं इसका अभ्यास कर रहा था तब मैं गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हमारे पुरखों ने जो सोचा है वो कभी काल बाह्य नहीं हो सकता है, वो चिरंजीवी है, चिरंजीवी। और आज भी उसको हम इतनी ही सरलता से ये कानूनों के अंदर स्थान दे पाए हैं। मान्यवर, ये जो ये कानून आज तक चलते थे इसमें कुछ शब्द थे जो आजाद भारत की आत्मा को आहत करने वाले थे। यूनाइटेड किंगडम की संसद, प्रांतीय अधिवेशन, क्राउन के प्रतिनिधि, लंदन गजेट, ज्यूरी, यूनाइटेड किंगडम ऑफ ग्रेट ब्रिटेन एंड आयरलैंड, हर मैजेस्टी सरकार, लंदन गजेट की द्वारा निहित की गई प्रक्रियाएं, ब्रिटिश क्राउन का अपमान, इंग्लैंड के न्यायालय की परंपरा और हर मैजेस्टी रोमिनियन और बैरिस्टर शब्द का भी उल्लेख था। मान्यवर, ये सारा 75 साल तक इस देश की क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम में चला गया। कांग्रेसियों की नजर नहीं पड़ी। मोदी जी को इस देश की जनता ने 14 में देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनने का मौका दिया और 19 से 24 पूरी चर्चा होकर मैं आज कह सकता हूं ये तीनों कानून, उनकी आत्मा भी भारतीय है, उनका शरीर भी भारतीय है और उसकी सोच भी भारतीय है। मान्यवर, संपूर्ण भारतीय कानूनों को लेकर मैं आज इस सदन के सामने मान्यवर, हमने ढेर सारा परामर्श किया है। 2019 में सितंबर से इसकी हमने प्रक्रिया चालू की। सभी राज्यपालों, मुख्यमंत्रियों, उपराज्यपालों और प्रशासकों को मैंने पत्र लिखा। 2020 में मुख्य न्यायाधीश सभी हाईकोर्टों के और सर्वोच्च अदालत के उनको पत्र लिखा। बार काउंसिल और विश्वविद्यालयों को पत्र लिखा। 21 में मैंने सभी दोनों सदन के माननीय संसद सदस्यों को पत्र लिखा। BPRND ने 2020 में देश के सभी IPS अफसरों को पत्र लिखा। 2020 में गृह मंत्रालय ने सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर को पत्र लिखा, क्योंकि डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर भी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है। 2020 में ये सभी कानूनों को समाहित करने का काम शुरू किया और 20 से 23 तक इसको सोचते आज जो विचारों का परिपाक है इसको लेकर मान्यवर मैं आपके सामने आया हूं। 18 राज्य, 6 संघ राज्य, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, 16 हाई कोर्ट, 5 न्यायिक एकेडमीज, 22 विश्वविद्यालय, 42 संसद और 135 आईपीएस अफसरों के लगभग 4200 सुझावों को एनालिसिस कर एक कानून बनाया गया है। मैं नहीं मानता कोई कानून इतनी विस्तृत कंसल्टेशन की प्रक्रिया से। मान्यवर, इसके बाद ये जब कानून बना तब मैंने खुद 158 बैठकों के अंदर बारीकी से पुराने कानून और नए कानून दोनों को पढ़ा है। मान्यवर, इसके बाद हमने गृह विभाग की स्टैंडिंग कमेटी को सौंपा। इसी सदन से सम्मानीय सदस्य हमारे पूर्व डीजी साहब है, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया। सभी सदस्यों ने जो विचार दिए, जो सुझाव दिए थे, मैं आज सदन को बताना चाहता हूं, इसके 72% सुझावों को हमने स्वीकार कर लिया है। जो नॉन पॉलिटिकल थे और सुझाव स्वीकार नहीं होते। मान्यवर, हमने इसके अंदर एक बहुत बड़ी बात की है, कंप्यूटराइजेशन पर बल दिया है। मैं आज सदन को बताना चाहता हूं, 19 से काम चल रहा है। मान्यवर, देश के 97% पुलिस स्टेशन का कंप्यूटराइजेशन समाप्त हो चुका है और 82% पुलिस स्टेशन का रिकॉर्ड भी डिजिटाइज हो चुका है। ये लोग जो कहते हैं ना कब होगा कब होगा, प्रधानमंत्री को जानते नहीं। प्रधानमंत्री जो सोचते हैं कानून आने से पहले, उसका पूरा नेटवर्क इंप्लीमेंटेशन का प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बनाकर रखा है। ये ऑनलाइन जुड़ चुके हैं पुलिस। अब 0 एफआईआर और एफआईआर हो पाएगी और एफआईआर का जांच जो होता है उसको भी ऑनलाइन फरियादी को 90 दिन में देना पड़ेगा कि आपकी फरियाद का क्या होगा। माननीय फॉरेंसिक का भी मैं आगे बताता हूं। हमने आईसीजीएस के माध्यम से लगभग 8 करोड़ जितनी एफआईआर का डेटा ऑनलाइन कंप्यूटर में डाल दिया है और ई कोर्ट के प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो चुके हैं। ई प्रिजन का प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो चुका है, ई प्रोसिक्यूशन का प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो चुका है और ई फॉरेंसिक हो चुका है। तो फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी, प्रोसिक्यूटर की ऑफिस, जेल, कोर्ट और पुलिस थाना और गृह मंत्रालय सभी आज जुड़े हुए हैं। अब इस कानून के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के अंदर कोई तकलीफ नहीं और इसके इंटर पिलर इंटीग्रेशन के लिए भी ढेर सारे प्रयोग अभी चालू है। लेटेस्ट तकनीक का उपयोग करके इंटर पिलर इंटीग्रेशन भी हम करने जा रहे हैं और अन्य डेटाबेस के साथ भी इसका एकीकरण कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, नेशनल ऑटोमेटिक फिंगरप्रिंट डेटा वो भी अब एकीकृत हो जाएगा। इन्वेस्टिगेशन ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम फॉर सेक्सुअल ऑफेंस वो डेटा भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। नेशनल इंटीग्रेटेड डेटाबेस ऑन अरेस्टेड नार्को ऑफेंडर वो भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। नेशनल डेटाबेस ऑन सेक्सुअल ऑफेंडर वो भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। क्राइम मल्टी एजेंसी सेंटर मैक वो भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। तो सारी आर्थिक गुना की चीजें भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगी। इंटीग्रेटेड मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ टेररिज्म मॉट वो भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। नेशनल डेटाबेस ऑफ ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग ऑफेंडर वो भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। ट्रैक चाइल्ड वो भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। इमिग्रेशन वीजा और फॉरेन रजिस्ट्रेशन ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम IVFRT वो भी इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगी। वाहन, सारथी और देश भर के सारे सीसीटीवी कैमरा चाहे कहीं पर भी लगे हो वो भी इसके साथ इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। और इसमें से मैं बड़े गौरव के साथ बताना चाहता हूं मान्यवर, 82% काम बिल पारित होने के पहले समाप्त कर दिया गया है और बाकी 18% है वो भी 1 साल में हम समाप्त। जो लोग कहते हैं कब आएगा कब, भाई ये कांग्रेस की सरकार नहीं है, आप समझ नहीं रहे हो। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है जो साइमल्टेनियस काम करती है, प्लानिंग के साथ काम करती है, नतीजे लाती है। मान्यवर, ये पूछते हैं, इनको मैं कहना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, जैसा मैंने बताया, डायरेक्टर ऑफ प्रोसिक्यूशन इसके पूरी अवधारणा को डिटेल कानूनी जामा पहनाने का काम किया है। पुलिस की अकाउंटेबिलिटी को भी हमने फिक्स किया है। ढेर सारे हैबियस, मान्यवर आप तो अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, ढेर सारे हैबियस की अर्जियां आती है हाई कोर्ट के सामने, हमें मालूम नहीं है, पुलिस उठाकर ले गई है, हमारे व्यक्ति को वापस लाई है, गुम हो गया है। अब हर थाने में एक ई रजिस्टर और कागजी रजिस्टर रखना पड़ेगा, कितने लोग हिरासत में है वो प्रदर्शित करना पड़ेगा, जिससे किसी को हेबियस की अर्जी करनी ही न पड़े। हमने पुलिस की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, माननीय 3 वर्ष से कम कारावास के मामले में हमने 60 साल के ऊपर के व्यक्ति को और महिलाओं को अरेस्ट करने के नियम भी बहुत पुख्ता करे हैं, जिससे इनके साथ इनकी उम्र का और महिलाओं का सम्मान का विचार किया जाए और इसके आधार ही इनकी पूछताछ की जाए। मान्यवर, विक्टिम को आज तक एफआईआर की निःशुल्क कॉपी की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, हमने कर दी है। विक्टिम को 90 दिन में जांच की प्रगति के बारे में कहा जाएगा। पीड़ितों को पुलिस की रिपोर्ट, एफआईआर और गवाह के बयान ऑनलाइन कंपलसरी भेजने का प्रोविजन किया है और जांच और मुकदमे के विविध चरणों को भी ऑनलाइन पीड़ित को बताना। और एक कानून मान्यवर विक्टिम सेंट्रिक कानून बना है। पहले के कानून में जो अपराध करता है उसको दंड देने का उद्देश्य था, इस कानून का उद्देश्य जो विक्टिम है उसको न्याय देने का, उसके आत्मसम्मान को, उसकी गरिमा को पुनः प्रस्तावित करने। ये बहुत मूलभूत अंतर इस कानून के है। इसके अंदर उसको पार्टिसिपेशन का अधिकार रखा है। मान्यवर, पहले आप जानते हो पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर ही आर्ग्यू कर सकता था, अब विक्टिम का वकील भी आर्ग्यू कर पाएगा। इंफॉर्मेशन का अधिकार भी हमने दिया है। नुकसान की क्षतिपूर्ति का दावा करने का अधिकार भी दिया है, वो भी क्रिमिनल कोर्ट ही तय करेगी, सिविल दावा नहीं होगा। 0 एफआईआर से देश भर में कहीं पर भी कोई दबंगों के डर से वो थाने में अगर कोई मिली भगत वाला अधिकारी बैठा है, एफआईआर नहीं लेता है, तो ऑनलाइन एफआईआर देश भर में कहीं से भी वो कर सकता है। सीआरपीसी की धारा 321 में एक कमी थी, विक्टिम की बात सुनने की अनुमति नहीं थी, अब उसको सुना जाएगा। एक प्रति निःशुल्क दे दी जाएगी और जब किसी के यहाँ भी जब्ती होगी तो कंपलसरी इसकी वीडियोग्राफी की गई है, जिससे पुलिस कोई चीज वहां रख, पंचों की उपस्थिति में वीडियोग्राफी होगी जो सर्टिफाइड होगी, जिससे कोई किसी के घर पर कोई चीज रखकर परेशान किसी भी नागरिक को होना न पड़े। मान्यवर, ढेर सारे छिद्र जो थे जो उसको बंद करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है, जो बिल लेकर आया हूं। मान्यवर, बहुत सारे सदस्यों ने बहुत कुछ कहा है, मैं ज्यादा विषय पर बात करना नहीं चाहता हूं, मगर मैं कुछ चीज जरूर बताना चाहूंगा। मान्यवर, हमने जैसा मैंने पहले कहा, मानवीय अधिकारों को हमने, हमारे संविधान ने व्यक्ति का स्वातंत्र, सुरक्षा और उसके ह्यूमन राइट को प्रायोरिटी दी है। इसी के आधार पर हमने करा है। बलात्कार पहले 375 और 76 में था, अब शुरू में डेफिनेशन वगैरह की बातें आती है। धारा 60 से आपराधिक अपराधों का वर्णन होता है। 63 नंबर बलात्कार को दिया गया है, सबसे पहला स्थान महिला के साथ अत्याचार। गैंग रेप को हमने धारा 70 में डाला है। बच्चों के खिलाफ अपराध को भी इसी के आसपास डाला है। मर्डर जो पहले 303 था, महिला और बच्चों के साथ अपराध के बाद सीधा मानव वध को लेकर 101 नंबर की धारा 300 की जगह अब होगी। किडनैपिंग की धारा को भी आगे बढ़ाया है और हमने व्यक्ति का और विशेषकर महिला और बच्चों का गौरव प्रस्थापित करने का काम किया है। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं बचपन से ही मालूम नहीं क्या था, कुछ संस्कार होगा, कांग्रेस का विरोधी रहा। मेरी आइडियोलॉजी में जुड़ने से पहले भी कांग्रेस मुझे पसंद नहीं आती थी, कुछ नहीं मालूम था मान्यवर, तब से मैं विरोधी रहा। मगर मैं बारीकी से उनको देखता हूं, जब जब वो सत्ता पर आते थे 124A मतलब राजद्रोह का बड़े मौत से उपयोग करते थे, और जब सत्ता के बाहर जाते थे तो कहते थे कि 124 है तो कॉलोनियल कानून ने इसको निरस्त कर दिया, मगर फिर सत्ता पर आते थे तो 124 का उपयोग करते थे। इन्होंने राजद्रोह को कभी समाप्त करना नहीं चाहा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार आज इस देश के कानून से राजद्रोह को हमेशा के लिए, मान्यवर, शासन के खिलाफ बोलने का अधिकार हमारा संविधान का मूल अधिकार है। व्यक्ति के खिलाफ आप कुछ भी बोल सकते हो, कोई गुनाह नहीं होगा, बोली। बदनिक्सी का प्रावधान है, जिसको जाना चाहिए वो कोर्ट में जाए, मगर आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली आपको झेलनी नहीं पड़ेगी। परंतु जिस धारा के तहत बाल गंगाधर तिलक, महात्मा गांधी और वीर सावरकर जेल में गए, मुझे आनंद है मान्यवर, आज वो धारा यहां से समाप्त हो रही है। मान्यवर, इसके साथ ये कहते हैं कि आपने अलग तरीके से राजद्रोह को देशद्रोह बनाकर लाए। मैं सभी सदस्यों को विनंती करता हूं कि मेरी बात आप ध्यान से सुनिएगा। मान्यवर, पहले आईपीसी की धारा 324A में जो शब्द प्रयोग था सरकार के खिलाफ, सरकार मतलब एस्टैब्लिशमेंट और व्यक्ति अंततोगत, अब बीएनएस में धारा 152 में भारत की संप्रभुता, एकता और अखंडता के खिलाफ जो करेगा उसको देशद्रोही माना जाए। बड़ा स्पष्ट कर, सरकार की जगह भारत शब्द प्रयोग लाए। भारत तो उनको पसंद ही नहीं आता है नाम, मगर मैं क्या कर सकता हूं, ये देश का नाम ही भारत है। मान्यवर, भारत के खिलाफ जो करेगा, भारत की संप्रभुता, एकता और अखंडता के खिलाफ करेगा, उसके खिलाफ ये धारा 122 लाई जाएगी। आईपीसी में उद्देश्य और प्रयोजन की बात नहीं थी, आशय और प्रयोजन की बात नहीं थी। देशद्रोह की डेफिनेशन में आशय की बात कर हमने एक और उसको बचने का मौका दिया।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब।
को जनता के बीच में क्या प्रयोग करना चाहिए मान्यवर? बम विस्फोट करने चाहिए, डायनेमाइट से बिल्डिंगें उड़ानी चाहिए मान्यवर। ये आतंकवाद के प्रति 70,000 लोगों से ज्यादा लोग जो बलि चढ़ गए कांग्रेस की नीति के कारण चढ़े हैं। अब 70% उसमें कमी आई है और ये डेफिनेशन सभी पुलिस स्टेशन में जाने के बाद मैं मानता हूं इसकी गति और तेज होगी और देश पूर्णतः आतंकवाद से मुक्त होगा। इसमें कोई कहीं पर भी किसी को भी अन्याय होने की बात नहीं। मान्यवर, इसमें संगठित अपराध की भी व्याख्या की। पहले संगठित अपराध में जो ब्रेन होता था वो कहीं दूर बैठा रहता था और धारा 120 की निर्बल धारा से इसको समाहित करने का प्रयास करते थे। अब वो धारा 120 से नहीं सीधा इसमें अपराधी बनेगा। आर्थिक अपराध की व्याख्या को भी बहुत अच्छे से हमने स्पष्टीकरण कर दिया गया है, जिससे जितने भी जजमेंट का फायदा उठाकर लूपहोल्स का फायदा उठाकर छूटे थे वो सारे जजमेंटों का स्टडी कर हमने लूपहोल्स भरने का काम किया है। गैर इरादतन हत्या में भी मान्यवर हमने 2 बदलाव किए। एक बदलाव किया है कि कोई गाड़ी चलाता है, टक्कर लग जाती है, इरादा नहीं होता है, व्यक्ति इंजर्ड हो जाता है और फिर वो व्यक्ति पुलिस थाने में फोन करता है, 108 में फोन करता है, अस्पताल में पहुंचाता है, तो इसका इरादा मारने का नहीं है। इसके लिए हमने कम सजा का प्रावधान किया। मगर जो टक्कर लगाता है और जो विक्टिम है उसको मरने के लिए छोड़कर पुलिस या अस्पताल को सूचना नहीं देता है और फिर पुलिस पकड़ते लाती है, हिट एंड रन केसों में 10 साल की सजा का प्रावधान हमने किया है। इससे ऐसे लोगों को सामाजिक समस्याओं का भी निपटान किया है। हम ढेर सारी जगह पे स्नैचिंग देखते हैं, चाहे मोबाइल हो चाहे चेन हो, इसके लिए कोई सेपरेट धारा नहीं थी। भारतीय न्याय संहिता के खंड 304 में 3 साल की सजा प्लस जुर्माना का स्नैचिंग के लिए नया प्रावधान किया है, जिससे किसी को इसमें से लूपहोल्स लेकर छूटने की संभावना न रहे। गंभीर चोट के अपराध को भी हमने 2 हिस्सों में बांटा है मान्यवर। एक तो किसी ने किसी को मारा, थोड़ा इंजरी हुआ, ड्रेसिंग बेसिंग कराकर घर हो गए, एक प्रकार का, और आपने किसी को मारा, इससे वो ब्रेन डेड हो गया या परमानेंट अपाहिज हो गया, इसके लिए हमने 10 साल की सजा का प्रावधान किया है, क्योंकि किसी का जीवन इससे बर्बाद हो। मान्यवर, हमने मॉब लिंचिंग को भी भारतीय न्याय संहिता में जगह दी है। हम पर बहुत आरोप लगते थे, मगर मैं आज बताना चाहता हूं सबसे कम मॉब लिंचिंग आजादी के बाद कभी हुए हैं तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 9.5 साल। फिर भी मॉब लिंचिंग घृणित अपराध है, इस पर रोक लगनी चाहिए। इसके लिए हमने मृत्युदंड तक की सजा का प्रावधान किया। माननीय, हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम में सबसे बड़ा लूपहोल्स है तो देरी है। हमारा मूल दर्शन बताता है न्याय के लिए, समय पर जो न्याय मिलता है वो ही न्याय है, और उचित समय पर न मिले हुए न्याय से बड़ा कोई अन्याय नहीं होता है। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने पुलिस, वकील और कोर्ट तीनों को समय के साथ बांधने का प्रयास किया है। आप तो अधिवक्ता हो मान्यवर, कुछ चीजें आपको भी पसंद नहीं आएगी, परंतु ये जरूरी था, क्योंकि सालों सालों तक किसी को न्याय न मिले। तो हमने किया है, पुलिस द्वारा दंडित कार्यवाही का अभी कोई समय निर्धारित नहीं था। एप्लीकेशन करने के बाद 3 दिनों के अंदर ही एफआईआर को रजिस्टर्ड करना ही पड़ेगा। 3 से 7 साल के जो गंभीर मामले हैं, इसमें फरियाद सच है या झूठ, उसकी 7 दिन में जांच करने के बाद उसको आपको एफआईआर में 7 दिन के अंदर ही कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा। और 14 दिन में एक बार सभी पुलिस थानों के द्वारा नॉन कॉग्निजेबल केस की डेली डायरी रिपोर्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट को फॉरवर्ड करनी पड़ेगी। वो आप पुलिस का रिकॉर्ड नहीं रहेगा, कोर्ट का रिकॉर्ड रहेगा, जिससे पीछे से कोई इसके अंदर छेड़खानी न कर पाएगा।
Powered by Amity University.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार।
सजा 1/3 अगर उसके भुगत ली है, 7 साल के नीचे के केसों की बात कर रहा हूं, तो जमानत मिल जाएगी। और सभी मामलों में आधी सजा हो गई है, अगर दूसरी बार भी अपराध किया है तो उसको जमानत मिल जाएगी। जजमेंट और सजा ये 45 दिन के अंदर न्यायमूर्ति महोदय ने पूर्ण कर देना है। इसको आप लिंगरिंग नहीं रख सकते महीनों तक। सुनवाई समाप्त होने के बाद जजमेंट रिजर्व करने के बाद 45 दिन में कंपलसरी जजमेंट देना पड़ेगा।
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3 universities.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back, we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
Burning Question, powered by Kent Oro, co-powered by Sera.
Is Nitish Kumar already jittery over Mamata Banerjee backing Kharge as the prime ministerial face? He's called for an emergency meet on December the 29th now. Brij Bhushan's aide is elected as the new WFI president. Wrestler Sakshi Malik breaks down in front of TV cameras, also says she's retiring from the sport she's loved throughout. One personnel injured after a terror attack by the Pakistani terrorists. The Indian Army says the encounter is still underway. There is no end to the showdown in the parliament. The opposition protests this suspension. The BJP instead holding a counter protest over the shameful mocking video. The Prime Minister holds a meeting at the Speaker's chambers with the floor leaders of the Parliament attack investigation. And on a 10-day Vipassana meditation course, Arvind Kejriwal has skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons yet again, and he calls them, quote-unquote, politically motivated. So Nitish Kumar, many people said, is the only one with credibility, with the kind of experience that can match Narendra Modi. And that is why many said when it comes to a real big battle for 2024, it is but obvious that Nitish Kumar should be the choice for the prime ministerial face versus a very, very formidable opponent in Narendra Modi, who's going to be looking for a third straight term. And Nitish Kumar also could be hoping exactly something like this. But what has happened? Now, in the last many months that you have seen, the I-India alliance taking shape, holding meetings in Delhi, in Bengaluru, in Patna, Nitish Kumar has ensured that he's got parties who do not look eye to eye, whether it's the Congress, whether it is the Aam Aadmi Party, the left and the Trinamool, all together. He ensured that. And what did Nitish Kumar want in return? Though he does not say it, but Nitish Kumar clearly was looking, ladies and gentlemen, at a larger political role. But clearly that has not happened. Now what Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal have done a little over 48 hours ago is a clear testimony to the fact that Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal do not want Nitish Kumar to be projected as the prime ministerial face. They instead have popped up the name of Mallikarjun Kharge as the prime ministerial face for the alliance. The Congress is in a bind, but so is Nitish Kumar. And when it comes to Lalu Prasad Yadav, remember there are a lot of conspiracy theories that he himself was pushing for Nitish Kumar up till a moment, but now apparently he's left him in the lurch. Nitish Kumar is a man of few words. He doesn't say much. He is not very controversial. The only thing that Nitish Kumar can be accused of, and what Lalu Prasad Yadav famously had said, paltura, that he continuously changes sides, whether he's doing business with the BJP, he's doing business with the RJD today. He's a chief minister of the state of Bihar for the longest time. He's made a lot of difference. He's also the first one who actually started the idea of a caste census / a survey in the country, something that has got the BJP on the back foot. But the conversation today, ladies and gentlemen, is on the silence of the man called Nitish Kumar. It's been a little over 48 hours since that entire meeting happened, since Mallikarjun Kharge has been named as the prime ministerial face, at least by Mamata Banerjee and by Arvind Kejriwal. So what has Nitish Kumar been doing in these 48 hours? He continues to be silent, but look closely at these two images on your screens. The one on the left is December the 20th, when Nitish Kumar is meeting with his MPs. This happened in the national capital. And earlier today, Nitish Kumar traveled to Bodh Gaya. He's met with the Dalai Lama. He continues to be very silent. But what also he's announced now is that on the 29th of December, that is just in the next few days, he's called for a national council meeting. There was already a national executive proposed. He's added a national council meeting. So is Nitish Kumar going to be taking a decision soon? Going by how Nitish Kumar, remember, really believes and does his politics, you cannot rule that out. I want to quickly introduce a panel of guests that are joining us, because this, remember, is going to be a very important conversation. The end of the year, December the 29th, will we see Nitish Kumar perhaps changing his heart yet again? Could he be deciding to dump the RJD in Bihar, do business with the BJP, not just in Bihar, but also be a part of the NDA? Many would say that is not possible. But we'll ask that question to Guru Prakash Paswan, who's spokesperson of the BJP, who's just going to join us. Gyan Ranjan ji is a political analyst. He leans towards the Congress. Shakti Yadavji is national spokesperson of the RJD, and it's our pleasure and honor to have Neeraj Kumarji, spokesperson of the JDU, here in our studios. And Neeraj Kumarji actually thinks like Nitish Kumar thinks. ये वही सोचते हैं, वही बोलते हैं जो नीतीश कुमार भी सोचते और बोलते हैं. तो गुरु, सबसे पहला सवाल आज नीरज जी से ही करते हैं, उसके बाद वील गेट ज्ञान एंड शक्ति जी ऑल्सो इनटू दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन. नीरज जी, चर्चाएं तो बहुत चल रही है सर, और हमेशा नीतीश कुमार को लेकर इतनी चर्चा होती है कि लोगों को लगता है कि अगर नीतीश कुमार ये फैसला ले लेते हैं तो सब कुछ बदल जाएगा, इंडिया अलायंस में भी और एनडीए में भी. तो क्या करने वाले हैं सर नीतीश?
45 एमएलए की पार्टी है जेडीयू, लेकिन जब से हमने ग्रैंड अलायंस बनाया उसके बाद सेंटर में नीतीश कुमार जी रहते हैं. नीतीश कुमार जी दिल्ली आए तब चर्चा, नीतीश कुमार जी कलकत्ता जाए तब चर्चा. नीतीश कुमार जी की हर एक्टिविटी को वॉच करता है लोग. और जिस बात की चर्चा हो रही है इंडिया अलायंस में कि नीतीश कुमार जी अपने आप को असहज महसूस कर रहे हैं, मैं देख रहा हूं मीडिया में 24 घंटा चल रहा है. तो ममता बनर्जी भी असहज हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल भी असहज हैं. इन लोगों ने
तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर के चेहरे नहीं,
मैं बता रहा हूं
जी, आप भी ये जानते हैं कि अगर नरेंद्र मोदी को कोई टक्कर दे सकता है इस अलायंस में और जिसको लेकर सब कोई एक साथ होगा, कंसेंसस होगा, वो सिर्फ नीतीश कुमार है.
मैं बता रहा हूं. तो उन लोगों ने प्रपोज किया जैसे इनसाइड मीटिंग का कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब को
जी उन्होंने
डिजोन किया कि नहीं हम ये चुनाव के बाद तय होगा. अरे भाई ये सवाल नहीं है, सवाल है कि इंडिया अलायंस हमारा बना है एंटी बीजेपी पॉलिटिक्स के लिए. और हम लोगों ने साफ साफ कहा है कि भाई जल्द से जल्द सीट शेयरिंग हो जाए. 3 सप्ताह में सीट शेयरिंग की बात की गई है. ज्वाइंट रैली होगी और हमारे लिए मूल मुद्दा है बीजेपी को हराना. अब यह सवाल तो कोई नहीं पूछता है कि हमारी मीटिंग जब पहली हुई उसके बाद एनडीए की बैठक हुई और एनडीए में 38 पॉलिटिकल पार्टी थे, जिसमें 20 ऐसे पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां जिनका एक भी एमपी नहीं है, एक नॉट ए सिंगल एमपी है. तो हम ये कह रहे हैं कि भाई ये सीधी सीधी लड़ाई है. हमारे लिए ये महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है कि कौन चेहरा होगा, हमारे लिए इंडिया महत्वपूर्ण है. अभी 150 एमपी एक्सपेल्ड हो रहे हैं. अब इससे बड़ा डेमोक्रेटिक नॉर्म्स के लिए कितना बड़ा खतरा हमारे लिए. इससे बड़ा क्या होगा कि देश के उपराष्ट्रपति अपनी जाति बता रहे हैं. भाई तो क्या हो रहा है देश के अंदर में? तो देश बचेगा तब ना हम इंडिया अलायंस बचेगा.
नीरज जी, आप कहेंगे देश बचेगा तब ये सब होगा, और गुरु सबसे पहले यही बोलेंगे कि देश में तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है, ऑपोजिशन अपने सर्वाइवल के लिए लड़ाई लड़ रहा है. गुरु, आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, इससे पहले मैं ज्ञान और शक्ति जी के पास जाऊं, कि नीतीश कुमार स्टिल स्विच साइड्स. विल यू वेलकम नीतीश कुमार इनटू द एनडीए? गुरु, ही इज स्टिल एन एसेट फॉर यू और नॉट?
No, Deepthi, I think very warm good evening to you and all my listeners. And if you want to respond नीरज कुमार बहुत वरिष्ठ ऐसे ही आते और लोग सुनते रहते हैं, कुछ लोगों को समझने की आवश्यकता. नीरज जी और बंधन के इस बात से सहमत हुए. पूर्व में पटना में बैठक हुई, फिर मुंबई में बैठक हुई. ना नीति तय हुआ, ना नियत तय हुआ, ना नीति तय हुई. आपका प्रोग्राम, आपका सारा कार्यक्रम क्या
तय हुआ? क्या चेहरा छोड़ दीजिए आप, कोई कॉमन सेक्रेटेरिएट, कोई जॉइंट सेक्रेटेरिएट, कोई कॉमन सचिवालय बना क्या? ये बताइए आप. और ऐसा मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये सवाल आप ही के पार्टी के पूर्व सांसद जिनको राज्यसभा में आपने भेजा था और अभी टीएमसी में है, पवन वर्मा जी, इन्होंने ये सवाल खड़ा किया है कि कोई भी सीट शेयरिंग को लेकर के कमेटी तक नहीं बनी है. चलिए उनको छोड़िए, पवन वर्मा जी को, केसी त्यागी जी, आप ही के पार्टी के मुख्य प्रवक्ता, चीफ स्पोक्स पर्सन का ये पब्लिक डोमेन में सार्वजनिक तरीके से ये बयान आता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हम लोगों से 1 साल आगे है, हम लोगों ने कोई तैयारी अभी तक नहीं की, हमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी सीखने की आवश्यकता है. और जहां तक संसद की बात, देखिए संसद की गरिमा और मर्यादा बरकरार रहे, इसके लिए मुझे जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का स्मरण आता है. उन्होंने 1954 में एक चिट्ठी लिखा था प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्रियों को और उन्हें कहा था कि यदि सदन की गरिमा, सदन की मर्यादा को बचाए रखने की आवश्यकता पड़ी तो सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई.
गुरु, आप बहुत पीछे चले गए, मैं आपको आगे ले जाना चाहती हूँ. गुरु आप बहुत पीछे चले गए, मैं आपको आगे ले जाना चाहती हूँ. देखिए टाइम लिमिटेड है और मैं चाहती हूँ कि आज इतने बढ़िया गेस्ट है आज शो पर, तो सीधे सवाल पूछे जाए. गुरु, मुझे ये बताइए, क्या नीतीश कुमार अभी भी एनडीए का हिस्सा बन सकते हैं? यस या नो?
नहीं, देखिए अभी तो किसी भी कीमत पे नीतीश कुमार जी ने बिहार के 12 करोड़ लोगों के पीठ में जो
अभी तो
है, जो विश्वासघात किया है, at no cost, in any opportunity, Nitish Kumar ji will not be welcome to the fold of NDA. He doesn't deserve to be in the NDA anymore. For a person who has insulted a man from Mahadalit community, मुसर समाज से आने वाले मुख्यमंत्री को विधानसभा के फ्लोर पे जो कहते हैं कि तुम काबिल नहीं थे, मैंने तुम्हें बना दिया, महिला विरोधी, दलित विरोधी, गरीब विरोधी, ऐसे विश्वासघाती व्यक्ति का कोई स्थान NDA में अब नहीं है।
ठीक है, आप कहते हैं नीतीश कुमार विश्वासघाती है। नीरज जी ने ये बात सुन ली और जैसे मैंने कहा शो के शुरुआत में कि नीरज जी वही सोचते और बोलते हैं जो नीतीश कुमार सोचेंगे बोलेंगे, तो एक परसेप्शन तो आप लोग क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन क्या ये फ्रेंडली फाइट है? शक्ति जी, आप इस समय थोड़ी सी टेंशन में नजर आ रहे हैं। लालू प्रसाद यादव ने आज मीडिया से बात तो की और वो कहते हैं ऑल इज वेल, पर शक्ति जी द ट्रूथ इज, आप मुझे ये बताइए, आप मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे को सपोर्ट करते हैं एज द प्राइम मिनिस्टीरियल फेस? उनको बनाना चाहिए प्राइम मिनिस्टीरियल फेस?
जिस प्रस्ताव को स्वयं ही मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने ही अस्वीकार किया और कहा कि चुनाव के बाद तय होंगे, ये बात स्पष्ट तौर पे जान लीजिए, बिहार ने एक शुरुआत की, एक पहल की सकारात्मक। आदरणीय नीतीश जी, आदरणीय लालू जी, आदरणीय तेजस्वी जी, जब सब लोगों ने मिलकर करके देश की सभी उन पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों को एक मंच पर लाने में कामयाब हुए जो चाहते थे कि देश में लोकतंत्र और संविधान दोनों महफूज रहे और सुरक्षित रहे। हालात क्या है? लोग कहते हैं कि इशू इस देश के अंदर में क्या है? आम आदमी का इशू क्या है? महंगाई है, बेरोजगारी है, युवा चाहता है, रोजगार चाहता है, नौकरी चाहता है। वो काम राज्य सरकार कर रहे हैं नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में बिहार के अंदर में। जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि ऑल इज वेल नहीं है, तो जरा उनसे मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि एनडीए के घटक दलों में क्या सीट के बंटवारे हो गए? किसी चैनल ने तो नहीं पूछा? जो छोटी छोटी पार्टियां जो एनडीए के घटक दल के रूप में शामिल हो चुके हैं इंडिया गठबंधन में, उनके बारे में पूछे कि
शक्ति आजल जी, आप भी मेरे सवाल से ना, आप भी मेरे सवाल से दूर हो रहे हैं। प्लीज, तो मैं आपको दोबारा सवाल बोलती हूँ, क्योंकि देखिए मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे क्या आरजेडी उनके चेहरे को सपोर्ट करती या नहीं? खड़गे जी ने क्या कहा उस पर मत जाइए, मुझे आरजेडी का स्टैंड बताइए सर।
मैं पूरी तौर पर बता रहा हूं, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल इस बात का पक्षकार है, शुरू से रहा है। और जब जो मैजिक जो अंक हैं आने के बाद में दलित भी हो सकते हैं, पिछड़ा भी हो सकता है, महिला भी हो सकता है, पुरुष भी हो सकता है, तो पिछड़ा भी हो सकता है, और 1 दर्जन से ज्यादा ऐसे काबिल लोग हैं इंडिया गठबंधन में जो वर्तमान प्रधानमंत्री से ज्यादा पात्रता रखते हैं। नीतीश कुमार जी के बारे में और नीतीश कुमार जी के अंदर तो सबसे वरिष्ठ मुख्यमंत्री होने का पात्रता पहले ही से मौजूद है।
सवाल को घुमा दिया आप। अच्छा चलिए एक लास्ट कोशिश करती हूँ शक्ति जी, एक लास्ट कोशिश करती हूँ। नीतीश कुमार को क्या प्रधानमंत्री पद का चेहरा घोषित करना चाहिए या मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे?
मैंने फिर आपको दोहरा दूं, आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने कभी प्रधानमंत्री बनने की इच्छा जाहिर नहीं की, लेकिन पात्रता का जब सवाल आएगा तो देश के वरिष्ठ मुख्यमंत्रियों में से एक हैं, राज्य और केंद्र दोनों चलाने का अनुभव है या नहीं है ये बताइए। नेशन चलाने का अनुभव है,
आपकी इच्छा है या नहीं है?
मैं बिहारी हूं, मैं तो बिहारी हूं, मेरी अगर इच्छा जानिएगा तो सबसे पहले मैं कहूंगा। लेकिन इंडिया गठबंधन की जो सब घटक दलों की राय होगी, अंतिम निर्णय होगा। मेरी पहली पसंद नीतीश जी के बारे में कह दूंगा, इसलिए कि सबसे ज्यादा परफेक्ट भी है।
जवाब दे दिया हमने आपको कि मैं बिहारी हूं, इच्छा तो मेरी समझ लीजिए, बट नीरज जी सुन रहे हैं, शक्ति जी नीरज जी सुन रहे हैं। मैं क्विकली ज्ञान को लाती हूँ इन दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन। ज्ञान, द प्रॉब्लम इज द कांग्रेस, नो? कांग्रेस खुद खुलकर नहीं सपोर्ट कर पा रही है मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे को। और आप मुझे बताइए, आपने नीतीश कुमार जी का इतना इस्तेमाल किया, यू मेड हिम रन फ्रॉम पिलर टू पोस्ट, ही इज बीन वर्किंग सो हार्ड एंड यू डिड नॉट इवन इंश्योर दैट यू नेम हिम एज अ कन्वीनर। ज्ञान, I mean, is that the way you should treat someone like a Nitish Kumar?
So this, Dipti, this is your perception that you have not given. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is a very important person, and for the India Alliance, he is the only one who has tangled the entire bits in a one garland. So he cannot ignore that. And apart from that, what you're trying to say, see, we
so
are.
Why have you not named him as a convener at least? Gyan, I know his qualities. Tell me something. Why has the Congress not named Nitish Kumar as the convener or the chief ministerial face, the prime ministerial face? Why haven't you done that?
Dipti, I got your answer. I'm replying that one. Please listen. Please bear with me for 2 minutes. See, it is not only Congress. It is the entire team. And everyone knows that there is an agenda, there is a strategy, there is a roadmap, and there is a campaign planning going ahead. And if you see that there are core meetings going on, and that there are the subcommittees also being formed, and they are working for the most important issue that is called common minimum agenda. It is all.
No, but that is not the answer, no. Gyan, that is not the answer. You are also skirting the issue. जैसे शक्ति यादव जी और नीरज जी ने बहुत डिप्लोमेटिकली इस सवाल का जवाब दिया, ज्ञान आप भी वही कर रहे हैं। आप मुझे ये बताइए, आपको लगता है नीतीश कुमार इस समय एसेट है इंडिया अलायंस के लिए? नहीं। आप सोच सकते हैं कल वो आपके अलायंस से निकल जाएंगे तो आपकी क्या हालत होगी? मतलब आप 2024 तो छोड़ ही दीजिए, बिहार भी आपके हाथ से जाएगा।
डिप्टी नीतीश कुमार जी बहुत ही काबिल मुख्यमंत्री रह चुके हैं, वरिष्ठम है, एवरीवन नोज अबाउट इट, एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द बिहार ओनली, दैट द बिहार हैज ऑलवेज गिवन द every direction to the entire country, and he is the one who directed it. So let's get the magic number now first. Let's get the magic number, and you know the working style of Nitish Kumar and Congress. He deserves it, and once the magic number will come, you weapon. Have you ever thought of Manmohan Singh that is going to be the Prime Minister of India? Nobody has even thought of it. So don't worry about that.
No. You are also Gyan citing history because you don't have an answer. You don't have an answer. Let me get नीरज जी back into the conversation. नीरज जी, अब देखिए ये कांग्रेस की स्थिति है। अगर आप हिंदी हार्टलैंड की बात करते हैं सर, नो मैटर आप लोग कितना अच्छा परफॉर्म करें, लेकिन आप भी ये जानते हैं कि अगर वो 200 सीट जिस पर कांग्रेस और भाजपा का सीधा मुकाबला है और उसका स्ट्राइक रेट पिछले इलेक्शन में 5% था, अगर इतने कम स्ट्राइक रेट के साथ कांग्रेस काम करती है सर, नो मैटर व्हाट यू पीपल डू, कांग्रेस तो आप सबको डुबो देगी।
नहीं, देखिए सबसे पहले बात तो मैं गुरु प्रकाश जी को बता दे रहा हूँ कि आपने कहा कि पीठ में खंजर मारा। हाँ। तो 2017 में आप कैसे मेरे साथ आ गए थे? आप तो जनता के जनादेश का सम्मान नहीं किए। 15 में तो ग्रैंड अलायंस को मैंडेट मिला था, और आपने जीतन राम मांझी जी के बारे में कहा कि उनका अपमान हुआ, तो हमने तो उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया, लेकिन आपने बाबू जगजीवन राम के छात्रावास योजना को बंद कर दिया। इससे बड़ा पाप कुछ नहीं हो सकता है राजनीति में। लेकिन चलिए आगे बात। मूल विषय यह है कि इंडिया अलायंस के आर्किटेक्ट नीतीश कुमार जी हैं, और बीजेपी कितने सीटों पर है? 40 से 50 सीट के बीच अगर हम इनको घेरेंगे तो इनकी कहानी खत्म है। जो अजय का स्थिति बना हुआ है, तो अभी जो इलेक्शन रिजल्ट हुआ, 3 स्टेट में बीजेपी जीत गई, तेलंगाना में हार गई, वहां पर भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी रोड शो किए, वह अपोजिशन पार्टी भी नहीं बनी। हाँ। पूरे साउथ से बीजेपी साफ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाने का मणिपुर के बाद इनको हिम्मत नहीं हुआ, चुनाव में इलेक्शन प्रचार में नहीं गए। तो मैं आपके माध्यम से यह जरूर कहता हूं कि जो अलायंस हमारा इंडिया अलायंस है, और जो हम लोगों ने तय किया है कि सीट शेयरिंग को, चाहे वो बंगाल हो, बिहार हो, उत्तर प्रदेश हो, विभिन्न राज्यों में, अगर हम लोगों ने इसको 400 सीट अगर डायरेक्ट 1-to-1 फाइट की स्थिति पैदा कर दी जी, तो निश्चित रूप से हम जीतेंगे, इंडिया जीतेगा।
अगर कांग्रेस इसी तरह का प्रदर्शन करेगी, मुझे नहीं पता भी ज्ञान हमारे साथ है या नहीं, बट वील ऑल्सो गेट ज्ञान इनटू द कन्वर्सेशन इन अ बिट। बट शक्ति यादव जी, मुझे ये बताइए कि आपकी तो स्थिति बहुत विकट है इस समय। नीतीश कुमार जी ने नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव के साथ नेशनल काउंसिल की बैठक बुलाई है सर 29 तारीख को। लालू प्रसाद यादव कहते हैं सब कुछ सही है, ऑल इज वेल इन द अलायंस, लेकिन अगर नीतीश कुमार एनडीए के साथ आ जाते हैं सर, तो तेजस्वी को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाने का सपना भी टूट जाएगा आपका।
देखिए, हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन का कोई जवाब नहीं होता। सबसे पहले हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां राष्ट्रीय परिषद की, राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी की बैठक बुलाती है। ये कोई नया नहीं होता है, और लगातार जब कोई अनुमोदन होता है किसी निर्णयों का, तो राष्ट्रीय परिषद की बैठक बुलाई ही जाती है। ये नॉर्म्स है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का। और आपने जो सवाल सामने किया, जब दोनों नेताओं ने साफ कहा, तो जो ई फॉर बट जो परसेप्शन बनाने की कोशिश है कुछ सर्टेन प्लेटफार्मों की, वो उसमें कामयाब नहीं हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पता है। हम लगातार कहते हैं कि बहाव के कारण और बिखराव के कारण कभी कभी उन दलों को जनादेश मिल जाता है जो देश में तानाशाह और लोकतंत्र को कुचलते हैं। आज जिस तरह से डेमोक्रेसी का मर्डर हुआ, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में जाति बताने की बात हुई, आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी को जिस तरह से तंग और तबाह किया गया, इस देश के भारतवर्ष के यादवों का अपमान नहीं हुआ क्या? अपमान नहीं हो रहा क्या? एक ऐसे नेता जिन्होंने देश की राजनीति की एक ऐसी धुरी है, पिछड़ों का दलितों का अपमान नहीं हुआ, जिन्होंने सोशल रेवोल्यूशन कायम करके लोगों में आवाज दी, चेतना दी, राजनीतिक जागृति पैदा की। देश देख नहीं रहा है क्या? आप जाति गिरा रहे हो, किसानों पर आप हमले कर रहे हो।
छोटी सी बात बताइए सर, फिर मैं गुरु के पास जाऊंगी। आप देखिए ओबीसी कास्ट सेंसस को लेकर नीरज जी आप भी मानेंगे राहुल गांधी ने चाहे मध्य प्रदेश हो, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, सब जगह इतना बड़ा इशू बनाया। उन्होंने कहा जैसे ही हम सत्ता में आएंगे हम ये सर्वे कराएंगे। लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर कांग्रेस ये चुनाव हार जाती है और वो भी इतनी बुरी तरह, तो ये तो माना जाएगा ना शक्ति जी की कहीं ना कहीं वो कार्ड आपका नहीं चला है और कांग्रेस की गलतियों का खामियाजा आपको भी उठाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि आप सब अलायंस में हैं। शक्ति जी
मैं एग्री मैं एग्री नहीं करता। नहीं, मैं एग्री नहीं करता। कास्ट सेंसस का मतलब था सबका विकास, एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन था, एक हमारा रिपोर्ट था कि किस जाति में क्या शैक्षणिक, आर्थिक, सामाजिक स्थितियां हैं, और हम उसको कर दिखाया। बिहार ने एक नजीर पेश किया। और एक बात मैं खुले मन से कहता हूं, अगर किसी के टिकट बंटवारे में, किसी के आप धरातल को समझने में अगर कोई भूल करती है तो इसका इल्जाम आप कास्ट सेंसस को नहीं दे सकते हैं। जाति आधारित करना एक व्यापक सवाल है देश के अंदर में। आज जो भुखमरी है, लाचारी है, अब बताइए कि हंगर इंडेक्स में देश कहां खड़ा? देश का विकास क्या हुआ 9 वर्षों में? अब भुखमरी में हम कहाँ हैं?
अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं यू डोंट
डॉलर क्या स्थिति में?
आप अगर समय रहते राइटिंग ऑन द वॉल नहीं समझते तो ये दिक्कत होती है। बट गुरु, आई जस्ट हैव द लास्ट 10 seconds and I'll give it to you. You say Nitish Kumar is a spent force today. You don't believe in Nitish Kumar anymore. But do you believe that Nitish versus Modi or a Modi versus a Kharge, which do you believe is a better battle today?
No, this is not
10 seconds.
My friends have responded. Let me give me uninterrupted 30 seconds as well. तो नीरज जी ने कहा हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में नहीं है। जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है, असम के मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी से आते हैं, अरुणाचल के मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी से आते हैं, त्रिपुरा के मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी से आते हैं, मेघालय में हम अलायंस में हैं, नागालैंड में हम अलायंस में। तो ये कह देना बिना तथ्यों के कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट से बीजेपी गायब हो गई है, मुझे लगता है तथ्य और तर्क एक बार देख के आना चाहिए। आज देश के इतिहास में पहली बार विदेश मंत्री दक्षिण भारत के हैं, वित्त मंत्री दक्षिण भारत के हैं, हमारी सरकार पौंडीचेरी में है, कर्नाटक में हमारे 29 सांसद आते हैं, तेलंगाना में हमारा वोट प्रतिशत है। तो मुझे लगता है ये देख करके आने की आवश्यकता है। नीतीश कुमार जी को मैंडेट 2010 में किसके साथ मिला था? 2012 में किसके साथ चले गए? 2020 में किसके साथ मिला था? किसके साथ चले गए? तो नीतीश कुमार जी से बड़ा विश्वासघाती भारत के राजनीति में और कोई नहीं हुआ है। उनसे बड़ा कोई दलित विरोधी सदन के पटल पे महिलाओं के संदर्भ में इतनी ओछी, हल्की और सरहीन टिप्पणी करना, मुझे लगता है कि नीतीश कुमार जी के चरित्र, चाल और चेहरे के लिए इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोला जा सकता है।
और गुरु, आप ऐसे दिन ये महिलाओं का मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं, मैं क्लोज करूंगी ये डिबेट, बट आई एम श्योर दिस इज अ फैसिनेटिंग कॉन्वर्सेशन। शक्ति जी, समय खत्म हो गया है, लेकिन आज ही के दिन जब बृजभूषण शरण से जुड़ा एक व्यक्ति WFI का नया प्रेसिडेंट बनता है गुरु, साक्षी मलिक और तमाम रेसलर्स का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होता है, साक्षी breaks down in front of live television cameras. That is also a commentary on what we do for our sportsmen and what more can be done. गुरु, शक्ति जी, समय बिल्कुल खत्म हो गया सर, समय खत्म हो गया, but we'll keep this conversation on. I just want to thank Guru, Shakti ji, Neeraj ji and also Gyan for joining us. What will Nitish Kumar do? We are keeping our eyes on that. We are heading into a quick break. Shakti ji, next time. Thank you.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब,
दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
She's a champion wrestler who's won many medals for India. Sakshi Malik is a household name when it comes to wrestling, and she, along with a few wrestlers, had made very serious allegations against Brij Bhushan, the now tainted Brij Bhushan. Talking about Sakshi Malik, a gold medalist for India at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in 2022, won India an Olympic medal in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. There are many medals, including a 2014 Glasgow silver at the Commonwealth Games, a bronze at the Commonwealth Games in 2018, and many medals at the Asian Championships. And today, after Brij Bhushan's aide was chosen as the next wrestling boss of India, Sakshi Malik has announced that she will not compete if Brij Bhushan's aide continues to be in charge of Indian wrestling. Here's how she made that announcement.
हम तो 40 दिन सोए रोड पे, लेकिन मैं सभी तमाम देशवासी जो भी हमारे प्रोटेस्ट में आए, दूर दूर से आए, बूढ़ी महिलाएं आई, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे आए जिनके पास खाने कमाने के लिए नहीं है, फिर भी हमें सपोर्ट करने आए। हम नहीं जीत पाए, पर आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और एक बात और कहना चाहूँगी कि लड़ाई लड़ी, पूरे दिल से लड़ी, लेकिन अगर प्रेसिडेंट ब्रिज भूषण जैसे आदमी जैसा ही रहता है, उसका बिल्कुल सहयोगी है, उसका बिजनेस पार्टनर है, वो अगर इस फेडरेशन में रहेगा तो मैं अपनी कुश्ती को त्यागती हूँ और मैं आज के बाद कभी भी आपको वहाँ नहीं दिखूंगा। तो बस सभी देशवासियों को धन्यवाद जिन्होंने आज तक इतना मेरा सपोर्ट किया और मुझे इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया। मैं सभी तमाम देशवासी जो भी हमारे प्रोटेस्ट में आए, दूर दूर से आए, बूढ़ी महिलाएं आई, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे आए जिनके पास खाने कमाने के लिए नहीं है, फिर भी हमें सपोर्ट करने आए। हम नहीं जीत पाए पर आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और एक बात और कहना चाहूँगी कि लड़ाई लड़ी, पूरे दिल से लड़ी, लेकिन अगर प्रेसिडेंट ब्रिजभूषण जैसे आदमी जैसा ही रहता है, उसका बिल्कुल सहयोगी है, उसका बिजनेस पार्टनर है, वो अगर इस फेडरेशन में रहेगा तो मैं अपनी कुश्ती को त्यागती हूँ और मैं आज के बाद कभी भी आपको वहाँ नहीं दिखूंगा। तो बस सभी देशवासियों को धन्यवाद जिन्होंने आज तक इतना मेरा सपोर्ट किया और मुझे इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया।
And that is how she made that announcement. There was also a sequence of Sakshi Malik, in fact, storming off that venue after the press conference. I want to play those visuals out as I speak over the visuals of how Sakshi Malik left that news conference in tears. I'll play those pictures full frame. She storms out of the press conference and she's in tears. She gets into a car and she just leaves that venue. An athlete who's won medals for India. Let's play those pictures full frame once again. Full frame. It shows that our wrestlers who've been fighting against Brijbhushan still have no hopes. Brijbhushan's close associate Sanjay Singh, his name is Sanjay Singh, he's been elected as the president of the Wrestling Federation of India after he beat Anita Shioran 40 votes to 7. And the Rio Olympics bronze medalist, Sakshi Malik, frustrated there. You can see her in tears, emotional, announcing that she's quitting wrestling following Sanjay Singh being elected as the president of the Wrestling Federation of India. They've been fighting Brijbhushan Singh on the streets of the national capital for several months earlier this year. And they said, Sakshi Malik, when she addressed the media today, said she fought this battle with all her heart, saying that they slept for 40 days on the roads and that she'd like to thank everyone who came to support our wrestlers during the protests earlier this year. But she said that if Brijbhushan Singh's business partner, she referred to Sanjay Singh as Brijbhushan Singh's business partner and a close aide, and if he's elected as the president of the World Wrestling Federation or the Wrestling Federation of India, she said she would like to quit wrestling. She made that announcement. Once again, listen into what she said before we begin the trending burning question. We'll play out both the sequences of her soundbite and her leaving that venue in anger.
चालीस दिन सोए रोड पे, लेकिन मैं सभी तमाम देशवासी जो भी हमारे प्रोटेस्ट में आए, दूर दूर से आए, बूढ़ी महिलाएं आई, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे आए जिनके पास खाने कमाने के लिए नहीं है, फिर भी हमें सपोर्ट करने आए। हम नहीं जीत पाए पर आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और एक बात और कहना चाहूँगी कि लड़ाई लड़ी, पूरे दिल से लड़ी, लेकिन अगर प्रेसिडेंट ब्रिजभूषण जैसे आदमी जैसा ही रहता है, उसका बिल्कुल सहयोगी है, उसका बिजनेस पार्टनर है, वो अगर इस फेडरेशन में रहेगा तो मैं अपनी कुश्ती को त्यागती हूँ और मैं आज के बाद कभी भी आपको वहाँ नहीं दिखूंगा। तो बस सभी देशवासियों को धन्यवाद जिन्होंने आज तक इतना मेरा सपोर्ट किया और मुझे इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया।
Let's go across to our panelists on the trending burning question. Varun Gujjar is joining us. Varun Gujjar is a Commonwealth silver medalist, a wrestler himself, joining us live on the show. We also have Prince Advanshi, Asia heavyweight champion, FFW wrestler, joining us, and Sandeep Sharan, who's the Indian team captain for arm wrestling, joining us via video link. And in fact, we'll go across to these panelists. But you just heard, I think we lost the signal there, but you just heard a very, very troubled Sakshi Malik saying that she is going to retire from wrestling if Brij Bhushan continues to indirectly have control of the Wrestling Federation. I think I have Sandeep who's through with us now. Sandeep, how do you respond to this? Is that the feeling that Brij Bhushan will continue to be in control of the Wrestling Federation of India?
It is a very big step back for all the wrestlers who were protesting from such a long time. Because an athlete doesn't demand anything. They just are working to make their country proud. They gave their 200%. They never think about their normal life, their occupation or anything. And if you have to retire in such a situation, then it is a very big disrespect for every athlete. Even we are feeling very sad for all these things. We were expecting like government will work and they will give some good results in the end, but now we don't have any hopes. Yes.
Okay, I think we also have Prince Advanshi. Prince, what's your take? Is there a letdown for all the wrestlers who protested earlier this year on the streets of Delhi?
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार और जय हिंद। मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि देखिए, जब एक खिलाड़ी मेडल लेके आता है तो पूरा देश वाह वाह करता है, मालाएं पहनाता है, स्वागत करता है। और जब एक खिलाड़ी के साथ ऐसा कोई काम होता है तब कौन सपोर्ट करता है और कौन आ रहा है सपोर्ट करने? तो मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि साक्षी मलिक जी, आपने जो अपना इस्तीफा दिया है, पहली चीज तो इसको वापस लें। और क्योंकि आप हमारे भारत के खिलाड़ियों का, आने वाले खिलाड़ियों का फ्यूचर है, ठीक है, मैं ये चाहता हूं कि वो इस्तीफा वापस ले। और इसके साथ साथ जो भी पद पर नियुक्त होता है, देखिए पद पर कोई भी नियुक्त हो, देश का नाम जो है ना वो खिलाड़ी, गौरव खिलाड़ी बढ़ा, ठीक है, तो खिलाड़ी को इस्तीफा नहीं देना चाहिए। और ऐसा टाइम आना ही नहीं चाहिए कि खिलाड़ी को इस्तीफा देना पड़े। मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि साक्षी जी, आप उस इस्तीफे को वापस ले। और जो है यही कहना चाहूंगा। और कहना तो बहुत कुछ है, बहुत कुछ कहना है। अब हम और आगे फाइट है हमारी, जैसे मेरी आने वाली फाइट है 11 फरवरी की। अब मेरा तो वो भी मन नहीं कर रहा है खेलने का। ऐसे अगर बड़े बड़े खिलाड़ी इस्तीफा देने लगेंगे तो हम कैसे आगे हम अपने भारत का फ्यूचर बनाएंगे? आओ कैसे? सर ये कहना चाहता हूं, वो भी बहुत कुछ कहना चाहता हूं।
संदीप, क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो हुआ है, दिस इज अ कॉम्प्रोमाइज फॉर्मूला? डू यू थिंक इट्स अ कॉम्प्रोमाइज फॉर्मूला? बिकॉज he wanted, I know most wrestlers wanted elections, right? Elections did happen.
Yes.
And we know that in most sporting bodies, and it's not just with wrestling, in the case of wrestling, but in most sports bodies,